Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had devilish mystic soul? Part 4. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. If there was one thing that Olivia knew how to do, it was scaring people. When she had finally left Hogwarts, most of the group of friends were sure that she had scarred some of the students for life. She was a very intense person that knew how to make it known when she was angry. And when a gardener is angry, the world trembles. But it was probably the best outcome of the year. She had actually gotten through the thick skulls of a few ministry employees. The fact that it was now official that the trio was leaving Hogwarts after taking their OWLs had scared the ministry speechless. And according to Cedric, Neville, and the twins, that has never happened before. It was certainly a pleasant change from the usual way that those idiots never shut up. It was almost too bad, because if they kept trying, they would have had Olivia go back in time and prevent all of their births. They would really love to, but they all knew that it was an all-bark and no-bite threat, since there was no telling how much of the timeline might change if Olivia were to actually do that. Unintended consequences are why time mages like Olivia need to be more careful than any other type of mystic soul. If she were to actually go back in time and prevent the births of all the corrupt idiots in magical England, something worse could actually happen. Even the purest of intentions could end in disaster by accident. Sure, there have been times where some events are so meager that small things are able to slip through the cracks, like slave owners that ended up dying from either the war or other causes during the American Civil War. If their slaves just so happened to be mysteriously freed before someone else could take them, then they will easily slip through the cracks in history. But, if anything, they all wish that they could change anything and almost everything about magical Britain. There was just so much that mystic souls and even more open-minded British people hated about the country. The dark-hated Muggleborns, squibs, blood traders, and anything that was not pure. The light-hated dark witches and wizards, Slytherins, and anything else that they deemed dark and evil. And then you had those that hated others just because of anything they could think of. Plus, there were also the Muggle-born students like Granger that come into the magical world and try to make it into a copy of the mundane world just because they believe that it is better. Granger is always saying that the wizarding world was barbaric and that the mundane world was so much better than it. It made them all constantly want to strangle her. Magical beings had working governments when the mundane world was still dealing with corrupt kings and queens. Magical beings had teleportation and cross-country communication before mundanes even had horse-drawn carriages. Magical beings could do things that were only considered fantasies by mundanes. Magical beings would always have the upper hand against mundanes. After Olivia scared most of Hogwarts, bows, batons, and drumstring for the rest of their lives, they all left the Great Hall and then went back to their own business. Especially for Harry, Victor, Cedric, and Adam. They all had to participate in a tournament that has killed dozens of others over centuries of being a much more common event. They learned that the most common events would be fighting against magical creatures, searching for objects in hostile environments, and even having to rescue hostages from dark or dangerous places. Cedric was realized just how far behind he was the other three. They were powerful mystic souls, and he was just a wand user. And since it was obvious that Fleur was part Vila, she was also bringing more to the tournament than him. But the three mystic souls were definitely all very powerful. Harry could conjure animal spirits as easily as it was for him to breathe. Cedric once even saw him casually reading a book while hanging upside down through the use of a monkey spirit. And then you had Victor, who was literally a walking flamethrower. And there were also the flames that did not burn, like a white fire that he saw Victor use to turn a bush into ice. Krenos was not very happy with the Bulgarian after he did that. Then you also had Adam. He was definitely a very interesting guy. He seemed to have powers that focused mainly on a deck of cards that he kept with him. He was able to use them to summon monsters, cast spells, and even set traps. He was certainly a very good contender for the Triwizard Cup. Krenos saw him during training one day and decided to come over. Since the tree was a lot bigger on the inside than the outside, there were even multiple training rooms for them all to use. Kept them from all being crammed into a single room and risking them from accidentally hitting each other with their magic. So, Cedric had been in one of the training rooms, firing spells at dummies in frustration. Krenos had come in to check on him when he saw how there was more on his mind than Cedric had been letting them know. Incendio, Cedric cast, lighting one of the dummies on fire. You know, Krenos started, scaring Cedric a little. I would appreciate you not using fire spells when we are up in a tree. The chuckle made Cedric realize that he was joking, but he put out the fire with a wave of his wand anyway. He turned to face the nature mage. I will try and remember that next time I train in here, Cedric said, taking the bottle of water that Krenos offered him. Thanks. Of course, Krenos smiled at him. I see how hard you have been training. You need to take a deep breath and try to pace yourself. Cedric took a long drink of water before he answered his friend. He was also his crush, but Krenos did not know that. As much as I know that Harry does not want to take part in this tournament, he is still tough competition, Cedric tells him. As are Victor and Adam. Fleur probably is too, and we barely even know anything about her. Cedric, you were chosen for a reason, Krenos says. And as much as I hate for any of my friends and my brother to be part of a deadly tournament, the goblet certainly thinks you have a chance. Never question a centuries-old magical artifact. They are usually right. Usually, Cedric raised an eyebrow. Well, the day I trust the evil queen's magic mirror is the day that I trade my nature magic for fire magic, Krenos responded. Cedric chuckled. You always know how to make me smile, Krenos. Well, one Gardner sibling has to be the funny one, Krenos smirked. Anyway, I get how you feel like you need to try harder because you are the only normal wand user in the tournament. I mean, no offense, but how can you understand when you don't even need a wand to do magic? Cedric tried not to insult Krenos. Krenos took a seat on the bench in the training room. Cedric sat down next to him. I have a lot of friends back home that are holder-type mystic souls, Krenos explains. Similar to how you use a wand, they also need a focus for their powers. You mean like Adam and his cards? Cedric guessed. Exactly, Krenos smiled at his smart friend/crush. They feel weaker than heart-type mystic souls because we do not need a focus. They don't have the same freedom as the heart-type mages do. But when you look at Adam, you can see how strong that they can be. And how does that help me? Cedric raised an eyebrow. It is not the tool. It is the mage that uses the tool, Krenos tells him. Just look at Adam. He could stack his deck filled with monsters, but he balances his creatures with spells and traps because he knows brute force is not always the best strategy. You do not need power, you just need skill. And you have plenty of that. Cedric could feel himself starting to blush as Krenos complimented him. He just hoped that Krenos will just think that his face was going red from all of his training. Thanks, Krenos. He grinned at him. Of course, I also brought you this, Krenos says. He reached into his cloak behind his back and pulled out something Cedric had never seen before. It was a cuff bracelet, but it was made out of sapphire crystal and had a wolf and winter design on it. All in all, it was very beautiful. What is it? Cedric asked. This is the talisman of the winter wolf, Krenos explained. Most magical creatures have a talisman tied to them so that anyone could be temporarily granted the abilities of the magical creature while they are using their talisman. And you're giving it to me? Cedric was shocked. I can only grant it for the tournament, Cedric, Krenos says. These talismans are very rare, and the only reason I can grant you this one is because Headmistress Jaiwei guards a few of the talismans, and she allowed me to grant you this one of this year. She said that it is a great idea for everyone to be on an even playing field. He gave the bracelet to Cedric. He put it on, and he felt a rush of energy shoot into his body like a bolt of lightning. Krenos smiled as he saw Cedric's eyes glow bright blue for a second. Whoa, Cedric gasped. You will have to train more, but now you are able to bend ice and snow to your will. Krenos explained the powers of the talisman. You will especially be able to create armor and weapons from ice. The only side effect is that you will crave a lot of red meat just like a wolf. Good thing that I am not a vegetarian, Cedric chuckled. I would stay away from any one Crystal Rose student that was sorted into Dryad House, Krenos says. Winter wolves and dryads are known rivals in the magical world. They are. Cedric raised his eyebrow again. It's kind of part of the natural rivalry between the magical creatures that represent winter and the magical creatures that represent spring, Krenos said. The same could be said about the nymphs and the snow spirits. Wow, I didn't know there were such intense rivalries between magical creatures, Cedric would be the first to admit that he was not a magical creature expert. Oh yeah, Krenos says. There are a lot of feuding magical creature races in the magical world. Minotaurs and centaurs hate each other, mermaids and mermen hate each other, griffins and gargoyles hate each other, and the feud between the vampires and werewolves has been going on for thousands of years. I really should have taken care of magical creatures instead of arithmancy, Cedric sighed, making Krenos giggle a little. As much as I love Hagrid, I think he knows more about the non-sentient creatures than the sentient ones, Krenos said. Ignoring the giant talking spiders in the forest, of course. I really hope we won't have to deal with those things during one of the tasks, Cedric shivered. I would rather fight the giant squid than those things again. Krenos also got goosebumps. I've hated spiders since that spider demon tried to eat us. You mean? Cedric did not want to finish the question. Yes, she literally wanted to eat us. Krenos answered the unasked question. That is wrong on so many levels. Cedric wanted to puke. Wait, the spider demon is a woman? Equality is a big thing to mystic souls and the rest of our world, Krenos shrugged. Men and women should be equal in everything, be it good or bad. As the son of a very strong woman, that is definitely something I can get behind, Cedric said. Krenos smiled, and then with a smirk, he flicked his wrist and made the wooden bench they were on force Cedric back onto his feet. If you are going to be using such strong ice magic, you better keep training. He smirked. I am officially never messing with you while I am sitting on any piece of furniture, Cedric chuckled. Wood does whatever you want. Well, nature is mine to command, Krenos smirked. He got up as well so that he could help Cedric train with his new temporary powers. Because even when they were temporary, they were still hard to control if you did not have the right training. Ask anyone that uses enchanted sapphire magic. Ice is not to be messed with. Use too much power when you get too emotional, and you might accidentally cause a second ice age. As the two of them had barely started their training, which did include Cedric accidentally burying Krenos in a pile of snow, they both heard a familiar voice. Hello? Anyone in this tree? A male voice called. Krenos poked his head out of the pile of snow. Is that Charlie? He asked. What's he doing back in Britain? Cedric wondered. Let's go and find out. Krenos dug his way out of the snow pile. The two of them exited the training room that they had been in. Since Charlie had obviously just arrived, they both headed toward the entrance hall of the tree. Harry, Melody, Fred, George, and all the others also joined them. Charlie's voice had obviously carried around the tree when he had called out, and lo and behold, the dragon mage really was inside of the tree. That was certainly odd for two reasons. One, because he no longer lived in Britain and only attended Crystal Rose during the summer. And two, his job was all the way in Romania. He was definitely a very long way away from home. Charlie, what are you doing here? Fred asked. Shouldn't you be taming dragons in Romania? George asked. The reason I am in Britain is also the reason why I immediately came to the tree when I learned you guys were here, Charlie tells them. Not to mention everything going on with someone placing Harry's name in the goblet. Wow, word travels fast, Chalice said. And you will all be very glad that I did catch word, Charlie said. Charlie, what's going on? Harry asked him, approaching to calm their friend. You haven't been this freaked out since the first time that you had encountered a demon. You fought a demon, big brother, Fred was excited. Talk about wicked. George was equally excited. Not the time, you two. Melody snapped her fingers in front of the two to get their focus back to the current situation. Krenos, Lily, you two should probably look into the Forbidden Forest and see what is being stashed there. Charlie tells the two nature mages. The two looked at each other, very confused, but they shrugged and did what he wanted them to do anyway. He was freaking them out a little, but they had no reason to doubt their friend. They both raised their hands toward the closest wall to them. Nature's screen, Krenos cast. For different trumpet flowers bloomed at the corners of the wall. They each lit up and connected to each other with small beams of light. Then the rectangle that had been formed filled itself in, and it looked like a nature-made television. Where are we supposed to be looking, Charlie? Lily asked him. I need a location for my spell to work. It's a large clearing about a mile back into the forest, Charlie tells her. If you sense giant spiders, Aragon's lair is about a half-mile east of the clearing. Lily nodded, facing the nature television. Nature's enchantment, she cast. Black-eyed Susan spy. In the location that Charlie told her about, black-eyed Susan flowers bloomed around the area. They went unnoticed by the people that were there, but the creatures that were there sensed the magic being used. But given that the humans were keeping them from their eggs and had them in cages, they were not going to inform the humans of anything. Lily's flowers worked like cameras. They connected to Krenos' nature's screen spell, and the images that the flowers were seeing were sent to the screen. There was a moment where the screen was like one of those televisions that had lost its signal, just a black screen of black and white static. It took a few moments for there to be actual images of the clearing. Not to mention what was inside the clearing as well. They all gasped at what they saw. Amber and scarlet light shined through the screen as the images of dragons breathed fire in the clearing. Wizards were running around and trying their best to control them. They were not having much luck. Dragons, Harry gasped. We're going to have to face dragons. Cedric had gone as white as a ghost. I don't have a card in my deck as big as those things. Adam was looking through his deck of cards. I may be fireproof, but I don't think dragon fire is the same as regular fire. Even Victor was shaking in his boots. Their heads all shot toward Charlie. The dragon reserve you work at seriously brought dragons here for a stupid tournament, Harry yelled. Hey, I didn't exactly have a choice when it came to that decision. Charlie crossed his arms. I was pissed when I found out. And they all had the sheer gall to separate them from their eggs. I can understand the dragons because of my powers, and I can hear how much they are in pain over not having their eggs. They all looked at the obviously angry dragons on the screen again. What the bloody hell are we going to do? Cedric swore. Chapter 65. The First Task. Chapter 65. The First Task. If there was one thing that mystic souls knew how to be, it was to be prepared. Even with something as terrifying as dragons, they were still going to be prepared. Charlie did decide to help them since he was the only mystic soul that they knew that had dragon powers. Since he was not a student of any of the schools, his summer classes at Crystal Rose not counting since he was not a full-time student, he was able to help them all. Plus, this also gave Fred and George a chance to finally witness their brother's dragon shapeshifter powers in action. And to say that they were shocked would be the understatement of the century. Charlie's powers were probably very powerful and definitely one of the most destructive out of all of the powers at Crystal Rose. Some of his dragons were small, like the Terrible Terror, but then others were terrifying and made them want to run for the nearest exit, like the Whispering Death. And his dragon forms are from How to Train Your Dragon. I do not own them, but he was certainly their best help when it came to dealing with training to fight against dragons. The only difference was that Charlie had better handles on his dragon forms that were not really known to wand users. So, he was not really able to change into a Hungarian horntail or a Chinese fireball. But since his dragon forms were more dangerous than those dragons, the four champions did not really care. Lily and Krenos also kept their spy cam going, just to make sure that nothing went wrong with the dragons. They were dangerous, but they were still living creatures, and they deserved to have better lives than being stuck in a cage. Harry certainly hated how they were treated, as being an animal mage allowed him to understand them the same as Charlie could. Harry could feel his heart break as he heard the mother dragons cry out and scream for their eggs to be returned to them. Charlie kept trying to get his boss to agree to give them their eggs back, but he was always denied and told that the eggs and dragons needed to be kept separated until the first task. That was certainly a big clue for what the task could be, but it did not make them feel any better about how they were treating the dragons. But keeping the spying flowers bloomed did give them a sight that not all of the heads of school were playing by the rules like Dumbledore and Jaiwei were. They all saw when both Headmaster Karkaroff and Madame Maxime both were able to come to the clearing and see the dragons. The very next day after they saw them, Victor had arrived at the tree and told them how Karkaroff had informed him of the dragons. And when they saw the Delacour girl carrying books about dragons from the Hogwarts library, they knew that her headmistress told her as well. Now, none of them were thinking of what they were doing as only helping the male champions. They were just helping their friends, and they just happened to all be guys. Plus, Fleur seemed a little stuck up and seemed to turn her nose up at a lot of things. Probably because she thought she may be above them because she was a proper lady. Plus, she also called Harry a little boy when they tried to talk to her once. So yeah, they were not really fans of the French girl. Also, while Charlie was helping them train, Krenos was teaching Cedric how to use the talisman that he had been loaned for the tournament. They both did think that maybe this was a little bit of a hint by Headmistress Jaiwei to the task, since what would be more useful against fire-breathing creatures than ice? Krenos was impressed with how Cedric was handling the talisman. He was a really good student at Hogwarts, So he was also a good student for his talisman lessons as well. He was a quick study and was easily able to handle the ice and snow powers that he had been granted. Abby and Cryo were both very helpful as well. As the day of the first task approached, the four boys could all admit that they were nervous. Even as strong and skilled as they were, those dragons were the size of four-story buildings. The better question would be, was there anything to not be nervous about? They all stood in front of the tent entrance that Harry, Cedric, Victor, and Adam all had to use. All four boys were nervous as they could possibly be without going into panic attacks. "You guys will be fine," Krenos tells them. "Easy for you to say," Victor says. "You are not the one facing a dragon." "Okay, I know you get snarky when you're nervous, but calm down, Victor, before I go all jungle cat on your sorry behind," Chala threatened. Victor took a deep breath. Chala always seemed to be the one that could calm him down the most. It certainly had Haley and Hestia secretly planning to play matchmaker after the first task was over. "Just relax, all of you," Melody tells them. "If you can handle Charlie's monstrous nightmare form, you can handle these other dragons. I appreciate the vote of confidence, sis, but nothing can really calm us down right now," Harry tells her. "I tried," Melody shrugged. "The only thing else I could do is use some calming music, but my powers would make you a little too calm. When you face the dragons, you might try and give them flowers instead of fighting for your lives." "As much as I love flowers, please do not go all hippie on us," White says. "Considering how much Olivia complains about them whenever she has to go to the 60s and 70s, we get it," Krenos shrugged. "Plus, if I hear one more pun about flower power from anyone, I'm getting the potatoes." "What is with you and mashed potatoes?" Adam asked the nature mage. "I have no idea," Krenos truthfully answered. There was a horn sounded, signaling that the task was starting soon and the students that were not the champions had to get to the seating in the arena. Krenos and Melody gave their brother one more hug. "Good luck, Harry," they both told him. Fred and George then almost materialized on either side of Harry when his siblings let him go. They put their arms over his shoulders and kissed him on the cheeks. "Good luck, Harrykins," they tell him before running off before Harry could get out of shock. All the friends giggled and chuckled at how red Harry was as they walked away. Haley and Hestia certainly were trying hard not to shriek at such a cute display of young love. Cedric patted Harry on the back as they walked into the tent. "Well, that's one way to calm you down, lover boy," the Hufflepuff smirked. Harry went even redder at his friend's teasing. "I did not know that you three were together," Victor said. "We aren't," Harry almost yelled at the Bulgarian Quidditch star. "Fred and George just love teasing their friends like that. And yet you are the only boy that I have ever seen them kiss," Cedric winked at Harry. "Cedric," Harry yelled again, his face a deeper red than Weasley hair. Both Cedric and Victor just chuckle as they put their arms over his shoulders as they all wait for the others to get in the tent. Adam chuckled as well at the sweet scene in front of him. They were all soon joined by Bagman, Crouch, and Fleur. Bagman had a bag with him that the boys all suspected would be how they could be choosing which dragon they faced. Bagman and Crouch explained the task and what they would all have to do. They would all be facing a dragon that they would choose from the bag. Their goal would be to get their hands on the golden egg that was hidden among the dragon's real eggs. Hearing that, Harry looked at the two as if they were the stupidest people on the planet, which they probably were. They wanted to put teenagers into an arena and try to get past protective mother dragons to get a fake egg from their nest that they have been separated from for weeks. That was basically like asking them to just go out there and die a horrible death. Each of the 5 champions had to pick a dragon out of the bag that Bagman had brought. Cedric did have to pick for Harry since the magical restraining order that Olivia got for the trio kept all corrupt ministry employees away from them. She made sure to word it specifically like that so that those of noble intentions like Kingsley, Amelia Bones, and anyone else that was not corrupt could approach the 3. Fleur drew the Swedish short snout dragon. Victor pulled out a mini Chinese fireball. Adam got a Norwegian ridgeback. Cedric's dragon was the common Welsh green. Harry was then not surprised when his dragon turned out to be the Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous one that was brought for the tournament. The order would go Fleur, Cedric, Victor, Adam, and then finally Harry. "Why am I not surprised that I got this dragon?" Harry muttered. "Charlie might also like these miniature dragons." Victor chuckled as the tiny Chinese fireball laid down in his palm and breathed sparks as it slept. "Do that all you like, little guy," Your fire will never affect me. I still have no idea how these dragons are even able to be so small. Cedric handed his mini Welsh green to Victor since he did not want to keep his. Maybe they are just animated figurines of dragons. Adam shrugged, his Norwegian ridgeback on his shoulder. I think they're adorable. Harry chuckled at the Hungarian horntail in his hand. You know, adorable for being mini versions of things that could roast us alive. This seriously makes me question the sanity of those in this country, Adam says. Who in their right mind would ever think that pitting teenagers against dragons for entertainment was a good idea? In this country, hardly anyone is in their right mind, Harry stated. Even Cedric had to agree with that, and his dad worked at the ministry. The group of friends all sat nervously in the stands as they looked down at the arena. They had nothing against dragons, and there were even dragon games at Crystal Rose. But they only used tame dragons. Tame dragons were very loyal and protective friends when they found the right person to bond with. But these dragons were the scariest type of dragon. They were enraged mother dragons. There is no wrath like a protective mother. Their worrying did not exactly help when the first dragon was brought out and Fleur had to face the Swedish short snout dragon. At first, they had been a little impressed when she had somehow been able to use some type of charm to put the dragon to sleep and then get the golden egg from the nest. But then the dragon snored and caught her robes on fire on her way back to the champion's tent. Well, that could have gone better for her, Abby stated. At least she was able to remain mostly unharmed, Hestia pointed out. Guess that was karma for calling Harry a little boy, Krenos chuckled. She really is such a judgmental person. No kidding, Melody agreed with her brother. The dragon was then soon replaced with the common Welsh green by the dragon handlers. Charlie was the one mostly taking charge since the dragons responded better to him, for obvious reasons. When Cedric was then called into the area, Krenos immediately held onto Melody's arm. He did not look to be breathing very well as he saw their friend walk into the area. You're holding on a little tight, Krenos. Chala notices as he looks at his friends. No, it's fine. He's just worried. Melody was trying not to cry out in pain as her brother's nails were digging into her arm. But maybe you could release my arm. A little bit, twin of mine. Krenos released her arm a little, but he does not let go as Cedric is given the signal to start the task. He pulled out his wand in order to fake use of it, while he actually uses the powers that the talisman grants him. He had to quickly run out of the way as the Welsh green dragon breathed fire right at him. He hid behind one of the large boulders that were in the arena. I am so glad that my dad is not here to see this, he mumbled to himself. He would have a heart attack. His eyes then started to glow as he moved his hands to be swirling perpendicular to each other. A ball of ice and snow formed between his hands as his eyes glowed bright blue. And hidden as he was, there was no way for anyone to see what he was doing. Throwing the ball into the air, it quickly exploded. The crowd gasped as a blizzard was literally unleashed by the exploding sphere. A lot of them had to cover their eyes while still trying to watch because of how powerful the blizzard was. Well, you can't say he hasn't gotten the hang of the talisman, Cryo says. I suddenly feel very much at home, Abby joked since she and her brother cannot feel the cold because of their powers. Speak for yourself, Haley and Hawk both say. There is a reason why birds fly south for the winter. Hawk shivered as he tried to use his crystal rose cloak to stay warm. Cedric, who was unaffected by his own use of the blizzard, made his way over to the nest of eggs as quickly as he could. He did have to duck under both the dragon's tail and its wing as they both nearly hit him as the dragon turned around as it tried to find him. I have never been so grateful for Krenos in my life, he mutters as he thinks that he might have died if Krenos had not given him the talisman. The Welsh green dragon obviously had grown frustrated with not being able to find him, so it just started breathing fire at any place that it could, leaving out the area where it knew where its eggs were. Mason, no offense, but I really hate fire, Krenos says as he goes back to squeezing his sister's arm. Ow. Krenos, let go, Melody snapped at him. None taken, Nos, Mason shrugged. Cedric could see the fire being breathed everywhere. That only made him go even faster toward the eggs. But then he saw the amber glow pointed right in his direction. Oh, crud, he swore as the fire soon headed right at him. Quickly raising his hands, a giant snowflake formed in front of him. The snowflake glowed as the fire breath made contact with it. Cedric slid backward on the toes of his shoes from the force of the fire against his snowflake shield. He could also see that it was cracking and would break soon. Think, Cedric, think, the Hogwarts champion thought to himself. As his shield cracked, even more, he acted on pure instinct and summoned icy wind to swirl around him, and he shot off using the wind just before the fire finally broke through the snowflake shield. He flew right to the nest and grabbed the golden egg before hightailing it back to the tent, the blizzard stopping once he had left. Oh, sweet mother of Zeus, thank the gods, Krenos was finally able to breathe and let go of his sister. Okay, I am glad that Cedric made it out okay as well, but I am clipping your nails soon, brother dear. Melody rubbed her sore arm. But then Victor was next to come out in order for him to face the Chinese fireball, and it was Celeste's turn to grab onto Melody since he was sitting on the other side of her, ignoring her asking everyone why she was suddenly their human stress ball. And considering Celeste's jungle cat powers, she did not want actual claws digging into her arm. But Victor actually had an easier time than Cedric, something that Melody was thankful for. She did not know how much more squeezing her arms could take. Victor had quickly faked using his wand in order for him to use his fire magic. With a wave of his hand, he called a swirl of fire to be conjured around him. That was a shock to not just the audience, but also to the dragon as well. Even for being a magical creature that could live for hundreds of years, even thousands, it had never seen a human wield fire like that. Victor was basically a human fireball as he shot around the arena. Most of their friends chuckled and giggled as they saw multiple girls checking themselves frantically to see if their hair was on fire. Krenos and Melody wished it had been true when Victor had flown past a few Ravenclaw girls. They deserved it for how they treated sweet little Luna. The audience was very shocked when the Quidditch star had so skillfully and fiercely grabbed his golden egg while he was shooting around as a ball of fire. Those were two scenes of incredible magic that they have seen side by side, and they had not even seen the Mystic Soul compete yet. And after the Chinese fireball was replaced with the Norwegian Ridgeback, Adam was soon called into the arena. There were a lot of boos and hisses from the crowd, making it known that Mystic Souls were still very hated by a lot of them. But lucky for Crystal Rose, they noticed that Adam did not care at all. If you think you're scary, you've never faced a screaming death before, Adam told the dragon. The Crystal Rose students all laughed at both Adam saying that as well as the shocked look on every else's faces when they heard that as well. Well, that's one way to start a task, Hawk chuckled. Adam never is fazed by a lot of things, Cryo laughed. Except when he met Whalon, Sophia giggled. He never met a mermaid mage before he met her. The dragon roared almost right in Adam's face. He still was not fazed. He moved his left arm out, and his dual disc was summoned onto his arm. It resembled a rectangular screen on his arm with a flat blade coming out of it that looked like a flat sword with a blue outline and a black interior. Like the dual discs from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V show. Dragon versus dragon is how I think this should go, Adam said, drawing a card from his deck. Come forth, Curse of Dragon. The audience gasped as a whole new creature was summoned when Adam placed the card on his dual disc. I knew he would start off with that card, Hawk smirked. As cliché as it is useful for him to call another dragon since that would distract the one he is facing the most. The two dragons roared at each other, starting to face off as Adam started running around the arena to get to the eggs. Curse of Dragon fired meteor-like balls of fire at the Norwegian Ridgeback as the dragon breathed back its own fire. The two really spread a lot of fire around the arena. Most of the Crystal Rose students were very glad that the stands were protected from any harm from the dragons. Otherwise, they would probably all been barbecued by that point. I hope that his dragon lasts long enough for him to get the egg, Hestia says. Even if Curse of Dragon fails, Adam has a whole deck to choose from for another way to complete the task, Krenos said. They all nodded in agreement. They had all the fate in the world in their friend and schoolmate. Adam was one of their top students for a reason. Adam jumped down onto another part of the arena, getting closer to the nest of eggs. But that was when Curse of Dragon's luck had run out and it got blasted by the Norwegian Ridgeback. The card monster exploded into golden shards when it was destroyed. The dragon turned its attention back to Adam. Crud, he swore, drawing from his deck again. The dragon got ready to breathe more fire. I can't look, Melody covered her eyes. Dark magician, Adam called as the fire came right at him. Crystal Rose gasped as the fire seemed to engulf their friend. Hestia looked just about ready to burst into tears. Cryo and Abby were freezing their seat where they sat in their rage. Sophia and Hawk looked at the idiot ministry guys in the judging booth, ready to kill them for bringing this stupid tournament back. But then the fire was quickly dispersed as a new monster revealed itself with Adam standing behind it, holding his golden egg. "Oh, thank the gods," Chala breathed in relief. "I have never been more thankful for that magician in my entire life than at this very moment," Hestia said. Adam raced back to the tent as his dark magician held off the dragon. "Okay, anyone else close to a heart attack?" Sophia asked them all. Everyone raised their hands at that. "And there is still one more contestant," Hawk said. They all looked at Krenos and Melody, who were desperately holding onto each other as the Hungarian horntail was then brought into the arena. Melody did not care for the pain in her arm since now it was both of them doing it to each other. Fred and George did not look any better. Luna, as usual, was the only calm one, but she could probably find a way to be calm even during the apocalypse. When Harry walked into the arena, they were all practically cutting off the circulation of their arms from how hard they were holding onto each other. Harry gulped as he looked at the big dragon that was roaring at him. Charlie in dragon form was one thing, but this was totally beyond anything they did with him. But he took a deep breath. Animals and magical creatures were his things. He loved them with all his heart and made sure that they knew it whenever he was around them. Even the ones that tried to kill him learned to love him eventually. Except for those giant spiders. Harry would very happily live the rest of his days without them in his life. He looked at the Hungarian horntail. He knew that it was the most dangerous of all the dragons that wand users knew. Yes, the Red Death, Bewilderbeast, and Night Fury were all more dangerous than this dragon, but wand users had no idea that any of them existed. And Mystic Souls would like to keep it that way. Thank you very much. Harry took in another deep breath as he looked at the dragon. Jungle Soul, Hungarian Horntail, he cast. His blue animal spirit energy swirled around him. The Crystal Rose students all held their breath as they watched the scene in front of them. Harry was their friend and their family. They had faith in him, but that did not make the worrying stop. But the blue energy kept growing and growing, getting bigger by the second. That has never happened with his powers before, so this was shocking even for them. And with a giant roar, the spirit of a Hungarian horntail was created out of the animal spirit energy. Even the Mystic Souls all had to do a double take in order to make sure that none of them were dreaming or just seeing things. "That's the spirit of a magical creature," Melody gasped. "He's never conjured one before." He also had enough control and power to call the very dragon he was facing. Krenos was shocked beyond belief. Incredible. Not even 5 minutes later, a very tired Harry walked back into the champion's tent with his golden egg in his arms. "You okay, Harry?" Cedric asked his friend. "You look exhausted." Victor also approached the animal mage. "I need a nap," was all Harry said before collapsing into their arms. He was asleep before he even fell into their arms. Chapter 66. Love in the Air. Chapter 66. Love in the Air. Dragons. Krenos still had his hand on his forehead as he was annoyed at how incompetent the British ministry was. "Why dragons?" "That is all I need to know." "I think the answer is a very simple one," Melody said. "The people of this country are idiots that should all be sent to Arkham Asylum. What did Gotham ever do to us that they deserve the punishment of have such idiotic people in their city?" Chala raised an eyebrow. "I wouldn't even make the Joker suffer by being in their presence." Abby crossed her arms. "And he is as insane and murderous as they come. So that says something about how bad this country is." "We should be insulted by this," Fred said. "But we find ourselves agreeing with you guys," George says. "It's not like they're wrong anyway." Cedric leaned back in his chair. "Need I remind you guys that it was Fudge that had those Dementors stationed at Hogwarts last year? And the year before that when he sent Hagrid to Azkaban because the Ministry needed to be seen doing something?" Neville rolled his eyes. "People that call me crazy have obviously never met anyone from the Ministry before," Luna stated in her usual dreamy tone. "Well, nobody can accuse you of being sane, Luna, but sanity is for the boring," Krenos tells her. "Just look at Fred and George. They are the most interesting people in Gryffindor Tower, and they are as far from sane as you can get." "Love you too, Krenos." The twins wave at the nature mage from their seats. Krenos playfully rolled his eyes as Luna giggled at their antics. "I am just glad that the first task is over and done with." Adam was resting on one of the couches. I sometimes forget how summoning monsters as quickly as I did is exhausting for my mystical core, and I will certainly not be changing into a fireball again anytime soon. Victor was also very tired. Ah, poor baby. Chala teased the Bulgarian as he patted his head in a teasing way. I have enough energy to still burn you. So watch it, Chala. Victor did not have the energy to even sound threatening at all. Well, at least Harry is getting some rest, Cedric pointed out. The said animal mage was currently still sleeping off his magical exhaustion on the couch between his brother and sister. He was definitely adorable as the spirit of a Labrador dog came out of his amulet as he was sleeping. He was taking a dog nap instead of a cat nap, something Fred and George both thought was very funny, especially since it was known that Harry liked to channel jungle cats when he was taking naps. It's been hours. How is he not awake yet? Hawk wondered. He's never channeled a magical creature spirit before, Melody says. It must be exhausting for his magical core to do such a powerful creature on his very first creature channeling. Hestia, do you think? Krenos did not even have to finish the question. Sorry, but magical exhaustion cannot be healed, Hestia said. I can heal injuries, illness, and even give a boost of physical energy. But magical energy must be restored naturally, or there is a risk that your magical core could crack from the sudden rush of magic energy. And what happens if our core cracks? Cedric did not think he would like the answer. Then your magic would slowly drain until there is no magic left, Hestia explained. You would basically be turned mortal, mundane even. That was certainly something that none of the Hogwarts gang knew. But it was not like there was a healing class at their school. But the possibility of them losing their magic over something like a cracked core was definitely something they did not even know was possible. They knew that someone could be born without magic, or even have their magic blocked with the right ritual, but losing it like that was completely new to them. Way to bring the doom and gloom, Hestia, Harry groaned as he finally woke up from his nap. He slowly sat up on the couch, rubbing his head and yawning as he did. He looked around the room and saw everyone staring at him. He gave his siblings a look that asked them, "Do I have something on my face?" "They're all still amazed by that dragon spirit that you conjured, Harry," Krenos tells him. And being honest, Melody and I are still a little in shock as well. I was really just going off of fate and hope, Harry was honest, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. I knew that my powers have been growing, like when I managed to bring you two into my chameleon camouflage back in our second year. So I figured to try it out. You didn't even know if it would work. Melody was not very happy with her brother. You could have been barbecued. Are you crazy? She picked up the pillow that was behind her and started hitting her brother repeatedly with it, probably trying to literally slap some sense into him. Hey, it worked, didn't it? Harry should have known that something like this was bound to happen when he told them that. It might have worked, but that does not change the fact that that was beyond stupid. Melody continued to hit him with the pillow. This is how I die, Harry dramatically gasped as he joked around. Beat to death by a pillow used against me by my own sister. Don't put that on my headstone. I want people to think I died in a cool way. He pretended to fall backward, his head now against his brother's shoulder. He pretended to lay there as if he was dead. Everyone was chuckling and giggling at his antics. Fred, George, let it be known that I am blaming you two for this. Krenos waved his hand over his brother's corpse. We take full credit, Fred smiled proudly. We are so proud of our little Harrykin's sense of humor. George wiped a fake tear from his eye. There really are 3 of them now, Cedric face-bombed. Someone tell me that those dragons are still around. I would rather face them again than deal with 3 devilish pranksters at Hogwarts, especially if Fred and George are the ones leading the pranking assault. Neville lives with the twins in Gryffindor, so he knows more about their pranks than others that do not. Luna is still just giggling the whole time. Just be happy that Padfoot has not yet met the devil twins. Yet, she had a sparkle of amusement in her eyes. Oh, I am so going to introduce them now, Harry perked up. Hades and O. Almost all of Crystal Rose yelled. You know, Padfoot, Fred and George both yelled, really excited. I knew there was something that I have been forgetting to tell you too, Harry said. Guess I was just too busy trying to stay alive. That is pretty much the best excuse in the world for just about anything and everything, Harry, Krenos tells his brother. Well, I found out the identity of the Marauders over the summer, Harry tells the twins. Sirius saw me with the map and told me. Sirius is Padfoot, Professor Lupin is Moony, that traitor Pettigrew was Wormtail, and then my birth father James Potter was Prongs. You're the son of Prongs, Fred practically screamed. You're officially now Prongslet, George also basically yelled. The twins then almost fell over themselves as they rushed to the front of the couch that the trio was sitting on. They started to jokingly, but maybe were also a little serious with their actions as well, start bowing up and down in front of Harry. They kept chanting, "We're not worthy," over and over again. "You have no one but yourself to blame for this, Harry," Melody giggled. "Do you seriously think that I do not know that?" Harry raised an eyebrow at her, making his sister giggle even more. "You guys are seriously the cutest love story that I have ever seen," Hestia said, looking to be in full matchmaking mode. "Oh, go and tease Victor and Chala, Hestia," Harry grumbled, very red in the face. Fred and George were both also turning the color of their hair from Hestia's teasing, and when Harry mentioned them as well, both Victor and Chala blushed as well. Though, it was harder to tell with Chala. "Why am I suddenly very glad that Hestia is a healer and not a mage that deals with love?" Krenos wondered out loud. "Because if she was, Crystal Rose would turn into one giant love cult," Hawk suggested. "Aphrodite would be proud," Abby stated. "I would run for the hills before she even had a chance to mess with my love life," White said. "No way am I suffering alone," Lily grabbed onto his arm. "If I go down, then I am at least taking you with me. I would get constant headaches if I was not used to this by now," Harry said. Time jump brought to us by Olivia. Still pissed at the British ministry. Gardner *********. Wait, a Yule Ball. Cedric and Harry both gasped as all of the friends were hanging out after class. The gang had all been attending classes for the last week after the first task, something that Fred, George, Cedric, and Neville were all wishing that they could be doing with the trio and the rest of Crystal Rose. Luna was able to attend Crystal Rose classes because Dumbledore and Jaiwei had both accepted paperwork from her father about her being a mystic soul. So, they both allowed her to be with her fellow mystic souls. But as for the 4 Hogwarts students, the other students were driving them absolutely crazy. They were constantly all being bothered by their classmates, housemates, and schoolmates. It was well known how the trio had been avoiding most of the student body because of how they originally reacted when they found out about Crystal Rose being a school for mystic souls. So, they all took it on themselves to try and get details out of the only ones that they knew were constantly with the trio. And the 4 boys were all getting really sick of it. Of course, the ones that annoyed the 4 boys the most were the human garbage disposal, the Gryffindor harpy, and the newly dubbed creepy stalker girl. Fred and George were deeply annoyed and ashamed that their own younger siblings were probably the biggest pains in their butts out of the entire school. All 3 of them were each their own brand of annoying that they all wanted to hex, curse, or just have Krenos turn them into trees. Ron seemed to be of the opinion that there was some type of dark magic was what made Harry and Cedric so strong. He had slowly been going deep into a belief that the trio was secretly evil because of how they acted, or at least, how they acted in his eyes, like how they were not his friend, how they treated Slytherins just like everyone else instead of as evil future Death Eaters, and how they were so magically powerful. Since he had always been so jealous and petty, he immediately thought that they were using dark magic simply because they were doing things that he did not understand how they were doing them. Plus, Harry threatening him as a cat creature in their second year was still branded into his brain. Ginny, the twins had noticed, had definitely gone really deep into her obsession with Harry. Before the trio had basically moved into the Crystal Rose tree, Harry had to actually enchant his trunk to keep thieves out since Ginny kept coming into the boys' dorm. She always said it was just to talk with Ron, but would constantly stare at Harry and also keep trying to talk with him. Plus, whenever he was out of the room for even a second, she would try and break into his trunk to basically have a piece of him with her at all time. She creeped the hell out of Harry and was about 90% of the reason why he was glad to move into the Crystal Rose tree. The other 10% was to get away from Ron and Hermione. And speaking of the harpy, she was basically reacting just as they thought she would. She was completely losing her mind over trying to figure out how any of the male champions had done the magic that they did. Others kept telling her that Harry's amulet was what helped him, that Victor and Cedric were both just more powerful, and Adam was just using his mystic soul powers. She listened to none of them under her delusion that only wand magic was possible. She kept following them around and demanding to know what they did and how they did it. Not to mention that any time that she got an answer that was not powerful wand spells, she would instantly start screaming about them lying to her, and that they needed to tell her right now since she was the brightest witch of her generation and deserved to know. She gave them the biggest headaches out of all the annoying trio. They were all ready to have Olivia erase her from existence, no matter what type of butterfly effects they would cause. Anything was better than listening to more of her delusional rantings about her being the smartest witch in school. But yet, in reality, she was not even in the top 10. The real top 10 students were Harry, Krenos, Melody, Daphne Greengrass, Blaise Zabini, Susan Bones, Padma Patil, Wayne Hopkins, Terry Boot, and even Neville because of the tutoring he gets from the trio. So, where she got the idea that she was the brightest witch in the school was beyond any of them. But anyway, the friends were all having a picnic by the Black Lake, just to have some privacy away from all the annoying Hogwarts students. No one ever checked around the Black Lake, since most were very terrified of both the giant squid and the town of merpeople that were also in the lake as well. It had been Victor and Adam that told Harry and Cedric about the ball. "Yes, a Yule Ball," Adam said. "It is apparently another tradition of the tournament. All champions have to attend. But we go home during Yule," Harry protested. "As much as I think a ball would be nice, I want to spend Yule at home." "I am sure that the actual ball takes place before Yule actually starts, Harry," Victor tells him. "No way that teachers would ever keep students at school over Yule just for a ball." "That certainly is a relief," Krenos said. "Imagine what Olivia would do if they actually tried to keep us away from home for Yule. She would probably get so pissed that she'd literally blow up the ministry with a wave of her hand," Melody said. "Why the ministry keeps trying with you, Harry, even with her around, I will never know." Chala shook his head. "Because they're idiots, that's why," Harry said. "They are so delusional about their standing in the magical world that they actually think they can do whatever they want. It certainly makes me glad that after OWL's next year, you guys are going to leave," Cedric says. "As much as I would miss you three, it's better to leave before the ministry does something that causes you to be exposed as mystic souls. And that something would probably be trying to imprison us and making us have to defend ourselves," Melody said. "Over our dead bodies," the twins say, their eyes flashing red and blue. You guys saw that too, right?" Krenos whispered to his brother and sister. "Looks like Charlie and Percy are not the only ones with hidden abilities," Harry said. "Since they are twins, maybe they have joined or opposite powers," Melody guesses. "Like back home, there is how the Garden twins have powers over spring and winter separately while the Apollo twins both have light magic that gets stronger when they are together. From their eyes, they look to be more of the opposite magic type of twins," Krenos says. "We will need to keep an eye on them just in case they lose control accidentally," Harry said, his siblings both nodding in agreement. "So, anything about this Yule Ball that we should know about?" Cedric asked Victor and Adam. "And why do you two know about it?" "Headmistress Jaiwei told the school when she announced the tournament to us," Adam shrugged. "Headmaster Karkaroff did the same at Drumstring as well," Victor says. "Guess Headmaster Dumbledore either forgot or was just waiting for when it was closer to Yule to inform everyone," Neville said. "I feel so bad for him," Chala says. "Dad is always going on about how much of a good man Dumbledore is, but he can never do the right thing because of all the idiots at the ministry. But he keeps his three powerful positions to keep anyone that is corrupt out of them. It's smart for the country, but not very good for someone Dumbledore's age." Everyone in the room agreed. Dumbledore was all about peace and harmony in the magical world, something others are not because of their set ways of separation and discrimination, especially between purebloods and muggleborns and magical creatures. But they did all know that it would be a lot worse if one of those bigoted idiots was Chief Warlock or Supreme Mugwump. Anyway, the Yule Ball is a tradition for the tournament and all champions must attend, and also must bring a date as well. Adam continues explaining the ball. "The first dance is always between the champions and their dates." "Dates?" Harry blushed as red as Weasley hair. Victor nodded. "Yes, we must all have a date." "So does that mean you and Chala are finally going to stop being stubborn and start dating, then?" Hestia smirked. "Hestia!" Chala and Victor both yelled, blushing just as red as Harry, making her giggle. And speaking of Harry, he was trying to look like he was not staring at Fred and George. He was failing at it. Chapter 67. An Epic Ask. Chapter 67. An Epic Ask. Normally, the idea of dating anyone would not make the trio nervous. But they were currently only 14, so they did not have any experience dating at all. So, Harry, knowing that he now had to have a date to the Yule Ball, as well as have the first dance with his date, was something that made him very nervous. He knew how to dance, plus a lot of the animals he could channel were very graceful as well, so the dance itself did not make him nervous at all. It was the idea that he had to have a date. "Harry, you really need to relax," Krenos tells him. "Says the gardener that does not require a date for this ball." Harry groaned as he laid back on his bed. The three of them were in Harry and Krenos' room in the crystal rose tree. The Yule Ball was approaching in a few weeks, and none of them had any dates yet. But Harry was really the only nervous one since he had to have a date. And for someone that had never been on a date before, it was a daunting task. "This is probably the only time that you would ever consider asking Eros or Aphrodite for help," Melody giggled. "Okay, as nervous as I am for having to have a date, I will never be desperate enough to go to the god and goddess of love," Harry stated. "Not that anyone ever even gets what they want when they pray to them," Krenos says. "Psyche comes the closest, but that's only because Eros fell in love with her. The Olympians are strange beings." Melody shook her head. There was sudden thunder overhead. "Oh, you know it's true, Zeus," Krenos yelled out. "Drama queen." Harry and Melody only laughed even more as more thunder was the response to Krenos' yelling. "Harry, I know that you are nervous, but for the love of all the gods, just ask out the twins already," Melody tells their brother. Harry blushed bright red, pretty much the color of the hair of both of his crushes. "You like them, they like you. Will all three of you just stop dancing around each other and date already?" Krenos said. "If you think it's so simple, how about you go and ask out Cedric, then?" Harry smirked as he saw his brother blush. This is about you and not me." Krenos crossed his arms and huffed, making Harry and Melody laugh at him. "Are you guys still hiding in here?" Hawk asked as he walked into the room. "We are not hiding," all three said at once. "I guess since you had the door open, you probably aren't," Hawk chuckled. "But I guess the best place to hide from that creepy stalker girl would be in a tree that she cannot get into." "We have not been interacting much with other Hogwarts students that were not the twins, Cedric, Luna, and Neville," Melody says. "What has that selfish creep been doing now?" Most of Crystal Rose knew about what had happened in their second year. None of them would ever be friends, or even acquaintances, with Ginny because of what she had done. She almost killed 4 people and a cat, just because she was being selfish about not wanting to be expelled over a cursed diary. And they were sure that if ghosts had any type of government that could punish living people, they also would have gone after her for what she did to Sir Nicholas. All of the trio were very popular at Crystal Rose, but Krenos was always able to find a place in the hearts of others because of his kind and caring nature. Not to mention that he also has saved many of them from demons because of his strong powers. He was generous, helpful, and kind, and that was how he usually made places for himself in the hearts of others. He did not mean to, but it was just in his nature to be like that. When they all heard how he had been petrified, and would have been killed had it not been for Luna and her mirror, they were all furious. He nearly died because one girl decided that her education meant more than the lives of everyone at Hogwarts. They thought she should have been expelled, but they did still take into account that she was only 11. So, while they were still pissed off, they figured detention every week for her entire second year was fine given her age. They still all hated her, though. "Well, I heard from a little birdie that she believes that Harry will ask her to the Yule Ball," Hawk tells them. "Of all the insane and crazy things that probably go on in her head," Harry complained as he groaned. "Why would she even think that? Every time she gets even somewhat close to me, I hightail it in the opposite direction. Not to mention that you actually supported the idea of her being punished back in our second year," Melody added. "It's what she deserved," Harry shrugged. "Well, from what my little birdie told me, she thinks you either manipulated Harry or put him under a spell to get him to agree on her being punished," Hawk says. "She seems to believe that Harry is her knight in shining armor." "She needs a mind healer," Krenos said. "And do I look like a Requip mage?" "No, I am no one's knight," Harry said. "Melody and I only even saved her because she just happened to be there, and because she was Fred, George, and Percy's little sister. To us, it would not have mattered who was the one taken down into the chamber," Melody said. "We would have saved anyone that was down there. It was the right thing to do." "Who was even telling you these things, Hawk?" Krenos could not help but ask their friend. "As I said, a little birdie," Hawk smirked. A hummingbird then flew into the room, and landed on Hawk's shoulder. The trio could only look at him for a second before they all laughed. "Of course you were being literal when you said that a little birdie told you," Krenos laughed. "I'm an animal mage as well, so I am surprised that I did not think about that." Harry also laughed. "Well, I think because of how I am a storm mage, you all forget that I still have abilities because of my harpy heritage," Hawk reminds them. "And talking to birds is one of those abilities. Birds are very chatty creatures, right?" Harry chuckled as he knew about how much birds love to talk. "No kidding," Hawk groaned a little. "Especially blue jays. Those birds can talk for hours. It's why I prefer falcons and owls. They are a lot quieter than them." "I know that Hedwig does not talk unless she wants to," Harry says. "She is quite the prideful bird, but she is really loyal and might have been my familiar if Celine had not gotten to me first." "Familiars have always been such a great part of being magical," Krenos said. "It's a shame that it is so rare for familiars to be found in this country. Another thing that their abandonment of the old ways has taken from them. Familiars are enchanted creatures who follow and guide new witches and wizards to protect them while they learn the craft. After their work is done, they run away to their next charge. Familiars are naturally attuned to the seasons and phases of the moon and can be helpful in teaching the young witch a heightened awareness of his or her environment. And there have also been familiar that stay bonded with their witch or wizard for their entire lives, such as Celine, Wolf, and Frost. These types of familiars were for more powerful mages like mystic souls that could always use the extra hand when sensing danger, or just to help keep them safe and calm when all the demons and magic might take their toll on their lives. It can get hard on mages that live in the mundane world, since keeping their magic secret would mess with their human lives a lot. They do not connect to their magical cores or to the deities of magic, and it's like magic itself is punishing them for it," Melody says. "Well, most of them deserve it," Harry stated. "Yes, there are those that try and continue with the old ways, but this country keeps making more and more of the rituals illegal. They claim that it is dark magic, when really they just don't understand it. And what people do not understand, they fear," Krenos says. "It's how the Salem witch trial started, because they saw women behaving in different ways, and that made them fear it and start accusing them of being witches. And then all the fear and hysteria caused young witches and wizards to be so afraid that their accidental magic acted up," Hawk remembered from history class at Crystal Rose. "And that is what got them killed as well." "That is certainly another thing to hate about this country," Harry crossed his arms. "They always downplay the threat that mundanes are to us. Dozens upon hundreds of kids, teens, and young adults died in the witch trials, and yet they act like the trials were nothing but a joke. I get that accepting first-generation mages is important, but the magical and mundane worlds should be completely separate from each other," Melody says. "If the mundane world found out about us, they would hunt us down and murder us just because they fear us." Hawk had his hand over his heart. "Just look at me. I'm a half-harpy and half-human mystic soul with wings coming out of my back. I would be one of the first of our kind to be killed. Never have I ever been so glad to be leaving after OWL's next year," Harry mumbled. But they all heard him. There was a couple of minutes of just awkward silence. None of them knew what next to say after such a heavy topic had been talked about. "So, do you guys think that we will need a plan to avoid that stalker?" Melody broke the silence to get back to the red-headed issue at hand. "Well, she has not actually approached Harry yet," Krenos said. "Since she believes that Harry will ask her to the ball, she is waiting for him to approach her." "As if that will ever happen," Harry huffed. "So, this could just be something that we can ignore," Hawk wondered out loud. "Probably," Harry shrugged. "Since in her mind I am this big hero, she still seems to be shy about directly interacting with me. We can use that to our advantage." "How are Fred, George, Percy, and Charlie even related to her?" Krenos face-bombed. "Or to Ron for that matter. Those two are nothing like their brothers. And we have not even met their brother, Bill, yet, and I have a feeling he is nothing like those two as well," Melody said. "Well, considering that howler that their mom sent me back in our second year, those two seem to take after her," Harry rolled his eyes. "Not to mention how she acted when the Weasleys had visited Charlie at Crystal Rose. By the gods, do I want to forget about that," Hawk groaned. "You guys have no idea how hard it was for those with wings to keep them hidden for those few days. We were all going crazy having to stay on the ground and not be in the air. I certainly had a similar sense of that kind of restrictions when I could not use my powers in the greenhouse." Krenos said. When Stalker Girl tried to steal one of Lily's piano flowers, I wanted so bad to throw her out of the greenhouse with a leaf storm. At least when we leave next year, Fred, George, and Cedric are all graduating as well. Harry tries to light up the situation. They might actually come with us and find a place in Greece. That certainly made the trio smile. While they did not want to take any of them away from their families, their country was just too restricting, especially given how with each pureblood in power, that made it harder for those like Fred and George since they were classified as blood traitors by those in power. Plus, Cedric actually had very loving parents, and they would never want him to basically abandon them just so that he could have more freedom with his future. Fred and George were probably more open to the idea given how their mother treats them. Them coming to Greece would just be the two of them following in the footsteps of their brothers. Given that Bill, Charlie, and Percy all obviously left the country to get away from her, the two of them doing the same would not be much of a surprise. It was just abandoning their dad that made it hard. They were about to continue talking when Hedwig suddenly came flying in. In her beak was a pink letter that was sealed with a red heart sticker. It was dropped into Harry's lap. Oh, looks like someone got a love letter. Krenos teased his brother. Shut up. Harry was blushing madly. But I swear if this is from that stalker, I will personally vanquish her. Just open it and find out. Melody was giddy. Harry opened the letter, and then it shot out of his hands. It floated in the air, and then changed its form. It was still a letter, but also looked like a floating mouth made from the letter. Come and find us in Unicorn Meadow, Harry. The letter then turned back to normal and fell back into Harry's lap. It was not a specific voice that came out of the letter, so that was no help to know who sent it. Well, since that was not as creepy as Stalker Girl would be, this is more like a really romantic gesture, Melody said. I love, Krenos sighed. Probably would have been having hearts in his eyes if it was a cartoon. Let's go. The two almost pulled Harry off of his bed as they got him on his feet. But we do not even know who sent it, Harry protested as they basically dragged him through the tree. That's what makes this even more fun, Melody giggled. I'm coming as well. Hawk flew after them. No way am I missing this. The four of them descended out of the tree on the vine swings, Harry still holding onto the letter as they did. They all then made their way to the only known safe place in the Forbidden Forest. Unicorn Meadow was a very peaceful plain in the forest known for being a resting place for the local unicorn herd. A place that could easily have sunshine or moonlight shine down on them with the absence of a lot of trees overhead. Since unicorns were usually very private, they were never there once they sensed anyone coming toward them. And if there was one thing that all unicorns had in common, it was that they were all really fast. As the four of them got closer to the meadow, Celine came over to them. She had probably just been with the other unicorns, but it was obvious that she was also a part of whatever was going on since she came over to them with a rose in her mouth. Well, at least this shows whoever is doing this is not a bad person, Krenos says. No way that a unicorn, especially a moonlace unicorn like Celine, would ever help a bad person. Thank you, Celine. Harry smiled as he took the rose from his familiar. The unicorn would have smiled if horses were able to. She then stayed with her bonded as they all finally entered Unicorn Meadow. Krenos and Melody held onto Hawk as they both nearly squealed at what they saw when they got through the trees. Unlike when Melody was being held onto during the first task, Hawk did not care much about the Gardner twins doing it to him. The meadow had been turned into one of the most romantic sights that most of them had ever seen. There were two lines of what looked like freshly grown rose bushes. Not even just red roses, but also white, pink, and even some blue roses as well. They were on either side of a path of rose petals that were on the ground. And this all leads to an arch at the end of the path that was made from vines that were blooming with orchids, lilies, and sunflowers. Those three were Harry's favorite flowers. And standing right under the arch were Fred and George, each of them holding bouquets of the same flowers that were making up the arch. Harry was completely speechless as he looked at the two. He probably would not have even moved if it not for Celine noticing her bonded freezing and started pushing him down the path of rose petals with her head against his back. And this entire time, the other three were staring at the scene, and all of them were trying hard not to squeal and break the romantic atmosphere that had been created. As Harry finally made it to the two, Celine stopped pushing him. Fred and George both looked nervous, but also ready to do what they wanted to at the same time. Harry James Potter Gardner, Fred started. You came into our lives and turned our world upside down. You opened us up to how real loving families should be when we were still a bit in denial about our mother and younger siblings. But you also showed us that families can be made, and not just by being born into a family. You have shown us an acceptance that we have never felt before. We will forever be grateful for you, and how you, Melody, and Krenos had all us Weasley brothers fitting in with you and your world of mystic souls. George took over. We have waited so long to do this. We waited until when you were the right age for us to ask this very important question, even if this has to do with a tournament that you do not want to be a part of. But we will do our best to make at least one night of this tournament a good time for you. They then each got on one knee and offered Harry the flowers. Harry James Potter Gardner, will you go to the Yule Ball with us? They both asked at the same time. Harry had been tearing up when their speeches started. He was probably very close to fainting and was a little shocked that he had not already. But he wanted this for a long time now and was not going to give it up. Yes, he nodded, so close to tears. Yes, I will go with you. Lily suddenly appeared next to Melody, Krenos, and Hawk. That told the three who had helped the twins set up this epic ask. With a snap of her fingers, all of the flower petals from the ground and bushes all were suddenly in the air and raining down on the three boys as Fred and George gave him the flowers. I'm no Aphrodite, but I know a thing or two about romantic scenes. Lily smirked as he looked at the three next to her. Chapter 68. It's going to be a night to remember. Chapter 68. It's going to be a night to remember. Now, as much as Krenos and Melody would want to also have epic asks, there was literally nothing on the planet that would equal to what Fred and George had done to ask out Harry. Sure, they got some help from Lily, but there was no shame in asking for help in anything, even if it was asking out a crush. And what an ask it was. And in comparison to that, Krenos and Melody's asks were really more on the simple side. Not that either of the Gardner twins was even upset about that at all, especially since getting dates was what mattered, not the actual way that they get asked out. But that did not mean that Cedric did not try. He had asked out Krenos by using the Winter Wolf bracelet that he still had to spell out, "Will you go to the ball with me?" in glowing snowflakes when he had asked Krenos to meet him in one of the training rooms in the Crystal Rose Tree. And Krenos had happily accepted, much to the relief of everyone that knew that the two liked each other and were frustrated over how the two of them kept dancing around each other in a hole. What if he does not like me back? Kind of dance. Melody had been surprised when she was asked to the ball by Blaise Zabini. He had been very simple by simply approaching her with a bouquet of roses one day and asked her out. It was definitely one of the more simple asks that the siblings went through, but she said yes anyway. Both Harry and Krenos had to practically be tackled by Abby, Lily, and Haley before the two of them could go after the Slytherin to give him the protective big brother speech. And by that, I do mean that they were gonna threaten to send him to the underworld for the rest of his life if he so much as offered her a portion of food that she did not like. Victor and Chala were also going together as well, which was another pairing that a lot of them had seen coming. The two of them had actually asked each other out at the same time after they had accidentally gotten locked in a closet together. And if you asked Hestia if she had been the one to shove them both inside before slamming the door shut, she would deny it before she would then smirk. She may be a healer, but she was still a matchmaker at heart. And as the night of the Yule Ball fell upon them, they all were getting as if they were the teenagers in a high school movie getting ready for prom. The boys in their hall and the girls in theirs. This better be a good night for us, Chala says as he brushes his short hair. If one wand user ruins this night for us, I'm going full work hat on them. Not arguing with you there. Trust me on that, Hawk said as he smooths down the feathers of his wings. You guys need to chill, Harry tells them. I know that most wand users are the most annoying people on the planet, especially in this country, but let's not let them control how we spend this amazing night. Oh, looks like someone is still glowing from that amazing ask those twins did for him. Krenos teased his brother. Yes, I am, and I am proud to still be glowing. Harry held his head high. Fred, George, Neville, and Cedric were all getting ready back at their own dorms in Hogwarts. They all wanted it to be a surprise when they get their first looks at each other when they get to the Great Hall for the ball. Everyone agreed that it was better and definitely made them all more excited. They all shook their heads and chuckled at Harry's antics. But he was right when he said that they did not have to let annoying wand users ruin this ball for them. Yule was a special time of year for all of them, even if their own countries had their own versions of Yule or Christmas. While being magical made Yule more important to them, they did not abandon their culture. Like the first-generation mages still celebrated Christmas along with Yule. And those from Mexico and Spain still also celebrate Navidad. Plus, there were also those that celebrate Hanukkah and Kwanzaa as well. They were all magical, but they would never forget their culture or where they came from. They were all parts of what made them who they were. Now, sit still, Harry, Krenos says as he and Hawk have Harry sit in a chair. Yeah, we're going to try our very best to tame this unruly hair of yours, Hawk said. I may have gotten the color from being a gardener, but the Potter unruly hair does not seem to want to ever go away, Harry chuckled. There is a reason why I like hats. Well, a hat does not seem appropriate for a ball, brother dear, Krenos tells him. I know, but I had to try. Harry always had liked the hat he normally wears when outside of his Hogwarts uniform. Over with the girls, they were also getting ready. Melody, Lily, Hestia, and Haley were especially helping Luna. She had been asked to the ball by Neville, something that made the girls all squeal with excitement. She was lucky enough to get a dress in time since she had not previously had one since third-year students and under were only allowed at the ball if they had a date with a fourth-year or above student. She did not think she would get a date, so she did not bother to bring a dress to Hogwarts. But the other girls helped her get one that would make her more beautiful than she already was. You know, as much as I love my long hair, it can also be a pain to brush, Haley says as she brushes her hair. This is why I usually tie my hair or braid it, Lily says as she weaves some water lily flowers into her hair. Makes it easier to handle than trying to straighten or brush it. I suddenly feel very lucky that my hair is naturally easier to handle, Melody giggled as she put in some earrings. Wasn't there that one student a few years ago that had magic over her hair? Abby remembered. Like, she had been able to grow it to really long lengths as well as manipulate it at will. There have been so many students with so many different powers over the years that it gets so hard to keep track, Lily says. No kidding, Melody agreed. Headmistress Amaya probably would be the only one that remembers everyone that has been through the Crystal Rose halls. I know that she remembers my parents, Olivia, Olivia's parents, as well as Angela's mom and so many others. Well, they were all very memorable, Abby giggled. Hey, do you guys think that these earrings go with this necklace? She held up pearl earrings and a sapphire necklace. The other girls all looked at the two pieces of jewelry. Pearl means water and sapphire means ice. But the actual gems do not go together on separate pieces of jewelry as they would a single piece, Luna says. Just ask any mermaid. Someone mentioned me, Waylon, the mermaid mage of Crystal Rose, looked up from the mirror she had been doing her makeup in. Abby took another look at her two options. Well, what do you know, she's right, the ice mage said. I find that Luna is right almost every time that she opens her mouth and says something, Melody stated. Yes, I am, Luna smirked. One getting ready for the ball montage later. Fred, George, Cedric, Victor, Neville, and Blaze all waited for their dates in front of the Great Hall. The four Hogwarts boys were all in their best dress robes, Cedric and Neville helping the twins get much better ones than the rags that their mother got for them, along with some nice dress shoes and ties to bring their outfits together when they matched the dress shirts under their robes. Fred had a red tie while George had a blue one to go with their red and blue dress shirts. Cedric had on a sky blue tie to go with both the ice of the medallion as well as his sky blue dress shirt. Neville, always the herbology expert, had on a forest green tie to match his dress shirt. Blaze, who wanted to match the flower that he had brought for Melody, had on a dark purple tie that matched his purple dress shirt. Victor was in his best drumstring robes that he had, with his fake fur-lined black cape over his left shoulder, his red silk shirt, black dress pants, his nicest and blackest dragon hind boots, and a golden belt around his waist to bring it all together. He was ready for when Chala would arrive. Fred and George were tapped on their shoulder by Cedric. Looking at their friend, he motioned with his head in a direction that made the twins look over and see that Ginny was waiting by the doors to the Great Hall as well. Obviously, she was still delusional over her belief that she was going to the ball with Harry. As McGonagall arrived so that she could tell the champions when they would be making their entrance to the ball for the first dance, the Crystal Rose students, plus Luna, all arrived. and the jaws of the boys all dropped when they saw them. Luna was done up in an elegant sea blue dress that went down to her knees, with the back of her dress going down a little lower than that in a beautiful fashion, with the entire skirt of the dress being ruffled with a diamond belt separating the top and bottom of the dress. The top of the dress was a cold shoulder top, with the sleeves being short after the cold shoulder opening. Her hair was done up in a top back of head ponytail with a diamond brooch pinning her hair up. Her nails had also been done with a sea green color to match her sea green ballet flats, with ribbons that wrapped around her legs up to her knees. Chala was in an amazing suit that looked to be in a really dark purple and not black like one would think from a teen that really loves Black Panthers. The suit was a dark purple vest and dress pants with a slightly lighter purple dress shirt under the vest, but he would also have a silver pendant around his neck that was in the shape of a panther head. The rest of his outfit was black boots that went with the black hooded cloak that he also wore. Melody was next to Chala, standing out like a sore thumb next to the dark colors of her friend's outfit. She was in a beautiful dress that just barely hovered over the floor. It was an off-the-shoulder style dress that was covered in bright purple, blue, and pink watercolor designs that really made the dress flow very elegantly. She also had on a golden belt that had musical note designs on it. Her hair now had purple streaks in it and was elegantly curled and pulled over her right shoulder. She also wore a lavender hooded cloak that went with her light purple nail polish. On her feet were pink wedges. And then there was Krenos in all of his nature mage glory. He was wearing his signature white color with a perfect blend of nature in his outfit. He was in a white silk shirt that flowed more than it clung to his body. Over his shirt was a silver vest with green rose designs stitched onto it. It went along with his white dress pants and silver boots, both having slight vine designs on them. Tied around his neck was his own hooded cloak, but his was dark green with white rose designs on the back of it. And then last, but definitely not least, there was Jungle Boy Harry. He wore a brown dress shirt that was under a jungle design dress vest. It matched his dark brown dress pants with his dark green boots. Around his wrists were tiger-eye gem cuff bracelets that went with his hooded cloak, which had a more elaborate and defined jungle design to it. Around his waist was a golden belt that had a lion belt buckle on it. They had also managed to tame his hair enough so that it was both straight and had brown, red, and gold streaks in it. All in all, they were a very attractive bunch. They all walked over to their dates. Melody joined hands with Blaze, while Neville tried not to faint from how beautiful Luna was as he gave the sweet blonde her favorite cherry blossom flower. The two pairs walked in while the other three dates had to stay for when the champions were announced. Krenos smiled as he went over to Cedric, and he pinned a white rose to his dress robe. Chala then went over to Victor, and the two gladly joined hands. Ginny walked up to Harry, still believing that she was going to be his date. But he walked right past her, barely even giving her a single glance, and then walked right to the twins. My, don't you two look handsome? Harry grinned at them. We can say the same thing about you, Harry, they both tell him. Well, I have to look good to have to compete with how handsome that I know my dates were going to be, Harry chuckled. In comparison to everyone else, Fleur and her date looked very plain and did not stand out very much. The Vila girl had managed to actually get a date, which was not easy since she never toned down her Vila charm enough for guys to say anything other than absolute nonsense. But eventually, Roger Davis of Ravenclaw managed to piece together a sentence enough to ask her out. The group had figured out that she craved and loved the attention that the boys gave her. Vila were known for their charm, but few knew that they could also control how much of their charm they used. It was how there are actually Vila out there that marry for love, because they choose to not use their charm. But since Fleur never turned down her charm, it was obvious that she wanted and craved all the attention boys gave her. She actually tried it on both Victor and Cedric, as well as Harry and other male Crystal Rose students, but it never worked. Probably because a lot of them were probably like Victor, Cedric, and Harry. They were either gay or already in love with someone else. Buzz nearly used his strongest bee stinger spells on her when she tried to come between him and Valia. But right now, Fleur and Roger looked completely boring and did not stand out at all compared to the other three champions and their dates, especially given how Harry, Krenos, and Chala were all in amazing Mystic Soul formal wear. The twins positioned themselves at their usual places on either side of Harry, making him smile and blush as well. Krenos and Cedric, as well as Victor and Chala, both could see that those three were going to have a very good time at the ball. But there was still that one annoyance that was probably going to snap out of her shock right about now. What the bloody hell? Ginny screamed. She was so red in her anger that her hair actually paled in comparison to her face. Most of them had to roll their eyes, as they knew that this was going to happen. It always happens when a delusional person has their bubble of delusions burst. I always come prepared, Krenos stated as he pulled out headache potions from his cloak. He handed them out to everyone, even McGonagall, Roger, and Fleur. No one deserved to get a headache, because one stalker girl could not take a hint. Plus, this made them all doubt how Ginny was related to the 5 eldest Weasley brothers even more. "What is it now, Ginny?" Fred asked, even knowing exactly what was going on. "Yeah, we are trying to have a nice date here." George also pretended not to know. "Harry is my date. Mine, not yours." She was screaming at the top of her lungs. "Why in the name of Aphrodite would I go with you to the ball?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Fred and George are the perfect dates for me. Plus, as a gay man, I would never date any girl. Not now or ever. No, no, no. You are mine." Ginny continued to scream and stomp her feet like a 5-year-old having a tantrum. "Someone get this girl a mind healer," Chalice said. "She should have had one since her first year," Cedric says. "I did nothing wrong," Ginny screamed some more. "I highly doubt that nearly killing my brother and 3 other people just because you were selfish is nothing." Harry crossed his arms and glared at her. "I would never date the girl responsible for that. If you were not Fred and George's little sister, I would have cursed you all the way into the underworld. Not that I think Hades deserves the punishment of having your annoying self near him." "Oh, burn." Victor covered his mouth with his hand to cover up his chuckles. "And I know burns." "Yes, you do." Chala winked at his date. "Those fake siblings of yours manipulated you." "I know it," Ginny yelled. "You're my knight in shining armor. You are the only one for me." "This is not a fairy tale, Gin," Fred tells his sister. "Life does not work like that, little sister," George says to her as well. "Shut up," she screamed at them. "You stole him from me. You probably gave him a love potion." "Okay, now I'm mad." Krenos was not going to take accusations like that against his friends lightly. His eyes glowed as he really wanted to send her flying with a leaf storm or petal dance spell. Only a calming hand from Cedric kept him from doing so. "Harry and the twins have this handled," he tells the nature mage. "We are here if they need us, but they will not need us." "Fine," Krenos said, turning off his glowing eyes. "But one wrong move and I test out my nature's monster spell on her." "Okay, please show me that spell later," Cedric requested. "Let me make one thing perfectly clear, Stalker Girl. Harry was close to transforming into one of his creature forms. I will not date you. I will never date you. And the day you are anything other than just a schoolmate that I do not wish to have would be a cold day in the underworld. I am gay. I am on a date with these 2 very handsome guys, and I will not let your delusions of being my girlfriend ruin this night for me." And oh, and oh, and oh, and oh, no. Ginny was throwing one hell of a tantrum. "You are mine.
Mine.
No one else can have you. You are mine no matter W." "Stupefy," Cedric cast, knocking her out with a stunning spell. They all looked at the Hufflepuff champion with both confused and grateful looks. Mr. Diggory, McGonagall, actually looked to have the gall to about to start scolding him. "What?" he shrugged. "We all wanted her to shut up, and I was the first to reach the end of my rope." "And it's not like you were making any moves to stop her," Harry commented, glaring at the supposed teacher. "Now, how about you take the stalker to the hospital wing or the dorms or wherever," Krenos says. "We have a ball to attend." They all did not even let her respond as they all went to the doors to the Great Hall and then made their way into the ball. Chapter 69. Can I have this dance? Chapter 69. Can I have this dance? The champions walked into the Great Hall, which had been totally decked out in the most beautiful Yule decorations ever. The whole place looked like a winter wonderland. So much silver, blue, and white. It also had some snow-dusted pine trees in each of the 4 corners of the hall. The 4 main tables had been replaced by multiple circular tables with nice light blue tablecloths. The champions were mostly a joined unit as they entered, except for Fleur, of course. Adam had been a minute or 2 late because he got a rip in his cloak at the last second when they had been leaving the tree. But he managed to show up with his date, Hestia, before there was too much of a noticeable distance between him and the rest of the champions when they made their entrance. Now, Adam and Hestia were just friends, and Adam actually did have a boyfriend. But he was still at Crystal Roseback in Greece, and was not part of the group that was chosen to come to Hogwarts for the tournament. Hestia was not interested in dating, yet, even if she liked to play matchmaker a lot, so she was happy to accompany him to the ball. As they all walked into the hall, there was an instant reaction from a lot of them. Most of the reactions were from Harry, Cedric, and Victor all having male dates. It certainly made a lot of girls glare at the twins, Krenos, and Chala. There were definitely also reactions to how Harry technically had 2 dates for the ball. Up at the head table, which was still at the end of the hall, Dumbledore stood with the other teachers and other heads of the other schools. He smiled as he saw that they all chose who they wanted to go with using their hearts and not just picking females like most would expect them to. They never did anything unless they wanted to do it. And even when they would do things, even their schoolwork, they would always do it in their own way. Something he admired about them. They were comfortable with who they were and did not care what anyone thought. Seeing the couples, and one trio, get onto the dance floor for the opening dance, Dumbledore actually went over to Melody. "Mississippi Gardner, may I ask you a favor?" he asked the music mage. "Of course, Headmaster," Melody said. "What do you need?" "The band that Ludo and Barty chose for the ball, against my recommendation, is not fit for the opening dance," Dumbledore tells her. "Would you mind helping with the opening music?" Melody looked over at the band that was getting ready. She nearly winced as she saw how they looked like a mundane heavy metal band. Plus, the fact that they were all male and yet the band name written on the drummer's drum said Weird Sisters was very strange to her. Why was an all-male band named like that when none of them were women? It made no sense to her at all. "I am more than happy to, Headmaster," Melody said. "Many thanks, Mississippi Gardner." Dumbledore thanked her and then went back to the head table. Taking out her wand to fake wand user magic, she whispered her harmonic beauty spell while waving it around. Her eyes glowed purple as streams of purple light came from her hand, but looked as if it was swirling around her wand. The light went around the dance floor before forming different musical instruments made from the purple light. Flutes, harps, guitars, a piano, clarinets, and even a saxophone and trumpet. The music started, and unlike what would probably have been rock music from the weirdly named band. And it was very elegant and beautiful music at that. The perfect soft and elegant tune for the opening dance. Having decided to split the opening dance equally between the twins, Harry first joined hands with Fred as the music first started and all the champions were on the dance floor. Krenos and Cedric, Chala and Victor, as well as Adam and Hestia all, were on the dance floor as well. Fleur and Roger are not far behind them. The opening dance began. There had been a lot of practice when it came to dancing the opening dance. None of them really liked to dance, but were quite good at it once they practiced enough. Plus, it was not a very hard dance since it was like a mix between a waltz and a quick-step. The 5 champions all danced with their partners. The dance floor was all theirs, so there was no worry about accidentally bumping into anyone since the champions were all equally spaced away from each other. The dance lasted a few minutes, being very beautiful. Harry had switched to dancing with George halfway through the dance. The 3 dates wanted to all be equally with each other during their time there. After the opening dance, they wanted to each spend an equal number of songs with Harry for dancing. Once the dance was finished, the other students all clapped for them as they took small bows. Melody's magical instruments vanished with the end of the song. While they looked annoyed, the Weird Sisters got back onto the stage, ready to provide the music for the rest of the night like they had been asked to. More couples and dates all joined the champions on the dance floor as they all got ready to start dancing as well. To most wizards in magical Britain, the Weird Sisters was one of the most popular bands around. The only other magical musical act that was even close to being as popular as them was Celestina Warbeck, also known as the Singing Sorceress. The trio had never heard of either her or the Weird Sisters, but they certainly did not think that they would like them any more than they liked anything else about magical Britain. Harry happily was about to dance with Fred again before going back to George for the next song. He cared about them both so much, and he certainly did not want to ever even appear to favor one over the other. He liked them both equally, and they certainly liked him back just as much. Cedric and Krenos had still not let go of each other's hands, even when the opening dance had finished. It was very obvious that the two were very much done with dancing around each other with their respective crushes on one another. They were together now, and nothing was really going to change that. Not even the Chinese Ravenclaw seeker that was currently glaring at the two because she was the one that wanted to be on Cedric's arm. Melody, Blaise, Neville, and Luna were certainly also glad to be able to finally also get on the dance floor as well. They all liked that this was not a Christmas ball but a Yule Ball, meaning that it was not an attempt by anyone to have them celebrate a mundane holiday when they celebrated Yule, since they were magical beings, not mundane. A detail about the ball that they were sure would get the Gryffindor harpy yelling again once she figures it out. They already noticed that she was glaring at Victor and Chala. Something told them that she wanted Victor to go with her so that she could use his popularity to finally make people listen to her. But it failed before she could even try anything. Victor and Chala were dancing around each other long before either met her. And it was a good thing she had never been able to get near enough to Victor to try and get him as her date, because Chala would have ripped her to shreds, literally and figuratively. So many other joined the champions on the dance floor as well. That was when Weird Sisters actually started to play their instruments and sing. And then instantly, everyone at Crystal Rose, Drumstring, and Bose Batons all covered their ears. It was like the worst versions of hard rock, death metal, and hair metal all rolled up into one horrible sounding package. It was too loud. The lyrics could not be understood at all, and the band itself looked to almost be screaming into their microphones. It was definitely insulting to Melody, who usually liked all music since that was her magic, since this did not sound like music at all to her. Who in their right mind would actually like these guys? Krenos asked Cedric over the noise that dared to masquerade as music. I honestly don't know, Cedric admitted. My dad likes them, but my mom always turns off the radio when he puts them on. Well, I have a much better performance in mind for this ball, Krenos smirked. Oh, I do love how your mind works. Cedric smiled as he knew what his date was thinking. Krenos gave Cedric a kiss on the cheek and then went over to the band. The rest of their friends saw him, and they also knew what he was going to do. Well, this Yule Ball is about to get a whole lot better, Harry says. I could not agree more, Harrykins, Fred grinned. Krenos walked right up to the stage and nearly slammed his hand on the off button for their amps. The music almost instantly stopped, much to the relief of all of the foreign students. They had no idea how anyone in Britain even still had the ability to hear with a band like that around. If you even think that is music, someone needs to teach you guys the definition of tone deaf, Krenos told the band. Hey, the drummer protested. What would you even know? The lead singer glared at Krenos. Plenty, Krenos smirked. Your services are no longer required. Away with you. Tone-deaf sorry excuses for musicians. He literally shooed them away as if he was doing so to a dog or other animal. The look of a 14-year-old teenager able to just shoo away a group of adults so easily was both funny and very telling how threatening Krenos can be when he wants to. The band protested, but they still actually moved off the stage. The sight made a lot of the students laugh, as well as Flitwick, Sprout, and Dumbledore. Well, that's one way to get rid of Kiss wannabes, Chala chuckled. What's Kiss? Victor asked his date. I'll tell you later. Chala gave him a pat on the shoulder. Krenos took hold of the magical microphone. The students that have seen and heard his other performances were definitely excited to see what he was gonna do this time. Y'all know how I feel about music, so let me show you how a ball should really be thrown, he said into the microphone. Time for some Yuletime dancing. Thanks to another secret mystic soul spell by Melody, Krenos was given the perfect music for him to sing to. And since Krenos only ever sang when it was a song that he knew, the music playing gave him the perfect song that he wanted for the ball. It's holiday time, the most special of seasons, so come gather round to remember the reason it's not all the gifts, the food or decorations, but the spirit of love that marks this celebration. So come walk with me, sing along, and you'll see on this holiday. Let love light the way. You need nothing more than those you adore on this holiday. Let love light the way. Everyone already knew that Krenos had a beautiful voice. Melody might have been the music mage out of the two of them, but Krenos was the one that had always loved to sing. Melody actually preferred her instruments to singing, even when she could sing really well. But they were all always amazed when they actually hear him. He could literally sing anything and do it beautifully. They all headed back to the dance floor and started to dance to the tune. It was a very heartfelt and soft tune that did totally scream holiday. It was so gentle and not as pop as other songs that Krenos had sung before. They were always glad to hear the variety of songs that the magical teenager could sing. We all have our ways of observing this evening, yet each of us shares something we all believe in. What makes this one night outshine all of the others is sharing our joy with our sisters and brothers. So come sing with me, all together we'll be. On this holiday, let love light the way and down every street. Our new friends we can meet on this holiday. Let love light our way. Cedric was not alone while his date was singing. Hawk had come without a date, so he had been more than happy to give Cedric some company while Krenos was actually giving them some real entertainment. Cedric was glad for the friend, even if he will only have eyes for the nature mage. Hawk did not mind just being a stand-in since he was not interested in dating at all. Currently, every December, as we honor all our traditions, it's nice to remember that it's not a big competition, so let love be your mission. The night outshines all the others with our sisters and our brothers. Harry and Melody happily danced with their dates as they listened to their brother's performance. They had always known that he was very talented, even if singing whenever he hears the music of a song that he knows is very curse-like to him. But even then, Krenos did love to sing when he wanted to. Fred and Blaze certainly enjoyed the music as well while they danced with Harry and Melody. George was off to the side as he patiently waited for his turn to dance with Harry. Maybe he would also get a song as romantic and heartfelt as this one. So come walk with me, sing along, and you'll see on this holiday. Let love light the way. As we stand around the tree, all together we'll be. On this holiday, let love light the way. You need nothing more than those you adore on this holiday.
Let love, let love, let love, let love.
Let love light the way. All of the students, staff, and visiting foreigners clapped as Krenos finished the song. The magic in both his voice and Melody's spell made it sound like it was like a full choir singing with him, and that just made the whole experience a lot more enchanting as a whole. That is definitely something I missed when my parents transferred me to drumstring, Victor says. He always did have such an amazing voice, Chalice said. I do not think he is even done, Neville says as he still holds Luna in his arms. He isn't, Luna stated. The flower has one more song that he is going to use to express the feelings inside of his heart. Still a little confused by some of the things that Luna says sometimes, but Neville thinks that he has this one figured out. Krenos was going to be telling a certain Hufflepuff how he feels. Just as Luna had predicted, more music started to play as Krenos took in a deep breath. He knew that while it may seem a bit early for the type of song that he was going to sing next, but he had a crush on Cedric for so long and they had been good friends before the crush formed. So, it was very easy for him to fall in love. Somehow I know I will find a way to a brighter day in the sun somewhere. I know that he waits for me. Someday soon he'll see I'm the one. I won't give up on this feeling, and nothing could keep me away. Cedric could feel his heart swell as he heard the song. Looking up, he stopped dancing with Hawk, and he saw that Krenos was looking at him as well. He had always liked the nature mage. He had been such a sweet and sassy kid with a heart of gold that knew how to do things the right way and not the easy way. It did not matter that he was a mystic soul since his heart was what mattered. Harry and Melody both looked between Cedric and their brother, smiling as they did. Cedric was a special person to their brother, and given how Krenos did not easily love after what had happened to their parents, it was very important to them to see him love someone other than his remaining family. "'Cause I still believe in destiny that you and I were meant to be. I still wish on the stars as they fall from above, 'cause I still believe in love. I know what's real cannot be denied, although it may hide for a while. With just one touch, love can calm your fears, turning all your tears into smiles." Krenos took the microphone off of the stand and then slowly started to walk down the steps of the stage. The students all got out of his way as he walked across the floor and to his date. Cedric held out his hand as Krenos got closer to him. The singing mage took hold of his offered hand, the two of them smiling at each other. There was still an angry Ravenclaw seeker that was glaring at the two so much. Her eyes filled with jealousy and were glaring daggers at the new couple. She wanted Diggory all to herself, not lose him to someone that actually did not see mystic souls as the monsters that they are. It's such a wondrous feeling. I know that my heart can't be wrong, 'cause I still believe in destiny that you and I were meant to be. I still wish on the stars as they fall from above, 'cause I still believe in love. Love can make miracles, change everything, lift you from the darkness and make your heart sing. Love is forever when you find it's the greatest power of all. Krenos and Cedric started to dance together as Krenos continued to sing. The two of them really did look like a fairy tale come to life as they did their little waltz around the dance floor with other couples following their lead. The new couple was at the center, But if they noticed that anyone else was around them, then it would be a miracle since they obviously only had eyes for each other. Harry and George were another two that were following the lead of their brother and friend. They were only looking at each other, even with others dancing around them. Fred would probably be the only other person that could get their attention at that point. But there are always those that are not happy, even if everyone else is. Those people being, of course, the human garbage disposal, the Gryffindor harpy, the bleached peacock, and the Slytherin pug. That last one being what everyone calls Pansy Parkinson. She was almost as annoying as Malfoy when it came to blood purity and her "everyone is below me" attitude. But it was not like anyone was even paying attention to any of the four of them. Because I still believe in destiny that you and I were meant to be. I still wish on the stars as they fall from above. Because I still believe. Believe in love. Yes, I still believe. Believe in love. I still believe in love. I still believe. Believe in love. Sometimes, fairy tales are not as fake as what people believe they are. And you only need to look at the dance floor to see it. Chapter 70. Back to business. Chapter 70. Back to business. If there was one night that almost all of them never wanted to end, it was the night of the Yule Ball. They had all been so happy, and nothing had even ruined their night since Cedric had stunned creepy stalker girl. Not even the Gryffindor harpy, human garbage disposal, or bleached peacock tried to ruin their night. They were probably too scared of all the mystic souls in the room to try anything after seeing what Adam could do at the first task. But that usually also meant that when the trio was ever on their own without the rest of their friends around, which does happen from time to time, one or more of them would appear and annoy them. But they did not care about that at the moment since there was nothing but happiness for all three of them. After Krenos had done his first two performances, he did one last one of Music of the Night from the Broadway musical Phantom of the Opera before he finally finished his songs and just wanted to have the rest of the night for his date with Cedric. Melody took over for the rest of the night by using her powers to create magical holograms of faceless musicians on the stage that performed for the rest of the ball. She got a lot of compliments for her complicated spells, since they had no idea about her real magic. Harry had hardly ever left the arms of his dates. If he was not slow dancing with Fred, he was doing some lively foxtrot with George. The three of them had been almost glued to his side for the entire ball, even sitting almost in each other's laps during dinner. Krenos had loved joking about how his sweet tooth hurt from how the three of them had been acting. All he got in return was the three of them sticking their tongues out at him. But even with Ginny's little temper tantrum before the ball, that did nothing to stop the three from looking like a fairy tale come to life the entire night. The same could almost be said about Krenos and Cedric, but the two of them were more like that couple that did not need to talk to each other and remained by each other's side. They did not need to talk, as they would share loving looks with each other every now and again. After Krenos had sung his second song while slow dancing with Cedric, they probably would have needed a crowbar to separate the two. Not that any of them tries, since they all thought that it was about time that the two stopped dancing around each other and got together. Melody and Blaze actually had a great time during the dance. It gave Melody time to learn more about Blaze since she had been curious about him, since they saw how he and Daphne Greengrass had also not liked Professor Snape during the so-called dueling club that Lockhart the Fraud tried to start. She learned a lot about him since he was more than happy to answer her questions. She learned that he wanted to be an enchanter, wanting to create things like the Mirror of Ariste and self-stirring cauldrons. She also learned that the Zabini family is always neutral in conflicts between the light and dark, as well as always being allies with the Greengrass and Davis families. All in all, they all had great times during the ball. And they certainly did not like that the ball ending would mean that there was going to be some more danger in the future. The second task, to be exact. Harry, Cedric, Victor, and Adam all had that looming over their heads once the next day came and all of the fun and love of the ball slowly left them. They all still had the golden eggs that they collected from the dragons during the first task. They had all tried to open them before, and they all got the same shrieking whenever they did. Melody was mainly affected given her music magic. Currently, they were all standing or sitting in the main room of the Crystal Rose Tree and staring at the eggs, praying for some type of answer to reveal itself to them at some point. It was so frustrating that many of them were ready to start banging their heads against the nearest wall. "This is the reason why I hate that Meggie stayed behind at Crystal Rose," Adam groaned. "She would have been so helpful right now." "Wouldn't that be cheating?" Hestia asked the Crystal Rose champion. "I think only the staff is not allowed to aid the champions," Harry says. "The classmates of the champions can help, but not the teacher or head of their school. They cheat. Anyway, Victor said, crossing his arms. My headmaster woke me up in the middle of the night a couple of days after we saw the dragons using your nature television spell thing. He told me about the dragons. Yeah, and I also saw that Vila girl walking around the Hogwarts library with arms full of dragon-related books, Hawk added. It seems that she found out before the first task as well. Great. So Hogwarts and Crystal Rose are the only schools that are playing fair. Krenos groaned as he face-bombed. We are still not going to cheat, Melody stated. Everyone agreed with the music mage. They were already at an advantage given their powers and the talisman around Cedric's wrist. So, they thought that allowing some cheating for Beau's batons would give a little more fairness even if they did not like the Vila girl. By the way, Fred started. Who is this Meggy person anyway? George finished the question. Neville, Cedric, and Luna all looked curious as well. If they thought that she could have helped them during the tournament, then they were curious about who she was and what her powers were. She had to be either really strong or really smart if she could have made as much of a difference as they were saying. Meggy is a friend back home at Crystal Rose, Krenos explains. She is known as probably the most powerful telepath currently in the Mystic Soul community. And not even just in Greece, but the entire world, Melody says. Whoa, the Hogwarts group gasped. What's a telepath? Neville asked. That did make sense to the Crystal Rose mages and Victor. Since they were wand users, other than Luna, they would not know about telepathy since they would only about things like occlumency and legilimency since they were the only types of telepath-like magic that wand users could use. Telepaths are basically like masters of mind magic, Harry explained. Most telepaths are known for being able to read minds, erase memories, knock out opponents with brain blasts, build incredible mind palaces that allow them to have an amazing memory, and the more brutal can also destroy a person's mind and make them essentially brain dead. Neville stirred in his seat, that last part bringing up bad memories for him. The trio had been thinking of a way to help Neville's parents, especially so that they could get him away from his emotionally and mentally abusing grandmother. No one should have to live with a woman that keeps trying to force her grandson into an almost reincarnated version of his father. Meggy is known for being born with an incredible amount of magic for her telepathy powers, Krenos says. She is so strong that she also has telekinesis, the power to move things with her mind. Melody answered the question that was about to leave Cedric's mouth. Meggy's main thing that makes her so special is that she can create illusions inside of a person's mind, Harry said. Using her powers, she can make anyone see things that aren't real, but they would feel and appear real to the person that she is using the ability on. That person would truly believe that what they were seeing was real. Wow, Cedric gasped. No wonder she is known as being so powerful if she can do that. There hasn't been a telepath powerful enough to do that since the time of Camelot, since it was rumored that Morgana Pendragon was said to be able to do that, Chala says. Who? Fred and George were confused. You guys know her as Morgan Le Fay, Adam said. Oh, the twins understood now. Yeah, so Meggy would have been able to help us since she could easily have read the minds of the judges and know what the next task would be in seconds, Hawk says. You guys could wipe the floor with literally anyone in this tournament if you wanted to, couldn't you? Cedric asked. Yeah, pretty much, Harry shrugged. I am not going to lie to you, Cedric, but mystic souls are better than a wand any day of the week. No offense to the wand users in the room, of course. None taken, they all responded. I know that Adam would probably have killed the dragon that he had been up against if he wanted to, Victor laughed. Don't you have that powerful dragon in your deck? What was its name again? I think you are remembering Slifer the Sky Dragon, Adam said. I left that card back in my dorm in Greece since I was worried about taking it outside the wards of Crystal Rose. I guess it is better to be safe than sorry, Melody says. That card is very powerful, and we don't know if other types of magic can work with your cards. Yeah, Harry agreed with his sister. Like, maybe a creature summoning or creation mage would be able to use it for themselves. There are types of magic that work with each other. That is why nature mages like to stick together, Krenos added. We are compatible in many ways, Lily agreed with Krenos. I could easily be hidden by one of Krenos or Lily's spells while I sneak up on an enemy in one of my nature beast forms. White also adds, how we are not terrified of you guys is beyond us, Fred said. Those Dementors from last year are not as terrifying as you guys, George says. We'll take that as a compliment, Chala chuckled. We better, because if anyone wants to get to those two, They will have to get through me, Harry said. His eyes flashed into lion eyes for a second, getting more of his point across. Victor then picked up his egg, bringing their focus back to what they had been trying to do in the first place before they got sidetracked. Do any of you feel some type of pattern on the egg? The Quidditch star asked the room. They all went to one of the eggs and started to see if they could feel any type of texture around the egg as well. There was definitely something on the eggs, but just feeling them could not tell them what they actually were. Let me try something, Harry says. Jungle Soul, Falcon. The spirit of a falcon appeared and flew close to Harry as he blinked, and his eyes changed to those of the animal that he just channeled. The eyes of a falcon were some of the best eyes in the animal kingdom. The eyes of birds of prey were said to be the best out of them all. The eyes of an eagle or owl would have worked as well. He looks hot even with falcon eyes, Fred whispered to his brother. He looks hot no matter what animal features he has, George agreed with him. I can hear you both, you know, Harry said, a bright blush on his face. Oh, bloody hell. The twins also blushed as red as their hair. Harry cleared his throat as he got back into focus and looked at the egg in his hands. There was definitely some small carving on it that could not be seen by the naked eye. Looking at them closer, he knew exactly what they were. There are carvings of mermaids, tridents, and water symbols on the egg, he said. Is it the same for all of them? Cedric asked. Harry looked at Cedric, Victor, and Adam's eggs, and they all had the same carvings as well. Yeah, it is the same for all of them, Harry says. Why would there be mermaids on Fey dragon eggs? Cedric started to think. The first task had to do with fire. Maybe this one now has to deal with water. Melody shows her Ravenclaw side. So, do you think that we are going to have to do something with water to the eggs? Adam asked her. Like, do we need to spray them with water? Or maybe submerge them in water to see what the clue is? Shrieks on land, singing in the water, Luna says. Some clues are both straightforward, while also being misleading at the same time. I need a translator for whenever you talk, Mason tells the blonde girl. Luna only giggled in response. It was not the first time that she had been told something like that, and knew that it was not going to be the last. I got this, Lily says. Nature's enchantment, water lily. She opened up her hands, and a giant water lily flower appeared in her hands. The flower instantly filled up with enough water to submerge one of the eggs. Harry placed his egg into the flower and turned the top of it so that it would open up. Nature's speaker, Krenos cast. Speaker-like microphone flowers grew in Krenos' hands. Their stems went into the water, and the flowers acted like speakers, while the stems picked up the sound that was in the water. Much to the shock and relief of everyone, the sound that the flowers projected was not the usual shrieking that the eggs normally unleash. This time it was a beautiful soft song that was telling them the clue that was inside of the egg. It was a riddle. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. An hour long you'll have to look to recover what we took. After Harry's egg finished its song, the song just repeated until the egg was closed. And just to make sure, they put Cedric, Victor, and Adam's eggs into the water as well to see if all the clues were the same. And it was revealed that they were. All the eggs had the same hidden song riddle that could only be heard when the eggs were opened while underwater. Well, if no one else is going to say it, then I will, Harry says. Luna was right. I am starting to think that she is never wrong, Chalice said. All will be revealed in due time, Luna answered in her own Luna way. I am never going to question this girl ever again, Mason says. But I would still like a translator for whenever she talks in that cryptic way that she tends to favor. Neville, you better learn to speak Luna since you are probably the one that will be spending the most time with her in the future, Melody said. Neville blushed bright red when he heard Melody's remark. Something that made Luna just giggle again as she cuddled up next to Neville on the couch that they were sitting on. So, our next task will be retrieving something important to us, Victor says. Like it would be my broom since I am a professional seeker. Yeah, and it might be the talisman since it certainly is the most valuable thing that I currently own, Cedric said. If they try and take my deck from me, they will need to pry it from my cold dead hands, Adam growled, making most of them take a step away from the duelist mage. I am not actually sure that is what the clue actually means, Harry says. That made most of them all look at Harry. They were not as much on the same train of thought as him. What do you mean, Harry? Krenos asked. Well, just think about what Luna said earlier, Harry tells them. Some clues can seem straightforward while they can also be misleading. So, you think that something in the riddle does not mean what it is trying to come across as, Melody guesses. Exactly, Harry says. This is supposed to be one of the most serious tournaments in the magical world, and yet this task is about getting back an object that we treasure? Nobody in their right mind would risk their life just to get back an object no matter how important or expensive it is. Huh. Harry does actually have a point, Cedric agrees with the animal mage. Since this clue has to do with water and with the mermaid carvings on the egg, it is a good chance that we will have to brave the merpeople in the Black Lake for the next task. No way would just an object would be worth going down there for, even if this talisman is valuable. But what could possibly be worth going down there for? Fred wondered. Not much can be worth going into the Black Lake for, George says. Bill once told us about a student that loved to swim back in his second year, Fred said. He swam in the lake at least once a week. George continued the story. But then the student went missing at the beginning of November, Fred says. His body washed up on shore a few days later, George said. He was drowned by the Grindylows that live in the lake, Fred said. They went after him once they learned how he would always keep coming back to the lake once a week, George says. No one had dared to go into the lake since. Fred crossed his arms. Between the Grindylows, the merpeople, and the giant squid, they don't dare try, George said. That definitely did not help any of the champions. Harry, Victor, and Adam were not water mages, and their powers did not help much in terms of going into a lake. Especially since as a fire mage, Victor would literally be out of his element. And while Harry could channel aquatic animals, it was not like he had ever tested if he could use them to breathe underwater. Adam was already looking through his deck to see if any of his cards could help him. So, what will they be taking that we will need to give back? Cedric asked Harry. I do not think that it will be a what, Harry answered. I think that it will be a who. Chapter 71. Diving into a new problem, literally. Chapter 71. Diving into a new problem, literally. A task in the Black Lake was not something that any of them had wanted to do. Sure, they could all swim, but why would anyone want to ever swim in a lake filled with psycho mermaids, a giant squid, and who even knows what else could be down there? It was probably one of the most unexplored places at Hogwarts, second only to the Chamber of Secrets, and since Victor and Adam's magical powers had nothing to do with water, they were having a more difficult time than the others. Harry was certainly worried about who they would choose for their hostages. He was not sure if it would be one of his siblings or one of the twins, but if it was any of them, those that put them down there would have hell to pay. They better be able to run fast or magically get away, since he would be coming for their heads. Nothing is worse than an animal whose pack/herd/flock was threatened. Plus, he, Fred, and George were really just starting to blossom into an actual boyfriend relationship, and he did not want either of them to be hurt. And it was the same with Cedric and Krenos. I am still not sure if I will even be able to go down into the lake, Victor admitted to the group as they all sat down in the library. I am a fire mage. It's like asking for something to go wrong. Being completely honest, I am surprised that nothing has gone wrong already, Chalice stated. You are not helping, Catboy, Harry groaned as he hit his head against the table in front of him. I should have made more headache potion. Krenos had run out of it over an hour ago. I certainly could have used some more, Cedric groaned. The older boy basically collapsed as he sat down next to Krenos. They were all in the library portion of the Crystal Rose Tree. And yes, there was an actual library inside of the three that Lily had grown for when they traveled to Hogwarts. Since the students did have to continue with their classes, they needed more than just the books that they had packed when they were chosen to come with the other potential champions. It was definitely not as big as the library at Crystal Rose, but it still worked and had all of the information that they needed. And even if they did not have the right books, there was usually a student or two that did have that type of knowledge in their head. Whon was proving very helpful given that she was a mermaid mage and knew almost everything about the creatures that live around or in the water. What up with you, Mr. Grumpy? Melody giggled. Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw Seeker, has been getting on my nerves, Cedric answered. Wasn't she one of those that was shouting insults about mystic souls when all the schools arrived here? Harry asked. Yeah, she was, Cedric says. What about her is bothering you? Krenos asked his boyfriend. She seems to have gotten it into her mind that we are perfect for each other, Cedric rolled his eyes. She was not very happy when she saw you and me at the ball together. Well, too bad for her. Krenos snuggled up to his boyfriend. You are very much taken. Does not seem to stop her from trying. Cedric was definitely annoyed. She is one of those girls that thinks just because she is pretty means that she can get any guy that she wants simply because she wants him. She is one of those that pick on you, right, Luna? Melody asked the blonde. She is simply close-minded, Luna says. The Nargles have clouded her mind and prevented her and most of those at Hogwarts from thinking outside of the box. I really would like to know how you know about those creatures and where you get your information from, Chala asked her. But Luna only gave him a soft smile and did not reply. That was certainly another thing about mystic souls that was better than wand users. They were more accepting of those like Luna and her odd creatures. They did not act like she was crazy like others usually did. Luna might still be crazy, but it was a good kind of crazy like with Fred and George. Can I just ask all you local British people why most of you are so annoying? Adam asked the Hogwarts group. Add in that Cho girl, and that would make almost everyone we have met other than you guys and Headmaster Dumbledore the most annoying idiotic people that we have ever met. My dad still lives in this country, Adam, Chala warned the duelist mage. So watch how you group together the idiot British wizards from the non-idiot British wizards. He was not born here, so he doesn't count, Adam said. You have to admit, Chala, he does have a point, Harry chuckled. I think that I can speak for most of us when I say that those in this country are just simply too set in their ways to really change or even know that there are better options, Neville says. Like, the broken system of this country was what allowed for the rise of Grindelwald. After he was defeated, the system stayed the same. And then everyone was surprised when, less than 20 years later, another Dark Lord was on the rise. A Dark Lord, I add, that had a similar ideology, used a similar plan of attack, and used the same loopholes to gain power. There had been a chance to fix the system in between the two, but nobody bothered to learn from the mistakes. They believed that they were safe, and were as set in their ways to do anything. So it happened again. Most of the Hogwarts group had never seen Neville so outspoken before. Guess hanging around with all of them has really made him more confident in himself. They did not want to think about what could have happened if they did not take him under their wing. He would probably be a shell of who he currently was, still using his father's wand, and would have zero confidence in himself because of that verbally and mentally abusive grandmother of his. They had been planning on asking Hestia if she could not anything to help his parents. They were just not sure if she was powerful enough yet to undo the damage done to them. But they had to try since it was for their friend. As I have said, idiots, Adam says. Between Voldemort and Grindelwald, it actually does make sense for the size difference in the years, Harry says. What do you mean, Harry? Hestia asked him. Well, if you look at those born from about our year and up to Oliver's year when he was still attending, there were a lot fewer students than those younger than Luna, Harry says. Those from the older years were born in the time of Voldemort's war. Most parents would either not have kids or were killed off in the war. So, that would explain why there are fewer kids from those times. Add in the families that were wiped out by either Voldemort or Grindelwald, and then that would make even fewer kids able to be born. Okay, that does make sense, Melody says. The years younger than Luna's would have more because of post-war baby booms. After the war would be when most parents would want to have kids, or would have kids because of things that they would do to celebrate the end of the war. That does explain a lot about the difference between the years, Krenos said. We are probably lucky that wars in the Mystic Soul world are not as devastating. Not since the giant wars anyway, Chala crossed his arms. You guys had a war with giants, Cedric asked, shocked. Not us, but there was a war between Mystic Souls and giants about 1,000 years ago, Abby said. The giants are a very ruthless race of magical creatures that mostly know nothing but destruction. Hagrid is probably the first nice giant in history, but yet he is only half giant, Krenos says. Anyway, the giants did not like it when Mystic Souls would not use their magic to build them their own city, Abby continued. But it was also the fact that the giants massacred an entire village of Mundanes in order to make room for their city. So, a war was started between them, and a lot of Mystic Souls died in it. Giants have a magically resistant hind, so most attacks would barely affect them. It was why so many of our kind was lost in it. We had only one in the end because while magic cannot affect them directly, they can be trapped. Mason finished the story for Abby. So, Mystic Soul Earth mages joined together and banished the giants to an enchanted cave system that they can never escape from. Then, how is Hagrid able to be walking around? Neville raised an eyebrow. I remind you that we are not from this country, Hawk says. So, The giants were banished in our country and the general area around it, but there are giants in other areas of the world. Ooh-hoo. The Hogwarts group understood now. Time jumped just because I say so. The day of the second task had arrived and everyone was around the Black Lake. The students and staff were up in the stands while the judges/heads of the schools were on a platform in front of the stands. The champions were all on the dock in front of the Black Lake. But given that it was the beginning of February, everyone was freezing, especially the champions, since they were in bathing suits. Victor was probably the only one that was fine since he was a fire mage, but the others were not so lucky. Harry was close, but most of the animals that he could channel to feel warmer usually hibernate in the winter, and he did not want to sleep in the middle of the task. But most of them were shivering one way or another. All right, all of our champions are ready for the second task, Bagman announces to the crowd. They have 1 hour to brave the depths of the Black Lake and get back the hostage of the person that they love the most. That certainly made all the champions glare at the judges, even Fleur. So that showed that even a selfish person like her had her limits of how horrible she was. Guess whoever she loved meant a lot to her. And the rest of them were all also equally as furious, especially since none of them even knew if their hostages were taken willingly or not. By how both Dumbledore and Jyway were glaring at Bagman and Crouch, they did not have very high hopes. There was soon a horn, and all of the champions did their magic that would allow them to get into the water for the time that they had. Fleur looked to have some type of bubble on her head before she dove into the water. Victor had used wand magic to make himself into a half-shark creature that was actually a very impressive feat of wand user transfiguration magic. Adam used one of his cards called Mystical Space Typhoon, and it formed like a swirl of wind around him to shield him from the water. Cedric also used something he knew from Hogwarts instead of his medallion when he had Neville get him some gillyweed, which was a plant that gave him gills as well as also making his hands and feet webbed. Harry channeled a dolphin as he dived into the water and quickly learned that channeling aquatic animals did give him the ability to breathe underwater. But while the champions were underwater, their friends were looking around to see which ones of them were taken. Melody was the only gardener around, so that already told them that Krenos was one of the hostages. Okay, I am here, but Krenos has vanished, she says as the friends all sit next to each other. That means he is down there. But the question is if he is Harry's or Cedric's hostage, Abby said. Especially since none of us have seen either of the twins all morning. But they can't have taken both of them. Neville was confused. They may be magical twins, but that can't possibly mean that they would put both of them down there when it is supposed to only be a single hostage. I have not seen Hestia or Chala either, Hawk adds. Since Hestia was Adam's friend date for the Yule Ball since his boyfriend is back home, they must have used her for him. And Chala would obviously be for Victor, Mason says. I think the choice in hostages is getting more evidence that they were not taken willingly, Melody says. Krenos is a nature mage, and he gets weak when he is not near the earth. It is why he rarely goes swimming, and why he never flies for long periods of time. Chala is also a jungle cat mage, and that comes with a natural hatred of water even if it is very stereotypical for cats to hate water, Abby said. But the point still stands that Chala would never go down there willingly. And Hestia's parents drowned when she was a kid and she has hated water ever since, Hawk reminded them. That is another strike against the idiots running this tournament. Guess that explains why Headmaster Dumbledore and Headmistress Jyway are glaring at Bagman and Crouch. Neville looked at the judges. They both look ready to murder one of them. If they don't, Olivia probably will, Melody stated. We might need some more magical restraining orders after this task, Mason said. I am going to have a permanent headache from being in this country, Abby complained. You're not the only one. The other mystic souls agreed with her. Please be okay, both of you, Melody silently prayed to the Greek gods. Meanwhile, in the water, all the champions were either swimming or using their magic to move around the water like a small jet stream. Victor, even though he was currently a half-shark hybrid thing, was able to shoot fire from his feet and blast through the water like a shark jet. Adam and Harry had to move out of his way before they found out what it was like to be in a magical version of the movie Jaws. Adam was also very fast as well. Given that his mystical space typhoon spell had him surrounded by a wind barrier to keep the water away, he was also able to shoot through the lake at a very impressive speed. That could also be said about Cedric since even with him using gillyweed, He was able to still use his medallion to call icy wind under the water to make him move almost as quickly as Victor and Adam. Harry was probably having the easiest time given that dolphins were some of the fastest animals when in the water. But they were not the actual fastest, given that title belonged to the sailfish, which was able to swim up to 68 miles per hour in the water. That was only 2 miles behind how fast a cheetah was on land. But he liked dolphins better, so sue him for choosing an animal that he liked over any other fish in the sea. There were a lot of obstacles to dodge or fight once they were all down there. It was like the entire lake was one living creature. And that living creature was just as deadly as most of the things at Hogwarts. They had seaweed trying to strangle them, Grindylows attacking them out of nowhere, and there was even a kappa swimming around that they had to avoid. And all of that was before any of them might run into the giant squid or one of the Black Lake mermaids. Why does no one ever get rid of these things? Harry thought as he used the dolphin spirit's tail to slap away a Grindylow. He loved to swim almost as much as he loved to fly, but this lake was not fit for any living creature to swim in if they were not also a deadly underwater creature. He had not even come across any of the mermaids, and he was not looking forward to it. Whon was a great friend, and she was beautiful as a mermaid, but he had a feeling that the Black Lake mermaids were not like her at all. And as soon as he reached the Merepeople village, he was proven right. The Merepeople had grayish skin and long, wild, dark green hair. Their eyes were yellow, as were their broken teeth, and they wore thick ropes of pebbles around their necks. They leered at Harry as he swam past. One or two of them emerged from their caves to watch him better, their powerful, silver fish tails beating the water, spears clutched in their hands. A whole crowd of Merepeople was floating in front of the houses that lined what looked like a mare version of a village square. A choir of Merepeople was singing in the middle, calling the champions toward them, and behind them rose a crude sort of statue, a gigantic merperson hewed from a boulder. 6 people were bound tightly to the tail of the stone merperson, and Harry was instantly furious. The first thing he saw was his brother, unconscious and floating in the water. Krenos was already really pale from not touching the ground and being connected to nature, and it only got worse when he saw not one but both of the twins tied with the same rope. It was obvious who his hostage, or rather hostages, were, but he was still pissed. Also tied to the statue were Chala, Hestia, and a random girl that he guessed was probably Fleur's hostage. Chala was not looking any better than Krenos. His cat magic was rejecting the water. He hoped that the others got there soon to rescue them. Harry swam up to the twins, noticing that the Merepeople were actually backing away from him when he did. He guessed that they could tell that he was a mystic soul, and they did not want to end up on the wrong side of his powers. They were already smarter than the humans of their country. Quickly changing from a dolphin to an alligator spirit, Harry used its teeth to cut the rope that was holding down the twins. He pulled them up as he swam to the surface with them, the spell keeping them unconscious wearing off when they broke the surface of the water. Who? Fred gasped. What? George gasped. Where? Fred gasped. When? George gasped. Why? They both finished gasping. Someone is going to pay. That's what is happening, Harry growled. Another few minutes later and Cedric came up with Krenos. Soon after, Victor came up with Chala as he shook off his shark transformation. Adam then came up with Hestia. They all swam back to land to get out of the water. None of them even looked at the judges as they all went into the medical tent for the hostages to get checked out. Once they were all inside, they all looked at each other. Olivia, Harry asked them all. Olivia. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 72. Mount Vesuvius aka Olivia Gardner. Chapter 72. Mount Vesuvius aka Olivia Gardner. Almost all of Crystal Rose, and the few members of Hogwarts that had common sense, were all waiting for the explosion that was going to happen. Especially Headmaster Dumbledore and Headmistress Jyway. They had told Crouch and Bagman over and over again that they needed to ask permission from each of the hostages before they were allowed to use them. They both kept saying that it was basically kidnapping if they did not do that. But, as most of the corrupt ministry workers would do, they waved off the concerns of the 2 school heads. The 2 of them kept saying that the ones that they chose to be the hostages should be honored to be a part of the Triwizard Tournament, and that they did not have a choice in the matter at all. Dumbledore was not sure how Jyway did not turn them all into toads at that very moment. But He guessed that it was because she knew who would be coming after the second task took place. Dumbledore had been hoping that the magical restraining order that Olivia had used would prevent them from using Krenos or Melody. But it seemed he had underestimated Crouch and Bagman. The two had used house elves to get all the hostages and keep them in stasis while they were under the water. House elves were not employed by the ministry, so the restraining order did not affect the creatures. He would need to remember to tell Olivia to adjust the order to affect all things ministry-related that did not have permission from her to be near the trio. As much as he thought that Olivia showing them how powerful she was entertaining every time that she did it, there was still the fear that one day she might get so angry that she might take out the entire castle. He had been trying to teach children for over half a century, and he would like to keep trying to teach them. Not that many of them actually took the lessons to heart, given how they never actually tried to change how things were. Even those that tried to change how things were usually stopped after 1 or 2 tries when they see the brick wall of purebloods standing in their way. Crystal Rose did not have to wait long before the trio were all calling Olivia with their mirror phones. It took a second for them to realize that none of their calls went through because they were all calling her at the same time from different mirrors. After they all face-bombed at the realization, they let Harry be the one to call Olivia in order to get her over to the country as fast as her magic allowed. Krenos and Chala were both mostly healed from their time underwater. They both just needed to dry off and spend time on solid ground for their magic to recover. Hestia was a bit more shaken than they were, but that was more psychological than physical. She really has hated water ever since her parents drowned when she was a little girl. But even with the 3 of them recovering, as well as Harry, Cedric, Adam, and Victor all making it out of the lake uninjured, that did not make any of them less angry. And it only made them even more pissed that Fleur's 10-year-old sister had been used as her hostage. They may not like the French girl, but none of them would ever want a little girl like her sister to be involved with such a dangerous task, especially since Fleur had been attacked by the Grindylows and was not able to finish the task. They were just glad that Dumbledore was able to talk with the Black Lake Mare people and how to deal with them, that if the champion was unable to finish the task, then they would bring up the hostage themselves. They still hated that such a young girl had been used for the task. Harry had been on the mirror with Olivia for almost an hour when they got through to her to tell her about what happened. She wanted to know everything, every little detail, before she came to rain down hell on earth. Hell hath no fury like a garden of scorn. And the fact that the Ministry of Magical Britain still has not learned that lesson yet spoke volumes of how dumb they all really were. Things were about to go down, and it might be the biggest explosion that Olivia has ever caused. And that says something given that she has blown up a lot of stuff in the past because of her powers. She has done a lot of things behind the scenes of many battles that made sure to keep history on track, the way that things are meant to be. Harry had given the mirror to Krenos, Chala, and Hestia so that they could all add to everything that Harry told Olivia. And it was the same story for all 3 of them. They had been asleep when the crack of apparition woke them up. The constant demon attacks have made all of them very quick to react to things like sound. All that they managed to see was a house elf before the elf would snap its fingers and their world would go black. Not even Krenos had been able to use his magic fast enough to stop the elf. The fact that they had been taken in the middle of the night and kept unconscious for so many hours before even being put into the lake only made things even worse. Olivia was out for so much blood that she could easily be mistaken for a vampire. She was going to be so furious that there was little chance that she was going to let them go unpunished as she had been. She obviously let them off too easily, since all she has previously done was a lot of yelling and serving them with the restraining order. It was the morning after the second task, and Crystal Rose has not yet arrived in the Great Hall. Headmistress Jaiwei was sitting next to Headmaster Dumbledore. Both were waiting for the explosion that was going to be soon to slam the doors open, especially since Crouch and Bagman had not gone back to the ministry yet, and were sitting with the teachers as they have been every time that they were at Hogwarts. "Have you reinforced the doors recently, Albus?" Jaiwei asked him. "I do believe that you of all people would know how that would be useless against Ms. Gardner," Dumbledore tells her. "True," Jaiwei said. The 2 of them just sat there, drinking their tea, as if this was an everyday event. And while it may not happen every day, this was beginning to be something that was a lot more common than it should be. But it was not like either of them could blame Olivia or the trio when they got angry. "How long do you think it will be before any of them start brewing vanquishing potions for those of the ministry?" Dumbledore asked his friend. "Being honest, I am surprised that they have not already, Jiwei admits. It is probably only the fact that they are good people that is stopping them from going all the way and brewing as many vanquishing potions as they know. They are such smart kids, Dumbledore says. I am not surprised that they would know a lot. For reasons that we will never understand, it is always the powerful mystic souls that are targeted by demons, Jiwei shrugged. We all think that demons are always trying to make power plays against each other, so attacking powerful enemies makes them look stronger than others either if they survive or manage to actually kill their target. That would probably make them all very good at brewing the potions if they have to do it a lot. Dumbledore got what Jiwei was saying. It almost gets like muscle memory at some point, Jiwei says. I know that Melody actually knows an animal conjuring potion by heart. All you have to do is put the ingredients in front of her, and she can make the potion in a matter of minutes without ever looking at a book or recipe. They certainly do earn their grades, Dumbledore said. He wished that he did not have to lose just prize students after they take their OWLs the next year, but he would never stop them from leaving. Magical Britain was just too toxic of an environment for them. There was a high chance that anyone that tries to force them to stay will either have to be sent to St. Mungo's or to the morgue depending on how angry the trio gets. And then, much to the surprise of no one, they heard the very familiar voice of a woman screaming at the top of her lungs in Greek. And judging by the look on Jiwei's face, it was some very colorful language. Not even a second later, the doors to the Great Hall were slammed open. And this time they were slammed open so hard that the walls behind the doors almost cracked from hard the doors slammed into them when they burst open. The students were so used to it by that point that none of them even jumped this time. But that did not make how pissed Olivia looked any less terrifying. Now, I do believe that I have been very patient up to this point, she said as she crossed her arms, slowly making her way toward the teacher table, aka where Crouch and Bagman were. Crystal Rose and the good Hogwarts students were all in the doorway, watching all of this happening. The trio were the ones that were the most excited over what was going to happen. Harry and Melody stood on either side of Krenos, having gotten very protective of him after all the things that had happened the past few years. Petrified by a basilisk, kidnapped by Sirius, and now held hostage for a deadly tournament. His luck since they came to Magical Britain had really gone downhill. They needed to leave the country before something worse happened to him, or any of them. This is going to be one Hades of a show, Krenos said. I just hope this finally gets the message to sink in to leave us alone, Harry says. Do you actually think that will happen, though? Melody raised an eyebrow. No, Harry stated. Olivia got even closer to the teacher's table. Her magical aura was so strong that glasses seemed to shake as she walked past them. And the closer that she got to the teachers, the more that some of them wanted to run for the hills. That said something given that they were not even the target of her rage. It said how terrifying that she was. Which one of you am I going to have to kill first? She basically growled as she glared at Crouch and Bagman. Do you know any cleaning spells that can clean up blood? Jiwei whispered to Dumbledore. Even if I did not, I fear that I would have needed to learn quickly if I was not confident about Olivia not actually killing anyone, Dumbledore said. She may maim, but she will not kill. That fact that we are talking about this so casually should really say something about how our lives have gone up to this point, Jiwei stated. Dumbledore could not help but agree with her. The two school heads watched as Olivia was really looking ready to kill one of them. How dare you threaten? Crouch did not get to finish what he was about to yell at her. Olivia flicked her right hand at him, and the plate with his food on it in front of him instantly exploded. His food flying all over the place, but a lot of it was thrown onto the corrupt ministry worker. His attitude was definitely not helping him while he faced off against the Greek woman yet again. Her ability was definitely a shock to everyone but the other mystic souls in the room. The wand users all knew of her wandless ability to freeze people in time, but this was showing that she was a lot more powerful than just that. That was only a small taste of my power, Olivia glared at Crouch. Next time, I might blow off an arm, or a leg, or maybe even that big head of yours. And just to prove her point even further of how serious she was, she flicked her hand at him again and blew up his goblet of pumpkin juice. If they were not scared of her before, they sure were now. It's a wonder how anyone still believes that her doing all that is still all just wandless magic, Abby whispered to the trio. This is the citizens of Magical Britain that we are talking about, Abby, Mason reminded her. Good point, Abby said. The two ministry idiots, even as shaken as they were, still tried to stand up against Olivia. Probably because from what was shown last time that she stormed in, they were very ist and did not think that a woman was really that much of a threat to them. Even if Olivia had shown twice that she could blow things up with her hands. You cannot just come in here and threaten us. Crouch tried to seem threatening and failed miserably. Oh, I am not here to threaten you. Olivia blew up the plate that was in front of Bagman. I am here to deliver on my promise to show you how much power I have if you ever messed with my cousins again. How are you even doing that? Bagman was so shocked that he did not even try to wipe the food off of his robes. It's called wandless magic, idiot. Olivia smirked since she knew they were too dumb to make the connection between her powers and mystic souls, even with a whole school of them visiting Hogwarts for the tournament. I have the unique gift to either freeze things in time, called molecular immobilization, or to blow them up through speeding them up through time, called molecular combustion. Probably the best part about messing with the idiots was that Olivia was technically telling the truth about her powers. Those were the terms that were used to describe her abilities, even if she did leave out the part where her powers involve her being able to make time portals, time windows, and other stuff that involved her time magic. And while she was a mystic soul, and that was why she had her powers, they could still technically be known as wandless magic since it is done without a wand. These people are so gullible. Harry shook his head. They'll believe anything. Anything that fits into their little world. Anyway, Melody said. True, Krenos says. It's just like the Gryffindor harpy. She does not believe in anything that does not fit into her view of the world. I did hear her once ranting about how the dragons, mere people, and all the other creatures involved in the tasks were not real, Hawk tells them. She seemed to believe that they were just really good magical illusions. She still does not think magical creatures are real even after all this time. Harry shook his head in annoyance. That girl is a piece of work. She does seem to glare at Daphne and me whenever we do better than her in class, Blaise says as he joined their group and stood next to Melody. She does that with everyone that does better than her. Melody rolled her eyes. She is still under her delusion that she is the brightest witch in the school. She needs her head examined, Daphne says as she joined the group as well. Not to mention that stalker Weasley girl. At least I am not the only one that thinks that, Harry said. Most of Hogwarts thinks that, Blaise pointed out. Many of us heard her screams that night of the Yule Ball. She was screaming so loud that we're sure that even Blaise's family in Italy could hear her, Daphne snickered. Our little sister really is a piece of work, Fred said. Our mum encouraging her delusion that Harry will be her husband one day does not help, George added. No wonder every Weasley boy that has graduated from here always left the country as soon as they could, Blaise crossed his arms. To get away from her. Yep, the twins both nodded. The two ministry workers still tried to stand their ground against Olivia. You are not in your country, Crouch said, puffing out his chest to show his confidence. You cannot do anything to us here. You do not have the power to do so. But Olivia only smirked, and that was the most terrifying thing that she has done the entire time that she had been there. She put her thumb and index fingers into her mouth and let out a loud whistle that made a lot of those in the hall cover their ears. Melody was obviously not affected since she had let out worse noises, but because of her powers. Her siren shriek usually left those around her with earaches for almost a month, but the whistle had actually been a signal. Crystal Rose and the good Hogwarts students all stood aside in order to leave room for a group of guards to come into the hall. Olivia had not come to Britain alone this time. She brought backup this time. You kidnapped 3 Greek citizens from their beds, Olivia said. 3 students of Crystal Rose. One of whom that has a restraining order against corrupt ministry workers like you. That gives us jurisdiction. So, Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman, you are both under arrest by order of the Greek Magic Council to face justice for the kidnapping of 3 underage students, breaking the magical restraining order placed on you, and endangering their lives. Take them away. The guards all seemed smug as they placed magic-restricting handcuffs onto the 2 corrupt ministry workers. But they were allowed to be smug given everything that had been happening. They had all worked too fast for either of the arrested men to react. Their wands were stripped from them and given to Olivia. She was still smirking. Even when she is not yelling, she is still terrifying, Hawk said to the trio. We know, they all stated at the same time. Chapter 73. Olivia loves throwing people in jail. Chapter 73. Olivia loves throwing people in jail. Out of all the things that have happened ever since they had come into magical Britain to attend Hogwarts, This was probably the most fun thing that any of the trio have ever witnessed. It was even more fun than Lockhart's trial. Lockhart had really done only one thing that had pissed Olivia off, which had been when he had removed the bones from Harry's arm. And that was enough to get her to storm the castle and literally drag Lockhart out by his hair. Now, she was actually brought in guards and arrested Crouch and Bagman for what they had done. Not only was she pissed off more than she ever was before, but she was also in full-on, I am a powerful politician mode. And when she was in that mode, they knew that she was making sure that everyone knew that she was a force not to be messed with. The fact that the Ministry still has not yet learned their lesson not to mess with the Gardner family just showed that they were a level of stupid that could not possibly exist anywhere else in the entire world. They were so stupid that it was surprising that they even managed to walk on their own without someone smart helping them by singing the classic Christmas song, one foot in front of the other. But it was really not like none of them would expect anything other than stupidity from the country that locked up Sirius without a trial, just because they believed he was guilty based entirely on how he was a member of the evil Black family. It was all so stupid that the mystic souls could practically feel their brain cells dying every moment that they were near the idiotic people of the magical Britain Ministry. And if there was one thing that none of them wanted, it was to be near them for much longer. It was bad enough how Crouch and Bagman were also judges for the tournament. They kept giving Adam low scores despite how amazing he had been doing in the tasks, just because he was a mystic soul. It was obvious that Dumbledore's dreams of peace were more likely to go up in flames than a temperamental fire demon. Harry and Melody were still furious and were clinging to Krenos as if he was going to vanish again if they let him go. Krenos had not minded their protectiveness at first given everything that had happened to him the past few years, but it got old really fast. He barely even got time alone with Cedric, with the two of them almost literally being glued to his sides. He was ready to scream but knew that they were only acting like this because they loved him. Fred and George could also barely go anywhere without Harry being somewhere near them. They could tell that it was probably killing Harry when they had to separate from him in order to attend their own classes since they were 2 years above Harry. Hence the different classes. But when they were in Gryffindor Tower, he was practically in their laps from how protective he was of them. They actually found it very sweet and adorable. They were practically making hard eyes at Harry when he verbally ripped the resident jerk of Gryffindor Tower, Cormac McLaggen, to shreds when he insulted the two of them over how blood traders are not important. The rest of Crystal Rose was practically guard dogs for Hestia and Chala. The healer and jungle cat mage were also joining in on the legal action as their families were also suing Bagman and Crouch for their kidnapping. Hestia's grandparents, the ones that raised her when her parents died, were furious with the British idiots. And while Kingsley still had to remain secret until he was ready to live full-time in Greece with his son, he also sued the two while being anonymous about it, other than suing on behalf of Chala. The trio often wondered why Kingsley was an Auror in Britain when he was a mystic soul and could have a much better life literally anywhere else in the world. Places where he did not have to hide who he was to make a living. But he had told them while he had been teaching at Hogwarts that he had been sent to Britain by the Magic Council. It was his job to work in their law enforcement department in order to protect mystic-souled children born in the country. While most think that they are just not born in Britain or just are killed by their families, it is Kingsley's job to get them out of the country. He uses reports about certain families known for killing their squib children, even if it cannot be proven, as well as birth records that he has access to. He would keep an eye out for these families while on patrol in places like Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, and any other place where he would hear things about many families, especially the dark ones. While rumors are not something to take seriously in school, rumors about families potentially having a mystic soul child that they might kill in order to keep the shame of having a mystic soul monster for a child away from them was something else. And if that did not work, there were spells that could be cast on a child's birth record that would tell him if that child was a mystic soul or not. Many kids were rescued because of Kingsley's work, but now it was his own child that had been kidnapped and used as a hostage in a deadly tournament. And to say that the elemental armor mage was furious would be the understatement of the century. Olivia was not afraid of many people, or really anyone in general, but even she had been terrified when she told Kingsley about what they had done to Chala. But all of that brings the group back to the headquarters of the Magic Council back in Greece. They were once again in the courtroom, which did not have any use since Lockhart had been brought back to Greece by Olivia. They did not get much use out of the courtroom since this specific one was used for foreign criminals, ones that were arrested in another country and then brought to Greece for crimes against a Greek citizen. Said council member was glaring at the two prisoners that she really just wanted to blow up with her powers. Sadly for her, they were still human, so that would follow under the category of murder. She was hoping that she could get them the death sentence so that she could do it. Anyway, not that really any criminal they got was given that sentence since none of them believed in it. They believed that when it came to the death sentence, it did not give people the sense of justice that a life sentence would. Death was too good for the criminals that needed the fullest punishment that they could give in order to really make them suffer as their victims have. Lion Mythica banged his gavel, gaining everyone's attention. Order. Order in the court, he ordered as he banged it several times. He really loves that gavel, Krenos snickered. And will you two get off my arms now? Harry and Melody were still hanging onto his arms, very much still protective. Fred and George were both sitting on Harry's other side while on Melody's other side were Victor and Chala. Adam, Hestia, Headmistress Jaiwei, and Dumbledore were all there as well, along with the rest of the Crystal Rose students that were the chosen ones to go to Hogwarts for the tournament as well. Bagman and Crouch were dressed in the typical prisoner outfits of dark gray jumpsuits. Just like Lockhart, they looked a lot better than the typical bright and idiotic colors of the robes that they usually wore. The two of them were both still generally ugly, though. We are gathered here for the trial of Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch, Lion announced to the courtroom. 3 counts of kidnapping, 3 counts of child endangerment, multiple counts of harassment, and 1 count of breaking a magical restraining order. The other members of the council all glared at the two of them. The trial was really just a formality. The entire council know that there was too much evidence for either of the wizards to actually be named innocent. The trial would be efficient and give them a chance to defend themselves, but guilty was the outcome no matter what. They would just never throw someone into jail just because they did not like them. That was a British thing. This is going to be way too easy, Chala stated. If anything, we can get thrown in jail for just being annoying, Adam said. If that was an actual crime, most of magical Britain would be thrown in jail, Melody says. So true, Harry agreed with them. I can count on one hand how many trustworthy adults are in magical Britain, and I am not afraid to cut off fingers to prove my point. Who wants to take bets on when Fudge will barge in here demanding that Crouch and Bagman be let go? Krenos asked the group. That probably will not be for long, Melody says. Olivia did arrest them in front of the entire population of Hogwarts. With the number of students there that have ministry employees as parents, the word probably spread faster than wildfire, Harry said. As a fire mage, I can definitely say that wildfires do indeed move very quickly, Victor says. He takes Chala's hand in his own. He had also been very protective of the jungle cat mage after he got him out of the Black Lake. And Chala definitely appreciate him being so close since the natural warmth of Victor's fire magic helped with the shivers that he would still get after being in that cold water for so long. And almost as if he had been summoned, the doors were slammed open as Fudge once again stormed into the courtroom with his gang of personally chosen Aurors with him. But that also meant Kingsley was there too. Fudge still had not noticed that Kingsley was never actually on his side, which spoke more about how stupid he is. Now, this was not due to a lack of security, but more like the council knew this was going to happen, and they let it happen just to show up Fudge in the courtroom again. They got pleasure out of making him look like the idiot that he really is. Here we go again, complained Austin Thanatos. At least we knew this was going to happen this time, Lux Heavens said. He is still an annoying pest that deserves to be squashed, Draconis Smoke growled. All in due time, my friend, all in due time, Talia Summers says. The guards around the courtroom surrounded Fudge and his Aurors. They held the magical swords that Talia gave them firmly as they aimed them at the annoying group. Plus Kingsley so that he could keep his cover. How dare you do this again? Fudge yelled at the council. How many innocent British people are you going to arrest? Listen here, leprechaun wannabe. Lion's growl made him live up to his name. I do not know what makes you think you have any power here, but you don't. These so-called innocent people are the farthest thing from being innocent. They have broken the law and will be punished. Not that you know anything about the law since you just do what you want no matter what, Sirius said. The former British citizen walked into the courtroom, annoyed that he had to deal with this idiot again. He did send a smile to Kingsley since he had personally trained Kingsley to be an Auror back when he had been one as well before they threw him into Azkaban without a trial. After a lot of therapy in order to help him deal with the depression, night terrors, and flashbacks that the Dementors had caused even after he had been away from them, Sirius had gone into the guards and was quickly rising in their ranks since he already had law enforcement training. Aurors, arrest that fugitive, Fudge ordered. Sirius glared at the man as the Aurors went near him to try and arrest him. He opened his hand, conjuring some of his little charms. Little brown figures with blue runes on them. He dropped them, and the four-figured grew and transformed. They looked like a cross between dogs and baby gorillas, but made from brown stone and covered in glowing blue runes. Sirius really was a master of his Charmcaster magic, allowing him to conjure creatures like his gorilla-like ones, bat-like ones, bird-like ones, humanoid-like ones, and sometimes snake-like ones as well. He also was able to send out magic blasts, conjure a magical staff, and also keep a bag filled with mystical totems. The Aurors all backed away from Sirius as his stone creatures guarded him. It was another part of Sirius that made him such a great addition to the guards. He came with his own backup, made it easier to deal with criminals. He glared at them, daring them to mess with him and try and send him back to Azkaban with another kangaroo court. I think you seem to have forgotten that we have already given him the trial that you denied him, Olivia said. He was proven innocent of all charges. He is guilty. Fudge looked like a child throwing a tantrum. He is a member of the Black family. All of them are evil. Give him to us to send him back where he belongs. It's like trying to deny a child the toy they want, Kimuri Machine complained. How is this man-child in charge of an entire magical community? Aragon Archer wondered out loud. Apparently, he is easily bribable. So those with money keep him in power so that they can easily get what they want, Cynthia Vale stated. They really do have a corruption problem. Selena Breeze shook her head. Not even Gotham is as bad as magical Britain. And considering that the Penguin was once mayor over there, that says something. The way he walks will never not be funny, though. Daisy Marvel giggled. Do not ignore me. Fudge really was throwing one hell of a tantrum. I am more important than all of you put together. While they had all been trying not to laugh in his face since he barged in, they could not stop themselves after he yelled that. Everyone in the courtroom burst into laughter. Even the members of the council laughed, and they were supposed to be the most serious people in the room. If Fudge had not been insulted before, he sure was now. Not that they cared if he was or not. When you're done acting like a child, let's move on to delivering justice, Olivia said, obviously bored with Fudge's attitude. The easy dismissing of him only served to make Fudge even angrier. The council was really getting annoyed at not being able to do their jobs because one man with a superiority complex was throwing a tantrum. Riddle, would you mind? Lion requested the force field mage. With pleasure, replied Riddle's guard. With a wave of his hand, the mage formed force field bubbles over each of the Aurors and Fudge. Moving his hand, he moved the bubbles so that they would be on the opposite side of the room from the Crystal Rose group. Now that the annoyances have been taken care of, let's move on to delivering justice, Lion said, banging his gavel a few more times. He really loves that gavel, Harry chuckled. The trial was definitely not as much of a performance with Fudge, and his minions all locked up in Riddle's force fields. Thankfully, Riddle was able to make the force field bubble soundproof because every time that someone went up to the witness stand to give the court all of their answers to the questions asked of them, he looked about ready to blow his top, especially since all the answers were showing just how guilty Bagman and Crouch were. And it was really guilty. No truth spell was even needed since there was so much evidence against them just from witness statements alone. Add in magical signatures from the stunning and stasis spells that had been used on Krenos, Hestia, and Chala to keep them asleep and alive under the water, and that was pretty much the last nail in the coffin for them. Sirius also got some justice of his own when Olivia and Lion had been able to also catch Crouch with how he had been the one to send Sirius right to Azkaban without a trial. It had not even been an order from the minister at the time, but something he did on his own since everyone knew that he was guilty. There was definitely a look of pleasure on Olivia's face as Lion banged his gavel as Bagman and Crouch were both declared guilty of their crimes. But as much as she would much rather have sent those two to Tartarus prison, she was bound by law to send the two of them to Asphodel prison since that was the Greek magical prison for those guilty of crimes like kidnapping. But She still had the pleasure of opening the courtroom portal that would send the two of them right into their new cells at the prison. And she happily did it. Not to mention that she literally kicked their butts to get them through the portal. "I feel so much better," she said after the portal closed. "Can I send anyone else to prison now?" That got laughs out of everyone. Olivia really did love sending criminals to prison. And the fact that she was smirking at Fudge as she said that only made it funnier. Chapter 74. Magical Mystic Soul Twins. Chapter 74. Magical Mystic Soul Twins. The outcome of the trial had hit world news almost instantly. But that was probably because when it came to the Greek Magic Council, Olivia was very well known. Mystic soul communities all over the world knew that when it came to being in the courtroom, it was the best thing to not make Olivia angry. Because if she became angry, then there would never be any place to hide, since she will find you and she will destroy you, either with her words or with her powers. Either way, there was not much left of the person she was angry at by the time that she was done. And if they were all shocked about anything, it was that Olivia actually left the Ministry of Magical Britain standing even after everything that they have done to her family. Considering that she could literally blow up the entire ministry building without a second thought, it was a shock that she had done so yet. Only her being a good person was what was stopping her. The prophet had tried to lie and release a paper that basically showed the Magic Council in the worst light, saying that they arrested Crouch and Bagman had not been given a trial and were just thrown into prison for no reason at all. It was basically just saying that they did what the British ministry did to Sirius. But the legal team of the Magic Council knew that they would try something like that and hit them with a cease and desist order before a single paper was sent out. And the prophet could do nothing to stop them with all the evidence the legal team had. The trio and the champions certainly got mixed reactions when they got back. Crystal Rose, Drumstring, and Beau's Batons all made sure that they let it know how much they supported what had happened. They were all very much all for taking justice against the ones that have basically kidnapped their friends and endangered their schoolmates. A lot of Hogwarts was also on their side. It was those like Malfoy, whose family thrived on the corrupt nature of the ministry, and Granger, who worshipped authority figures as if they were gods, who were upset. Of course, those like those two were in the minority. A very, very, very small minority. "It's like the more we stay, the worse things get," Harry says. "I really hate this country," Krenos stated. "That has been made really clear at this point," Melody said. The entire group, which included all of Crystal Rose, the Hogwarts group, and Victor, were all on the Crystal Rose tree. They were all still upset over everything that has recently happened. None of them even wanted to think about what would be happening in the future. Most of them were wanting to just storm the ministry and start vanquishing everyone in sight, especially since they were aware that the only non-corrupt people that worked at the ministry were Mr. Weasley, Amelia Bones, and Kingsley. And that was not even counting all of the corrupt lords and ladies of ancient and noble houses. "Can we even make it through our 5th year here?" Harry wondered out loud. "I am starting to doubt it." That certainly made all of the rest of them look at the trio. It had been a big risk for them to have come to magical Britain in the first place. But they had wanted to honor Harry's birth parents. But not even that would make them want to deal with another year of this. "I don't think we could even if we tried," Krenos says. "If I have to deal with any more ministry idiots anytime soon, I am going to that ministry and turning it into one giant jungle." "I would pay to see that," Cedric said, taking Krenos' hand in his own. "I would just make sure my dad was not there that day." "Our dad as well," Fred and George say at the same time. "It's not like there is really anything that can really be done about them," Blaise says. Blaise and Daphne had been slowly becoming more and more welcome in their group. It helped that Blaise and Melody were in the starting phase of a relationship. Neither of them knew about the trio being mystic souls, but they were quickly earning the trust of everyone based on how they have already done a lot to help them. Such as when Blaise's mom and Daphne's dad stood up with the Greeks when Olivia stormed the ministry the previous year after Fudge tried to demand Harry back after Sirius was found innocent by the Magic Council. But having two more traditional purebloods in their group did also help them gain more information on how deep the corruption of magical Britain goes. Fred, George, Charlie, and Percy were all pureblood, but they never knew much about politics, nor did they even want to pay attention to anyone at the ministry since they knew how badly their father was treated because of how he was basically obsessed with muggles. Neville and Cedric both knew more than the Weasleys, but neither of them were experts. Blaise and Daphne both knew a lot more about the political side of things. Blaze has even said that politics were like lifeblood to a Slytherin. And he was right, since Daphne would also say how most of the most talented politicians were all mostly former Slytherins. That did come with how they were from the house that was all about being ambitious and cunning. I can hardly believe that any magical government was allowed to get as corrupt as this one, Chala says. I have always heard tales from the British Quidditch teams from when we would all chat after games, but I did not think it could possibly be this bad in reality, Victor added. I have never hated being wrong more than now. I know that there will always be bad people around, but it's like there is hardly anyone good left in this country, Hestia said. Out of all the adults that we have met, I can count on one hand how many good ones we've met. Harry shook his head. And I am not afraid to cut off fingers. Since my father is originally from Africa, does he still count? Chala asked him. He was not born British, so he does not count as a trustworthy British person, Melody answered. He counts as a trustworthy African person, but Africa's magical community of generally a great place to live. I have heard that their wand user school in Uganda is an incredible school, Abby says. Incredible by wand user standards anyway, no offense to those in the room. None taken, said Fred, George, Neville, Cedric, Blaze, and Daphne. The school really does have quite the reputation, Adam agreed with Abby. I know that being an animagus is said to be a very hard wand user skill, but yet the Uganda school actually has a class for that for teenagers. 14 and 15 years olds down, there have been taught to change into their animal forms for a long time, something that magical Britain probably ignores because that would make them in Hogwarts look weak by comparison. Hawk pinched the bridge of his nose. It's like they are all living in their own bubble of delusions, and only a few are able to not be a part of that, Harry said. Every magical community in the world knows what a joke this country's magical community is. Dumbledore is the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Neville remembers. He would definitely know how far behind this country is. He has told us that he has tried to help the school and the students. Melody wipes some of her hair out of her face. But the ministry is like the biggest brick wall against change ever. They always have been just so stuck in their ways, Cedric says. The Diggory family has always been equally light and gray in terms of politics, but we know how it is never a good thing to not change anything. Those that forget history are doomed to repeat it, Blaze agreed with Cedric. The broken system that allowed the rise of Grindelwald stayed the same after he was defeated, which once again allowed for a Dark Lord to take control. And with how much that same system is against those like Muggleborns, how much do you guys want to bet that one day the Muggleborns will rebel in this country? Daphne crossed her arms. That might happen eventually once they learn that in a few generations, they will outnumber the purebloods and half-bloods by a good number, Melody says. If that does happen, Fred started. Let us all pray, George continued. That it is not Granger, Fred continued. That tries to lead them, George finished. That certainly made everyone in the room shiver at the mental image of the Gryffindor harpy leading anything. The last thing that even magical Britain needed was for her to have any type of control over anything. She was bossy enough as she currently was. Are you three sure that you want to take the chance and leave? Neville asked the trio. You have been putting it off until your 5th year because of the trouble you know that leaving Hogwarts before then would cause. We have thought about it more times than you know, Nev. Krenos patted his friend on the shoulder. We only did this to honor my birth parents, Harry says. But I think that they would understand that staying is just not an option anymore. The longer we stay, the more dangerous that it gets. It might not even be too long before the ministry tries to place some type of curse or something on Harry, Melody said. Anything that they can think of to force him to stay in magical Britain. If they try anything like that, I'm going to show them just how dangerous that nature can be, Krenos said. This country likes their tea, so I could easily slip them some deadly nightshade if it is crushed small enough. If you are going to use any poison, at least go with hemlock, Melody tells her brother. That one really makes the person suffer. If I was not so used to you talking about threatening to kill people, I would be very freaked out right now, Neville says. The trio just shrugged, but they could not help but talk about ways that they would want to kill their enemies. It was one of the best ways that they knew of to relieve their stress, other than going out and vanquishing demons, anyway. But since there were no demons in magical Britain, this was the only way that they knew of to quickly deal with their stress. Some things are just not worth it in the end, Luna sighed. If you do leave after this year, At least you will avoid the pink toad and her wall of rules. Those that still had not gotten used to Luna and her way of speaking looked at her with a very weird look. But they just shrugged it off since there was almost always a deeper meaning to the things that she says. It also made them realize that none of them should ever make bets with her or gamble with her, because it is most likely that she will win. Harry sighed as he got up from his chair. "We will have to talk about this more when I get back," he says. "I have been meaning to send Hedwig back to Greece. I feel so bad about bringing her here every year, and yet I use the mirrors to communicate with everyone." "Wow." Sophia shook her head fondly at her friend. "Leave it to you to even get an owl when you do not even need one." "Hagrid was the one that got Hedwig for us," Harry tells her. "He did not know about the mirrors, so he got us Hedwig so that we could talk with any friends that we would want to." "I do actually like the idea of messenger owls, but there are still better ways to communicate with others," White said. "Plus, I worry about anyone that might mistreat their owl or just simply forget to take care of them," Sophia says. "Hedwig is very self-sufficient, but I always remember to take care of her," Harry tells her. "She likes to visit at breakfast a lot, mostly because she knows that you will give her bacon." Krenos chuckled as he smirked at his brother. "I can't help it if I like to spoil my animal friends." Harry smirked as he went over to the area where he would be able to leave the tree. After the animal mage left the three, he headed right for the Ollery. He did feel bad that he would be sending Hedwig back to Greece, but he knew that she would much rather be in the magical stables at Crystal Rose than the Hogwarts Ollery. Plus, Sirius still had plenty of habits from how he lived most of his life in Britain, so he usually did prefer to use owl messaging to magic mirrors. Even if he only communicated with Remus, the werewolf had moved to Greece to be with Sirius. Harry was convinced that the two of them were going to become a couple at some point, but they were currently still dancing around each other in a very frustrating, will they or won't they kind of way. Remus did manage to get a job since Greece did not have the same restrictions as Britain against werewolves. Harry had learned that Remus loved history, so the werewolf ended up getting a job at one of the magical museums in Athens. It was part of his job that he did a lot of traveling to numerous archaeological digs that were around the country to check out things that the museum would be getting. All the traveling was why Sirius would use an owl to communicate with him. Harry smiled as he entered the Ollery, and Hedwig almost immediately flew down to greet him. Talking to animals was one of his favorite things about his powers. They were definitely sometimes better to talk to than people. The only animals he did not really like talking to were hummingbirds, but that was more because they talked really quickly and hardly ever slowed down. But it was not like he could do anything to stop them since that was in their nature. After he was done telling her about going back to Greece, Hedwig had actually agreed. She loved being with Harry, but she was also really bored since there was nothing here to do but hunt when it was time to eat. So, he was happy to finally be able to deliver some mail when she goes back home and spends time with Sirius. Harry waved goodbye to her, and she flew off into the sky. It was when Harry left the Ollery that once again where problems started. He groaned at the ones that were confronting him. "Potter," Draco growled as he basically stomped up to him like a child throwing a tantrum. "It's Pottergardner Malfoy," Harry glared at the blonde peacock. You would think a 14-year-old would be smart enough to remember something as simple as someone's name. He saw that only made Malfoy even angrier. Harry slowly reached toward his wand to hide his mystic soul magic again as he saw Crabbe and Goyle cracking their knuckles. They obviously thought that catching him alone meant that they would be able to easily beat him up. They would soon find out that they were way wrong. "You'll pay for ruining the Ministry's perfect reputation," Draco glared at him. "Ruining the Ministry ruins my father, and no one ruins my father. Maybe if he was not a corrupt idiot like everyone else there, then he would not feel humiliated by my cousin sending two other corrupt idiots to jail," Harry smirked. He always did like to get under Malfoy's skin, since it usually ended up with the peacock in the hospital wing. Like when he once threw the brat down the Slytherin table when he insulted Krenos after he got petrified back in their second year. "You're going to wish you never messed with the Malfoy family," Draco yelled at him. "I wish I never met any of you," Harry said. "I will never be able to get your ugly faces out of my head without asking one of my telepath friends for a mind wipe." No one can ever say that Harry had not gotten the sassiness gene when he was blood adopted into the Gardner family. "That's it," Draco screamed, and looked like he was about to throw one hell of a temper tantrum. "Just beat him up already, you two." Crabbe and Goyle cracked their knuckles again and looked ready to charge at Harry in order to attempt to beat him up. Harry's amulet glowed as he prepared to defend himself. But then someone else did before he could. There was a slight amber glow on the ground in a circle around the bullies. And the next second after the glow appeared, up came a wall of roaring flames. That certainly made Crabbe and Goyle freeze in their tracks. Even Harry was shocked since he had no idea how this was happening. He worked with animals, not fire. And to make it even weirder, another ring of light formed over the bullies as well, directly over the wall of fire. This time, it was blue light. And the second after that ring appeared, a wall of water fell down from it. The two walls then started to spin in opposite directions. The water went one way, and the fire went another way. And the faster that the two elements seemed to go, the more that something that looked like blue lighting seemed to form. There was a big flash as the two elements got even faster, and there was a giant shock from the blue energy. Harry had to cover his eyes with how bright that it was. When he was able to see again, he was shocked to see Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle all unconscious on the ground. They looked as if they had been electrocuted, which they probably were, and they were even still sparking a little with the blue energy. And to add to the shock, Fred and George were standing behind them. George's hands were glowing blue while Fred's were glowing red. "Did we do that?" they both asked, Harry suddenly being reminded of Steve Urkel. "Considering both Charlie and Percy, I am not surprised you two also had hidden mystic soul powers," Harry said. "Bloody hell," Fred swore. "Definitely not something we expected," George says. "We were just going to the Ollery after you, since we wanted to send Percy a letter, using Hedwig since you were sending her there anyway," Fred explained. "And we saw Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle all about to attack you, even if Malfoy just ordered it," George says. "And we just acted on instinct after that," they both finished. "That is how most mystic souls find their powers," Harry tells them. "By not thinking about it, and just acting on instinct." "That was very cool," Fred said. "And very hot," George smirked. Harry facepalmed at their puns. "Your powers do make sense considering that you are magical twins," he says. "Most magical mystic soul twins usually have opposite powers that end up becoming even stronger when they work together." "That does make sense," they both said. "Fred, you obviously have the fire magic part of your powers," Harry continued explaining. "And George, you have the water magic part. Together is what created that blue energy. It happens whenever strong fire and water magic combine." The twins both grinned brightly. Wicked. Chapter 75. Final Task. Chapter 75. Final Task. The shock of Fred and George also being mystic souls wore away pretty quickly. They had all thought that the twins would have their own powers anyway since Charlie and Percy were both like them as well. They were also examples of how mystic souls were definitely doomed if they were born in Britain. Those like Charlie were lucky. He had left the country to work in Romania, and that was when he had first discovered his powers. If he had still been in Britain, there was no telling what they would do to a wizard that would be able to turn into dragons. It was dangerous to try and bind the powers of such a powerful mystic soul if it was not another mystic soul doing it. There were cases where the Magic Council had to bind the powers of those that are unable to control their magic, such as a weather witch that could not control her powers when she got emotional, or a fire mage that could not handle the flames. They both had to have their powers bound. They were not criminals and they never meant to hurt anyone, so that was why they were not sent to jail. But for when wand users try and bind the powers of mystic souls, it never ends well. Their magic was not strong enough to handle the unique magical cores of mystic souls. So, even if their powers were bound at childhood, their core would continue to grow in power as they age. Eventually, their core would get too powerful and it would destroy the binding. But that would also unleash strong magical powers that would be almost impossible to control immediately because the kid that had their powers bound was left completely in the dark about it. It would take them months to years to be able to control their powers after being unaware of them for so long. It was just lucky that Charlie, Percy, Fred, and George all had quick access to Mystic Soul's allies. With their help, they would be able to gain control of their powers much faster. This was especially good since Charlie, Fred, and George all had very strong powers that would be very dangerous if they got out of control. Mostly Fred and George, but they were barely controllable even without Mystic Soul powers. Hestia. It's not called opposites attract magic. Chala was pinching the bridge of his nose. But what other type of name would there be for the powers of magical twins? The healer countered. Magical twins typically get opposite powers that always work well together. So, Opposites attract is a good name. Do they often argue like this? Fred asked Harry. They look like they've done this before, George added. They don't argue a lot, but they are both very opinionated people, Harry shrugged. And when they have conflicting opinions, it is more of a debate than an argument. Plus, it does not help that the powers of magical twins have never officially been named, Krenos said. Hestia wants to just have a name for it since magical twins' powers is a bit of a mouthful to say. So, those powers are just for magical twins, right? Fred wanted clarification. And not just twins that happen to be magical such as you and Melody, right? George was like his brother. Krenos and Melody nodded. While Krenos and I are both magical, we are not magical twins like you two, Melody says. You two are literally two halves of the same soul whole. We both have separate souls. I don't think there has ever really been a case of magical twins in the Gardner family anyway, Krenos said. Sure, there have been other twins, but magical twins are more for the legacies of Apollo and Artemis. Isn't Artemis a virgin goddess? Blaze raised an eyebrow. How can she have legacies without ever having kids? It's called adoption, my dear history buff. Melody patted her boyfriend's head. Oh, right. Blaze face-bombed. Blaze was a lover of history, myths and legends being something he loved the most. It was why he got along great with Abby, since she was the resident expert of global history at Crystal Rose. So, she and Blaze loved talking about things they researches, often also making fun of the more idiotic historical figures like Napoleon Bonaparte. At least now we have a reason to return to Crystal Rose with you guys, Fred says. Especially if you do decide to leave this year instead of next year, George added. I think that is a great idea, Harry cuddled between both of his boyfriends, and Melody totally did not secretly take a picture of the adorable scene of the three of them with her mirror phone and send it to Olivia. Time jump brought to you by me trying not to have writer's block. The day of the final task soon arrived and tensions were still very much alive between the schools. Drumstrang and Beau's Batons had both openly sided with Crystal Rose, which got them ignored by the Hogwarts students that still hate mystic souls, just like how Crystal Rose was ignored by them. Dumbledore's dreams of peace went up in smoke right from the start. Dumbledore was a good man, but he was a bit of a dreamer. He tried for peace in a world that did not want to change enough to be open to peace. Too set in its ways of hating mystic souls because they were afraid of them. They admired him for trying, but he had a brick wall of resistance against him known as human fear and paranoia. The trio had decided, with permission from Olivia since she was the one that had the power to officially withdraw them from Hogwarts, that one more thing going wrong would be the end of their rope with staying in magical Britain. If one more thing went wrong, as in another murder attempt by Voldemort or control attempt by the Ministry, they would hightail it back to Greece. They were not even going to try and guess which one was going to happen since it was one or the other. There was not a single doubt about at least one or both of those things going to happen. When the third task was set up, it seemed to visually torture Fred, George, Cedric, and Victor as they watched the Quidditch fields being turned into a giant maze. The trio found it very funny how all four of them were so tormented by the fields being used that way. Fred and George might be Harry's boyfriends while Cedric is Krenos's, but that only gave the two an even greater right to tease them about their behavior. After the maze was finished, the schools were called that evening in order to watch over the final task. The noticeable separation of the other schools from Hogwarts was definitely something that all the teachers saw very easily. Dumbledore sighed in disappointment at his plan for peace, failing pretty much instantly. I had really hoped that this tournament would help them all realize that mystic souls are not dangerous, Dumbledore sighed. You tried, and that is more than I can say for literally every other British magical politician there has ever been, Jaiwei tells him. Things have been too bad between our kinds for too long for there to really ever have true peace. At least the hatred is not in the hearts of everyone, Dumbledore says. You should be very proud that your students found those that they could truly trust. Jaiwei smiled. Things used to be so hard for them after Red and Black killed their parents. Krenos refused to speak to anyone but Melody for over a month. Melody would cry herself to sleep every night. Harry lost another set of parents, and he pretty much shut down and was a shell of his usual kind and energetic self for a long time. The fact that they learned to trust others after everything they've been through shows how big their hearts are. While it would be a shame to lose such talented students, I agree with them and Olivia that it is safer for them outside of his country, Dumbledore admitted. I would rather have 3 living and happy former students. than miserable and imprisoned current students. You really think anyone here could actually be able to contain them? Jiwei raised an eyebrow. You have a point, Amaya, Dumbledore said. Krenos and Melody sat with all their friends with the rest of Crystal Rose. Everyone waited for when the task would start. Harry, Cedric, Victor, Adam, and Fleur were already in the champion's tent, waiting to be called out. I sure hope that whatever is in that maze will not be as bad as psychotic mermaids and mother dragons, Melody says. Krenos, you getting anything from the maze? Chala asked the nature mage. I can definitely say with confidence that whoever grew those hedges needs to really never do it again, Krenos said. It definitely wasn't Professor Sprout since she takes way better care of her plants. There is some very dangerous magic in the hedges. They've been enchanted to attack anyone that comes too close to them. Not to mention that the closer the champions get to the center, the more violent the hedges will become. Why are people in this country so violent? Hestia looked disgusted at the idea of plants being so violent. Because peace was taken out of every single dictionary in magical Britain, Hawk joked. As much as you were trying to joke, that might actually be what happened, Abby said with a straight face. There was some type of horn blown, signaling the champions to come out. Everyone cheered as they all came out. Harry and Victor were tied for first. Cedric was in second. Adam was in third place mostly because of bias against him by Crouch and Bagman when they had scored his tasks. And Fleur was in fourth because of her poor performances in both tasks that also included not even finishing the second task. Her performances really had a lot of people questioning how she was made the Beauxbatons champion in the first place. Attention, champions, Dumbledore announced, everyone turning to look at him. Welcome to the final task. Our champions will enter the maze one at a time, depending on their scores. The goal is to reach the center of the maze and claim the Quad Wizard Cup. Whoever claims it first is the winner. We seriously did those first two tasks, and now all it comes down to is a race in a maze, Harry whispered to Cedric. If all we had to do was run around in a maze looking for a cup, why bother with the first two tasks? Wand-using wizards, big on magic, but not on logic, Cedric answered. You have gotten so sassy lately, Harry chuckled. Exactly how much time have you and my brother been spending together? I like living, so I am not going to answer that. Cedric was not going to be a victim of protective brother Harry. The first horn blew, allowing Harry and Victor to both run into the maze. They decided to stay together since there was no telling what was in the maze. I think we both can agree that Krenos would have seriously owned this task if he had been chosen, Harry remarked to his friend. Truer words have never been spoken, my friend, Victor says. Do you have any ideas on what could be in this maze? Harry asked him as they went deeper into the maze. Nothing good, that is for sure, Victor said. I heard some rumors that they had the care of magical creatures Professor placed creatures into the maze. Oh, for the love of the gods, Harry face-palmed. I love Hagrid, but the man thinks that a giant spider would be a good pet. No telling what is in this maze. He tried to have a giant spider as a pet, Victor raised an eyebrow. Is he mad? Being honest, he probably is, Harry said. After all, that spider is currently living in the Forbidden Forest with probably about 200 children. I am probably going to regret asking this, but how do you know that? Victor asked him. Because they tried to eat Krenos, Melody, and I back in our second year here, Harry tells him. Yep, I regret it, Victor stated. There was another horn blown, and the two of them knew that Cedric was now in the maze as well. The two of them continued through the maze for another few minutes before they finally came across one of the threats inside of it. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, Harry swore. In front of them was a chimera. The magical beast with the head of a lion and a ram while having the body of a lion with a snake for a tail. It was one of the most dangerous beings in the magical world along with the Hydra, Kraken, and Olivia. I am starting to see why you were concerned about this, Hagrid. You spoke of choosing the creatures in the maze, Victor says. Jungle Soul, Cheetah, Harry cast. The spirit of a cheetah appeared next to him as the creature attacked the two of them. Harry was easily able to use his boosted speed to avoid its attacks, which came in handy even more since its snake tail was very fast. Harry was nearly bitten by it after he dodged a bite from the ram head. Let's see how you handle my sun fire. Victor lit his hands on fire. Pushing out his hands, he unleashed a fire that was definitely hot enough to feel as if it was coming right from the sun. The chimera roared as it was hit by the flames. Jungle Soul, Elephant, Harry cast. After using the last of his enhanced speed to get under the chimera, the spirit of an elephant replaced the cheetah as Harry took hold of the wounded beast's stomach from under it. Using his new strength, he threw it over one of the hedges to get it away from them. "I am not even going to ask how anyone got a chimera into this maze," Victor said. "The next time I see Hagrid, I'm gonna kill him," Harry says. He loved that gentle giant with all his heart, but that was before he had to fight a chimera. He vowed that if he ran into Fluffy while in this maze, he might actually kill Hagrid. "If that was only the first thing we ran into in here, I am not looking forward to seeing what else we'll run into," Victor says. "Well, I just ran into a small army of imps," Cedric says as he walks up to them from another path in the maze. "For the love of the gods, are there any magical creatures not in this maze?" Harry complained. "Well, Hagrid never was one for ever going halfway with anything he does," Cedric shrugged. "By the way, I heard 2 more horns go off before I found you too." "So, Adam and Fleur are in the maze now as well," Victor says. "I hope they are both okay. As much as that girl annoys me, I would never wish harm on her or anyone." "Well, we all know Adam will be able to handle himself very well," Harry said. "If anything, I feel sorry for any creatures that he runs into while in this maze. I would seriously pay money to see him in a full magical duel," Cedric says. "His powers are so cool. I wonder what else he has in his deck." "Trust me, you have not lived until you have seen him summon his black luster soldier," Harry said. The 3 of them then continued on into the maze. It was lucky for them that there was no way for those back at the stands to actually see what was going on in the maze, which was actually strange since why would they make the students watch something that they would not even be able to see? Same with the second task since all they were looking at was the top of the lake. Cedric was right. They were big on magic, but not on logic. They were just glad that since they were not seen by anyone back at the stands, they could use their more extraordinary abilities while not having to fake it as wand magic. Victor with his fire, Cedric with his medallion magic, and Harry with his animal spirits. It was so much more relaxing not having to fake where their magic was actually coming from. The deeper they got into the maze, the more that the maze seemed to throw at them. They dealt with a boggart, a sphinx, an acromantula, a cockatrice, a griffin, and even a manticore. And that was also with them having to avoid the hedges themselves since they tried to strangle Cedric when he backed into them while fighting the acromantula. Eventually, they all made it to the path where they could see a glowing blue something at the end of it. "If I had to guess, I would say that would be where the tournament cup is," Cedric guessed. "Let's get out of this maze of terrors already." "I could not agree more, Cedric," Adam says as he walks into the path as well. Floating next to him was probably the cutest creature in his entire deck. It was basically a giant brown ball of fur with large cute eyes and green feet. The creature immediately floated up to Harry and cuddled with him. "It's good to see you too, Curibo," Harry chuckled as the creature's fur tickled him a little. They all walked to the glow at the end of the path. "Have you happened to see Fleur anywhere, Adam?" Cedric asked the duelist mage. "I honestly have no idea where she is," Adam said. "Maybe she came across a leprechaun and lost a fight to him. Honestly, how she became a champion if anyone else's guess. Maybe no one else put their name as after she did," Harry guessed. "I have no idea." "Well, no use dwelling on it since we can't exactly change it at this point," Victor shrugged. They all continued to make their way to the center of the maze when they heard something approaching from behind them. Turning around, it looked like the acromantula from before was coming back for round 2. "Is that a giant spider?" Adam's eyes widened. "No time to talk. Let's just get out of here," Harry said. They all bolted down the maze. Victor and Cedric fired off blasts of fire and ice to slow down the spider as best as they could. They soon made it to the center of the maze, and the tournament cup was sitting on a pedestal at the direct center of the center. "Let's just grab the thing and get out of here before that spider tries to eat us," Cedric says. "Amen to that," Harry stated. The 4 of them all grabbed onto the cup at the same time. They vanished right then and there. Chapter 76, Graveyard Brawl. Chapter 76, Graveyard Brawl. If there was one thing that Harry had just discovered, it was that he really hated porkies. He had never traveled by one before, usually just letting Krenos teleport in places. But porkies were definitely not something that he would want to use again. The feeling that he had felt when he, Cedric, Victor, and Adam all grabbed onto the tournament cup was awful. It was like being squeezed through a tube that happened to be traveling 100 miles an hour. Not to mention how it also felt like they were spinning as if they were a merry-go-round gone wild. It made him want to lose every bit of food that he had eaten that day. When they all landed, all four of them were groaning as they hit the ground. What in the name of Anubis was that? Adam looked just as green as the grass they landed on. I don't feel so good. That would be a portkey, Cedric explained, not as nauseous as the rest of them. It is basically a charmed object that teleports anyone that is touching it to any location that it is charmed to take that person/people to. I never want to use one of those ever again, Harry groaned. I think I might lose my breakfast and lunch right now. My stomach does not feel good. There is a reason why the only wand user transportation that I like are broomsticks. Victor groaned from his place on the ground. Harry could not hold it anymore. He was lucky that he landed near a bush because he was instantly losing the contents of his stomach into it. It was official. He really hated wand user magic. Most of it confused him, anyway. Like, he knew about the Flu network and how it was used for both communication and transportation, but what made him so confused was how you communicated by sticking your head into a magical fire. He just thought that it was a ridiculous thing to do. Mirror phones worked a lot better than that. Where are we, anyway? Adam asked the others. They all started to look around, as they would be recovering from the effects of the portkey. Harry would join them once he was able to stop throwing up into the bush. He hoped that his brother would forgive him for doing such a thing to an innocent bush. Under the current circumstances, Krenos would probably understand. The four of them looked around, and it was very obvious that they were all in a graveyard. A very creepy one at that, since plenty of the graves did not look like they were taken very good care of. A lot of them had vines and mold growing on them, while others were so worn down by the weather over the years that the names on them could barely be read. There were also 2 mausoleums with creepy gargoyle statues around them, and the fact that it was nighttime only made the area even creepier than it already was. I think that it is very obvious that this is not part of the task, Victor stated. If it was, then there would have been a portkey for each of us instead of only one, Cedric says. There would be no point to a final part of the task if only one of us would be able to do it. Yeah, Harry agreed. Plus, even though the tasks were kept secret until we started, we would have been told if there was another part. But we were specifically told that whoever takes the cup would be the winner. Be on your guard, Adam tells them. Since someone obviously wanted the one that touched the cup to come here, there must be someone waiting here. And then, as if on cue, Avada Kedavra, someone yelled. All four of them were definitely glad to have good reflexes, which made a lot of sense with Harry, Cedric, and Victor since they are all seekers. They all managed to get out of the way of a bright green spell that was fired at them. The spell just barely missed Adam, but the duelist mage was able to duck in time for the spell to instead hit an angel statue that had been behind him. And, for those that think that it is Pettigrew doing this, let me remind you all that he had been taken by Harry back in Chapter 50, and he was arrested and sentenced to prison by the Greek court when they had also given Sirius a trial. So, it is not him doing this. That was the killing curse, Cedric gasped. You mean one of those unforgivable spells that Professor Moody was teaching us about this year? Harry was shocked and horrified. Not good. While almost all wand user magic had little to no effect on mystic souls, the unforgivable curses are very dangerous even to them. Torture, mind control, and instant death should never be taken lightly even if they were mystic souls. There was never any information on if a mystic soul's magic was able to counter them the same way that they can counter other wand user magic. So, that meant that himself, Victor, and Adam were all still vulnerable to the spells if they were hit by them. More spells, including the killing curse, continued to fly at them. The boys all had to take cover behind other statues and gravestones. Who is even firing at us? Victor yells over the spells flying at them. If I knew, I would not exactly keep it to myself, Cedric yelled back. From the number of spells, it is definitely more than one person. Harry shouts to be heard as he ducked a cutting curse. Another killing curse just barely missed them while they all took cover. That was when Adam had enough. Okay, that's it, he snapped. I have never been the defensive type, and I am not going to start now. He took a card from his deck and smiled at it. I am on Adam's side, Victor stated. If I go down, I will at least go down fighting. His hands lit ablaze. I would like to see how these attackers would deal with this, Adam said as he put his card onto his duel disc. "Come on out, summoned skull." The large fiend creature slammed into the graveyard as it was summoned in a flash of lightning. "What in the name of Merlin is that thing?" the voice of one of their attackers shouted. Harry and Cedric also came out from their hiding places in order to fight. Cedric's hands glowed bright blue as he used the power of the medallion. Harry touched his amulet, and the spirit of a tiger appeared next to him. They stood next to Victor and Adam, all of them ready to face their wannabe killers. The light from Victor's fire, Harry's spirit, and the electricity around Summoned Skull all gave them a better view of their attackers. There were about a dozen or so masked people, all in dark as night robes. They also all wore skull-like masks that seemed to look like both skulls and cracked faces of dolls. It was a very creepy combo for a mask. Something found on a horror movie villain. "Death Eaters," Cedric gasped. "Huh." Harry, Adam, and Victor had no idea what he was talking about. "The minions of you-know-who," Cedric gave them as quick of an explanation as possible. "Great," Harry groaned. "So, this is another attempt to kill me. I really should not be surprised at this point." The four boys all attacked the Death Eaters. It was probably the best choice that they had ever made, since most really wanted to get out their frustrations on what was happening out on their attackers. If there was one way for them to take out all of their pent-up anger and frustrations, it would be to beat up even more egotistical wand users that dared to attack them. This had been a long time coming. The fact that they were all able to keep their violent tendencies and natural violent defenses under wraps for so long said a lot about their self-control. Mystic souls with tempers, such as Hawk and Chala, would usually attack right away if someone rubbed them the wrong way for too long. Chala certainly showed his temper when Hermione tried to ask Victor to the Yule Ball. And even after it became aware that Chala and Victor were going together, she kept trying to get him to go with her. The jungle cat mage was able to mostly handle the annoying girl since she was annoying all the time, so they all mostly got used to her. But then she said to Victor that she would be a much better date than a freak. That made him mad. The annoying no, it all was lucky that she did not end up mauled by the jungle cat mage. But it pleased him enough that he was able to send her running down the corridor after he yelled at her to leave his date alone. The fact that his eyes were also emerald cat eyes, his nails being cat-like claws, and his teeth being fanged probably also helped to scare her off. Victor gave him a hug and kiss on the cheek as a thank you for getting the very annoying girl away from him. He was well aware that she probably only wanted to date him since she was aware he was a famous Quidditch player. Her plans probably would have instantly gone down the drain if she was aware that Victor was also one of those freaks that she hated so much. Of course, how he was able to keep his temper every time she would just dismiss that he already had a date was a miracle. She was lucky that he didn't burn her right where she stood. Flame shower, Victor cast. He shot a ball of fire into the sky, and above the heads of the Death Eaters, it exploded and started to rain down on their attackers. That immediately made the Death Eaters scatter to avoid the fire. The fact that none of them even tried to do a shield charm was kind of pathetic to the four boys. "Have at them, Summoned Skull," Adam ordered his monster. His creature towered over everything around it, but it definitely was made more intimidating when the electricity that was around its body concentrated on its claws. That was then when bolts of lightning came off of the creature's claws and started firing at the Death Eaters. And as much as they tried to fight back against it, Summoned Skull was more powerful than they could ever dream of being. "You guys really need to chill out," Cedric says. Back at Hogwarts, Krenos groaned as if he could literally sense that his boyfriend had told the very bad pun. Raising his hands, Cedric sent out a wave of icy wind and snow at some of the Death Eaters. They were covered by a layer of frost and snow by the time that he stopped. Of course, he only stopped so that he could start firing off super sharp icicles at them, as if they were arrows being shot from a bow. And he was able to fire them so rapidly that even when the Death Eaters would try and end a spell his way, the spells would instead hit one of the icicles. "I have so had it with people trying to kill me," Harry growled. "How about you learn what it's like to be attacked for no reason?" To say that the animal mage was pissed would be one hell of an understatement. He had officially had it with this country of those either trying to kill him or control him. The tiger spirit that he had conjured stayed with him as Harry used his tiger agility, balance, and speed to jump quickly across the headstones to attack the Death Eaters as well as avoid spells being fired at him. He always loved the advantages that he would get over his enemies whenever he would use his animal powers. It was especially fun when he would blend into the environment around him when using the powers of a chameleon and seriously confuse his enemies that way. Plus, easily throwing them around while he has the strength of a gorilla or elephant was like his own personal version of shot put. He jumped onto multiple Death Eaters to knock them down as he and his tiger spirit attacked them. He had a lot of anger against magical Britain that he wanted to get out before he might literally explode from all of the anger he has been keeping inside. Of course, he would keep some of it to himself since he did not want this graveyard to become the scene of a massacre. Victor and Adam shared a look with each other as they nodded at each other. Flame Meteor, Victor cast. He rose his hands over his head and a big ball of fire formed between his hands. It got bigger as he moved his hands further apart to make the fireball as big as he could get it. Power that fireball, summon Skull, Adam ordered his creature. The monster faced one of its claws toward the fireball, and its lightning moved from its hand to the ball of fire. Victor and Adam were combining their magic. A powerful thing to do when mystic souls were already as powerful as they were. Have a taste of this power, Death Munchers? Victor yelled at them as he threw his electric fireball at the Death Eaters, while also making fun of them by calling them Death Munchers. The Death Eaters scattered once again as the fireball filled with electricity exploded as it made contact with the ground close to them. A few of them were knocked out instantly by the power. Jungle Soul, Gorilla, Harry cast. The spirit of the tiger was replaced by that was a gorilla. Harry used his enhanced strength in order to pick up a headstone that had been cut in half earlier by a cutting curse. He spun around with it as if he was doing the disc-throwing event from the ancient Greek games. He then let go of the destroyed headstone, and it nailed another Death Eater in the chest, sending him into a second. Both were knocked out almost instantly. Who needs the Ice Age when I'm around? Cedric smirked as his hands glowed with the medallion's power. The sixth-year boy was definitely having a good time as he was turning Death Eaters into ice statues. And since the medallion was very strong magic, there was no telling if any fire or flame charms from a wand would be able to undo what he was doing to those that attacked him and his friends. If it was not obvious before, it was definitely obvious now that none of the boys cared about hiding the gifts that they had. Adam was already a known mystic soul, but Harry and Victor were not even trying to hide their own personal powers anymore. Not even Cedric had his wand out, as he used the medallion's power over any spell he learned at Hogwarts or in his studying for the tournament. They no longer even cared about keeping up appearances since they were just so very done with this country and everyone in it. So, there was no longer a point in hiding their powers or where they came from. Plus, when dealing with those that were trying to kill them, what really was the issue with no longer caring about hiding their powers? As long as they were not killing these Death Eaters, then there was no problem with doing what they could in order to survive. And if they had some fun while doing it because they really wanted an excuse to attack my egotistical British wizards, then there was no one that could really blame them after everything that the country, its citizens, and government put them through. As Harry was dodging some more spells sent his way by one of the few remaining Death Eaters that were not knocked out, he landed in front of a grave. And he could actually read the name on it. Thomas Riddle. His eyes widened as he read the name in his head. That's Voldemort's father. But that was when he heard something hissing. And as an animal mage, animal sounds were the easiest thing in the world for him to identify. So, it was definitely easy for him to know that some type of large snake was somewhere in the graveyard. Why a snake that size would be around was beyond him. Looking around quickly, he was first to see a dark green python slithering around the ground. It was heading right for Victor. Victor! He yelled at his friend. The Bulgarian mystic soul turned around just in time to see the snake lunge at him, heading right for his chest for it to sink its large fangs into him. Pythons were not poisonous, but who knows if it was a magical snake that could have poison even with the species of snake that it was. Victor was faster than the snake expected, but that was because the snake did not take into account that he was a famous seeker. So, his reflexes were better than most. As the snake opened its mouth during its lunge, Victor was fast enough to shoot a ball of dragon fire into its open mouth. Not only did it knock the snake away from him, but the snake soon gave off a very roar-like hiss as it exploded with the power of the fire that was used on it. I never liked snakes anyway, Victor says. Cedric froze the last Death Eater that was near him as Harry threw another one into one of the mausoleums, knocking him out cold. Seeing all of their attackers on the ground, Adam thanked Summon Skull before taking its card off his dual disc and making the creature vanish. I think that was the last of them, Cedric says. +1 snake, Victor said. Thanks for the warning, Harry. No problem, Vic, Harry says. Can we get the Hades out of here, now? I would rather leave before any more of these Death Eaters show up. The three others all nodded. They went to where they had left the tournament cup on the ground when they landed. Placing all their hands on it at the same time again, they vanished from the graveyard. Chapter 77. The Last Straw. Chapter 77. The Last Straw. The four boys all landed back in another lump on the ground. There were a bunch of cheers, so that told them that they had actually gotten back to the actual place that the cup should have brought them to in the first place. Right back to the castle in front of the stands for the audience. Harry, Victor, and Adam were all green once again since they really did not like the feeling of portkeys. If it was not for the fact Harry already lost everything in his stomach, he would have started throwing up again. Plus, they also still were feeling the effects of the adrenaline in their systems from the fight they just had. While the other students and staff kept cheering at the winners finally arriving, those like Crystal Rose, the good Hogwarts group, Victor's drumstring friends, Dumbledore, and Jaiwei all saw that something was wrong. They all started to make their way to the field. The four boys obviously all needed help and some medical care as well, even if none of them looked seriously hurt. Harry, Melody yelled, pushing her way through the crowd. Harry, get out of the way, you stupid British people. Krenos was very tempted to use his powers to get them out of their way. That is our brother you are blocking us from getting to. Human decency is very low in this country, Chalice stated. But that is very obvious at this point. Could not agree more, Fred said. So true indeed, George also agreed. They all pushed their way to the group. The twins, Melody, and Krenos all ran to Harry. Krenos also made sure to check in on Cedric as well until the Diggory parents ran over to check on their son. Victor's, Adam's, and Fleur's parents were all there as well. It was part of tournament tradition for the families of the champions to all be there for the final task. Everyone could see plenty of ministry people, including Fudge, trying to approach the champions. But the magical restraining orders that Harry, Krenos, and Melody had on them kept any corrupt ones away. Kingsley was there along with the rest of the minister's chosen Aurors, but he safely made his way over to the four of them. He tried not to look smug at his fellow Aurors, as this was already proving that he was a better Auror than them since the orders did not affect him at all. Meaning unlike them, he was not corrupt. Though, it would have been so wrong if he was corrupt given that he was Chala's father. But Chala would never let his father become like the rest of them. His father was an honorable and loyal man, and he would never let anyone change who his father really is. I hope you four are okay, Kingsley says as he approaches them. The four of them all groaned as they got up into sitting positions. Harry was practically being crushed as the twins, Krenos, and Melody all crowded around him and would not stop hugging him. Harry was starting to think he might need to channel a slipper snake just to escape their grasps. Do not make me channel an electric eel just to make you guys let go, Harry threatened them. Don't be like that, Harrykins. Fred ran his hands through his boyfriend's hair. You love us and you know it. George gave him playful pinches on his cheeks. Harry really blushed from their teases. But they all did eventually have to let him go, so that they all could be more serious when telling what had happened. Someone tampered with the tournament cup, Cedric tells Kingsley. We ended up in a graveyard somewhere, and when we got there, we were ambushed by a bunch of death munchers, Victor added. He means Death Eaters, Cedric tells Kingsley when he noticed the confused look on his face. What? Kingsley gasped. Then he started to look over Harry and checked everywhere he could to see if he was injured. Are you hurt? Any pain? Did any spell hit you? Harry chuckled a little since all of the injury searchings tickled him a little. You are such a papa bear. Harry pushed his hands away. I'm fine, Kingsley. No spells touched me or any of us. Kingsley could not help himself, and he gave Harry a hug. He soon brought in Krenos and Melody as well. You three are going to give me a heart attack one day, he tells them. Can't you ever not almost die while attending Hogwarts? According to fate, that is too much to ask for, Krenos shrugged. Chala chuckled as he stayed next to Victor as the two held hands. Dad always did care so much about them, he tells his fire mage boyfriend. After I made friends with them, Dad pretty much adopted the three of them as his niece and nephews. And I do happen to agree with him. They're family. They are very lucky to have the two of you as family. Victor gave him a kiss on the cheek. I am the lucky one, Chala says. I get an amazing father and three very powerful and loving cousins. I could not imagine my family any other way. Victor chuckled and kissed his cheek again. Shacklebolt! Fudge yelled from behind the barrier. The restraining order kept him behind. Stop pampering those brats and make them tell us what happened. Okay, I really do not care anymore about keeping my powers secret if I get to permanently silence that idiot, Melody growled. I don't want to stay anymore anyway, Harry says. When we were attacked, the first spell fired at us was the killing curse. What? Both of his siblings yelled. It just barely missed Adam, Harry continued. Just an inch or two closer, and I am not sure if being a mystic soul would block such a dangerous curse. We are resistant to stunning, curses, hexes, jinxes, and even prank potions. Most wand-related magic. But the killing curse is something more dangerous than all of that. Okay, that really is the last straw, Krenos growled. We are getting out of here before someone actually does end up dead. And probably by our own hands as well. Melody put a hand on her hip. Shacklebolt, Fudge continued to yell. That man is giving me a headache, Abby stated. She summoned a snowball into her hand and placed it onto her head in order to help with her headache. Mason mumbled beside her how he wished his enchanted ruby magic could help with headaches like her enchanted sapphire magic could. By the gods, will you shut up already? Harry yelled at Fudge. He walked toward him, but none of the corrupt ministry people were forced back. The restraining order was very specific that they could not approach the trio, but the trio could approach them. That way, they could hit them with more lawsuits if they needed to, or if they wanted to punch one of them. It was usually one or the other, mostly the punching part. You can't talk to me like that, Fudge shouted at Harry. I can talk to an idiot any way that I want. Harry crossed his arms. I love it when he gets so pissed that he gets this sassy, Melody giggled. I think anyone that has nearly died has every right to be pissed off, Krenos said. That certainly explains why Adam is looking about ready to unleash that magician of his again. Cedric was looking at the obviously very angry duelist mage. Adam has a boyfriend back home, Krenos explained. He and Adam are obviously really in love. I think Adam is more pissed about how upset and angry his boyfriend would have been if he died. He always has cared more about others than himself, Hawk says. What are you even doing here, Fudge? Harry glared at the minister. We have sued you. We have hit you with restraining orders. We've placed multiple minions of yours in jail. We have thrown the entire power of the Greek Magic Council at you. What will it take for you to just go away and leave us alone? Harry was obviously so done with everything. His wand was in his hand, but Krenos and Melody were sure that it was not because he was going to cast any spells. Everyone else had grown quiet when they saw Harry confronting the minister. Considering the times Olivia has stormed into Hogwarts to arrest people, adding to how the minister tried kidnapping Harry right out of Hogwarts at the end of his 3rd year. A lot of them saw something like this coming when the minister and his Aurors arrived. Though, Hermione was looking ready to explode as Harry dared to disrespect an authority figure. What she really needed was a lesson on how to spot people that deserve respect, and those that deserve a slap in the face instead of respect. You shall speak to me with respect, you little brat. Fudge looked like a little kid throwing a tantrum. Respect is earned, not given, Harry says. The only thing you've earned is a slap in the face and a firm kick to your ass. I am so done with you and everyone in this stupid country. Something tells me he is just getting started, Fred said. That something is common sense, dear twin of mine. George patted his shoulder. Harry has been wanting to say all of this for a long time, Krenos says. It was only a matter of time before it all came pouring out. You and everyone else in that stupid ministry of yours have been nothing but complete pains in the neck ever since I came to this backward country. Harry kept yelling at Fudge. You let criminals run free because they bribe you. You throw innocent people like my godfather in jail. You make life harder for anyone that is not your definition of a perfect pureblood. Your definition is anyone that is willing to fill your pockets with gold so that they can do whatever they want. It is because of people like you that make the world so hard for good people to live in it. He never holds back. Kingsley smiled at the scene Harry was making. He would not be Harry if he did, Hestia said. You have no idea what you are talking about, Fudge yelled right back at Harry. You are nothing but a stupid kid that should be in Britain where he belongs. I do not belong in this stupid country, Harry screamed right back. If anything, this is the country that I belong the least amount in. I would never want to live in a country that so easily ignores child abuse, criminal activity, and everything else wrong just so that they can stick their heads in the sand and pretend everything is fine. I would never live in a country so controlled by biased prejudice against Muggleborns, mystic souls, squibs, and magical creatures. I would never live in a place that would rather give the credit of defeating a stupid Dark Lord to a baby than to give the credit rightfully to his parents when they obviously were the ones that did something to protect me and defeat Voldemort. Don't say his name, one of the corrupt Aurors yelled. Voldemort, Harry yelled, making a lot of people flinch. I see this country is also full of cowards that can't even say a ridiculous made-up name. Pathetic. Can I also have him as a brother? Cedric jokingly asked Krenos and Melody. I would love to have someone like him as a part of my family. By how things are currently going, Fred smirked. He will probably one day be your brother-in-law. George also smirked. That made both Krenos and Cedric turn almost as red as the twins' hair. Their friends all giggled and chuckled around them as well. Especially Melody, Chala, and Kingsley. You guys are so lucky. I love you all. Or I would turn you all into trees, Krenos threatened them. Guys, I think we might need to prepare to fight, Hawk tells them. Harry might not be the only one that has reached the end of his rope. They all looked at how angry the minister was getting. He had lost so many legal and physical battles with Harry, his siblings, and the Greek legal system. He was desperate for a win, and since he was also currently getting scolded as if he was a child, he was likely to lose his temper any second now. And since he had his own chosen Aurors with him, they would start firing spells the moment he tells them to, not even caring that they would be firing at children. That is, you little brat. Fudge looked purple with how mad he was. You will respect me, and that is final. As if, Harry rolled his eyes. You tried to return me to abusive relatives for no other reason than to control me. You defended multiple criminals just because you want more corrupt people around you. I am officially done with this country. I am done with people like you. I'll send postcards from Greece. Oh, wait, I won't do that at all. Peace out, idiots. He turned around and started to walk away. But Fudge was obviously not going to let him have the last word. So, he pulled the card that he thought would make Harry stay. If you leave Hogwarts, we will have to snap your wand. He looked smug as he obviously thought that he won. Harry turned around to look at the minister. He had a bored look on his face. He took the wand that was in his wand and easily snapped it in half, shocking everyone around that was not aware of his true powers. He threw them onto the ground. Wand user magic is pathetic anyway, Harry said. He turned back around and walked toward his siblings and friends. But Fudge had actually been furious enough to whip out his own wand and fire a spell at Harry instead of ordering one of his Aurors to do it. But the spell never even reached Harry. It froze midair. Literally, since the spell was somehow frozen in a ball of ice. Abby's hands and eyes were glowing. There is nothing more cowardice than trying to shoot someone in the back, she said. Krenos and Melody ran to their brother. They stepped on their own wands that they had dropped onto the ground after Harry broke his. Their wands snapped as well when they stepped on them. They quickly joined Harry as he turned around and glared at the minister. Another reason to hate this country, the animal mage growled. You shoot people in the back for the simple reason that they do not take your word as law. You think you are all that when you really are nothing but dirt under our shoes. Melody also insulted them. I would rather fight the demon of fear again than deal with you idiots any longer. Krenos glared at the ministry idiots. You think that you are all that. But let me tell you one thing, Harry evilly smirked. You are a part of those delusional people that believe that mystic souls are monsters. Well, there have been 3 of them right under your noses for years. You precious boy who lived has been the thing you hate most this entire time. Jungle soul, elephant. With his spell, the spirit of an elephant appeared behind him. With a loud toot, it made itself even more noticed than it already was. Harry was smirking the entire time as his eyes were glowing. You are always stupid enough to believe that it was our amulets or accidental magic causing the strong magic that happens around us, Melody stated. We played you all like fiddles. And before you go on a big delusional rant about us being mystic soul spies, Krenos rolled his eyes as he said that. We were only here because Harry was honoring his birth parents. We made lifelong friends. We met a king and understanding wizard like Dumbledore. We got to honor my birth parents, Harry says. But James and Lily Potter did not give their lives so that I could live in a country that treats my kind like monsters just because they are paranoid about our powers. They would want me to live the life that they sacrificed themselves for me to have. They would want me loved and happy. And if leaving this stupid country is what would make me happy, they would support me the entire time without a single doubt. You freaks. Fudge managed to scream. Krenos and Melody's eyes started glowing as well. I think you of all people do not get to call us that when you look like a bowling ball that grew arms, legs, and a head, Krenos said. With a flick of his wrist, a vine shot out from behind Fudge and slapped him on the back of his head. That started off a big fight that really anyone would have seen coming, since Fudge never knows when it is time to shut his mouth and be quiet. His aurors all started to fire spells off at random, causing Crystal Rose and all their friends to fight back. During all of the chaos, Kingsley took Hestia aside. He whispered something to her, and she quickly agreed. They grabbed Melody on the way, since what they were going to do was her idea in the first place. She teleported them out of there. There was a lot of magic flying around. Drumstrang and Bosbaton students all used their own spells to defend themselves as Headmaster Karkaroff and Madame Maxime all attempted to get their students out of there. Hogwarts students ran for their lives. Ice from Abby and fire from Mason caused the most damage as they kept the oars far away from everyone. Hawk, Valia, and Buzz all flew into the air as they rained down their own magic to keep the oars from trying to form a plan by keeping them away from each other. Adam already had out the Dark Magician, and that magical being was not taking any prisoners. He obviously was channeling his owner's emotions. Even Fred, George, Cedric, Victor, Neville, Luna, Daphne, and Blaze were involved as well. All of them were fighting the Aurors as well. Fred and George were certainly seeing the perks of their new powers, especially after Fred used his fire magic to literally set the butts of 3 Aurors on fire. George followed that up by using his water powers to make the ground really muddy and make the Aurors slip and fall. Amaya, you know what needs to be done, Dumbledore tells his fellow schoolhead. She nodded. I will get them out of here as quickly as possible. She gave off a loud whistle, her students and their allies all looking at her. They all got what she meant, and they all started to leave. Nature's hurricane, Krenos cast. His eyes glowed even brighter as he slowly rose his hands up. A giant force of leaves, flower petals, green wind, and other nature-made things formed around him. It swirled as it became like a giant storm of nature. It was one of Krenos's most powerful spells that he hardly ever used, since it causes him to be very tired after he uses it. Pushing his hands out, Krenos sent the storm at the Ministry people. It sent them all flying backward in various directions. It allowed all of them to get away as fast as they could. The last thing they needed was for a war to start while in enemy territory. Everyone got into the tree, including their Hogwarts allies. Fred, George, Neville, Luna, Cedric, Daphne, and Blaze would all send their parents letters as soon as they could. But they stood up for what they believed in, and that was what mattered to them. Lily and Krenos, combining their magic, got them all on the tree express back to Greece. They and the tree all vanished in a giant flash of nature magic. This had been coming for a long time. And not it had finally happened. Chapter 78. Home at last. Chapter 78. Home at last. Traveling by tree was probably the most unique thing that a lot of the teens had done. They have usually ever traveled by flue, portkey, broom, or side-along apparition. They have never done any type of teleportation that involved mystic soul magic before. And if they were honest with themselves, they were very sick to their stomach once they felt themselves stop moving. It felt as if their feet had hit the ground by the time that the rest of those in the tree had all said that they had reached Greece. Most of them immediately ran to the magical tree bathrooms in order to empty their stomachs. But to the mystic souls, the feeling was always unbelievable. To them, it felt as if they were quickly moving through a floral field. Most of them still had the smell of flowers in their noses, and they knew it would not go away for several days after being transported using the tree. Krenos and Lily both collapsed once the teleporting was done. That was a lot of people, Krenos said. It certainly explains why we are so tired, Lily agreed with her friend. How on earth did you transport everyone here by yourself the first time when you all arrived at Hogwarts? Krenos asked her. I got a power boost from White since he also uses a form of nature magic, Lily explained. That certainly makes a lot of sense, Krenos said. You two okay? Down there, Harry asked his brother and friend. We're good, they both answered. The two nature mages slowly gained enough strength to at least sit up after making their quick escape. Looking around, everyone seemed fine. The Hogwarts students were still in the bathrooms, but that was to be expected given this was their first time traveling by tree. Luna was the only one still in the main room, but since she is Luna, they did not expect her to really be affected by anything. Even though she is a mystic soul, they all still believed that she was some type of seer. She had to be with all the stuff she seemed to know before it even happened. Everyone else was pretty fine given that they were used to all types of teleportation. And even after they had to fight against the corrupt Aurors, none of them were really tired since it's not like the wand users stood a chance against them. They only left because starting a war when they were in enemy territory was definitely not a good idea. Well, that just happened, Melody said. But it is not unexpected for that to have happened. I am still very proud of Harry, really letting that idiot minister have it, Chala laughed. That was the best verbal slapping that I have heard in a long time. Glad to entertain, Harry did a playful bow. I am just so glad that we are finally done with those idiots. That made a lot of the others groan. You just jinxed it, Harry, Abby said. If you want to jinx, go and look for Juliet, Harry tells her. She is the luck mage, after all. He got a pillow thrown at him for the bad joke, making him and a lot of the others laugh. Everyone was soon getting up and out of the chairs, couches, and other things that they had been sitting in. A lot of them brushed off the leaves and flower petals that had fallen on them during transportation. But that time, the Hogwarts group had finally all exited the bathrooms and made their way back into the main room of the tree. You guys doing okay? Melody asked them. Ask me again when my stomach catches up with me. Blaze was still holding his stomach as he leaned against his girlfriend. Poor baby, Melody giggled as she patted his head. I would make fun of you, but I do not have the energy for it right now, Daphne says. Fred and George then took their usual places on either side of Harry. He patted their heads since they also still looked sick as well. They were still just coming into their mystic soul powers, so they were not as resistant to the nauseous effects of the teleportation as all the other mystic souls were. The mystic souls all looked at each other. There was the obvious elephant in the room. The fact that Fred, George, Neville, Cedric, Luna, Blaze, and Daphne all fought against their own country's law enforcement minister, and that they all fled their own home since they openly sided with Crystal Rose. They all left their families behind, which would definitely be an issue given that the ministry would certainly go after them because of what their children did. Guys, Krenos was about to say to them. Cedric took his boyfriend's hand, stopping him from speaking. You guys have nothing to apologize for, he tells them. But because of us, you all had to leave your home, Melody said, tears in her eyes. How can you say that we have nothing to apologize for? Because we made our own choices, Neville says. The rest of Britain might change their opinions and actions based on what is written in the Daily Prophet and what the ministry says, but we all know better than to just be sheep that follow their shepherd. We know that you guys are not monsters or freaks, Daphne tells them. We sided with you because that was the right choice to make. You guys have done nothing to them all year, Fred said, but yet they continue to attack you for no reason, George says. So, we made the right choice instead of the easy choice, Fred said. And it is the best choice that we have ever made, George finished. Harry held their hands, touched by their words. But what about your families, he said, still concerned. The ministry won't take their own citizens turning against them lightly. They will probably go after them. Wait, scratch that. They will definitely go after them. Daddy is currently in Brazil looking for the crumple-horned snorcack, Luna says. I can just send him a letter and tell him what is going on. He will easily be able to transfer all our money to Greece and move here without ever having to return to Britain. My parents are also rich, Daphne stated. They can easily take Astoria and move to Greece as well. They never liked the fact that so many classes from the past were removed by the previous headmasters and ministers, along with how Dumbledore was always blocked from bringing them back. This is the perfect excuse to get Astoria and me into a better school. The Delphi school is a very good wand user school, Mason said. Even as mystic souls, we still think that it is a really good school. My mom was in Italy visiting my late father's family, Blaze says. So, she can easily come here instead of going back to Britain. It would be nice to actually live in a place where nobody would call her a black widow. Melody patted her boyfriend's head again. She was well aware that Aurora Zabini had a reputation in Britain as a Black Widow. Every single lover and husband that she has had have all ended up dying in freak accidents. Most believe that she is killing them all to get their money. The nasty attitude she uses only proves their theories. But Melody had asked Blaze about it after the two started dating, and he told her about how his mother had actually been cursed by her sister, who was jealous when Aurora got married to a kind-hearted Italian man that loved Aurora with all his heart. It was only after Blaze was born that Aurora's sister really went crazy with her jealousy because of a perfect baby boy. She cursed her sister so that anyone she fell in love with would die. Blaze was safe even though he was loved by his mother because the curse focused on romantic love and not family love. But even though Aurora tried to be mean, nasty, and generally repulsive with her attitude, she was naturally beautiful. Men always went out of their way to try and be with her. And those that managed to brave her fake personality and get her to open up, Blaze had said how it was in his mother's soul that it was in her nature to love. But as soon as she fell in love, it was only a matter of time before that man would die. And it was because of the fake personality that she became known as the Black Widow. I can get into contact with my parents easily as well, Cedric says. They like traveling anyway, so they would love to come to Greece. The less said about my grandmother, the better, Neville said, making those that knew about his home life look at their friend with sadness. Harry looked at the Weasley twins that were on either side of him. Neither of them had spoken up while the others all talked about their British families. He took their hands and led them to another room in the tree to give the three of them some privacy. "Are you two okay?" Harry asked his boyfriends. "I know that your family is very important to you both. You must be really worried." But much to his surprise, they both shook their heads. "Everyone that has ever really cared about us has already left the country," Fred says. "Percy, Charlie, and Bill were really the ones that took care of us growing up," George said. "Percy always helped us with classes we struggled with. Charlie stood up to those that tried to bully us because of our eccentric personalities, and Bill was like a combo of a father and brother as we grew up," Fred explained. "They were our real family," George sighs. "All Ron ever did was complain and try and get us into trouble. But that was mostly Fred once turned his teddy bear into a spider by accidental magic. But he still believes that it was on purpose, so he is always looking for ways to get us in trouble." "And do we really have to explain Ginny?" Fred raised an eyebrow. "The girl is our sister, but she treats us as if we're murderers the way that she kept going after us for stealing you from her. It got so bad that Dumbledore actually grounded her to Gryffindor Tower and did not allow her to come to the final task." Harry cringed at the mention of the stalker girl. How someone like that would be related to those as amazing as the twins was beyond him. She was creepier than a zombie that acted as if he belonged to her no matter how many times he would tell her that he was gay and that he would never date her no matter what. "I am sorry." Harry held both their hands. "You two should not have to deal with such horrible excuses for siblings. I could never imagine Krenos or Melody treating me like that. I am not their brother through birth, but their family chose me to join them, and those two have always been by my side through everything." "It is not even just them," George said. "Mum always takes their side. After the Yule Ball, we must have gotten a dozen howlers from her before Mason just started burning them before they could open. He would have done it sooner, but we are sure that he was spending a lot of time making out with Abby before he noticed the howlers." Fred managed to chuckle. "But Mum really did not care about how we felt nor how you felt, since she was of the mind that what Ginny wants, then Ginny gets it. You are a human being and allowed to choose who you date," George says. "But Mum cares about nobody but herself, Ginny, and Ron. Everyone else is nothing to her. They are just people that she wants to do as she says, or they instantly become dirt under her feet." Harry put his hands on their faces and rubbed their cheeks to help comfort them. He knew that their mum was not the best person, but he thought that deep down, she was still a caring mother. But after hearing all that, he thinks that the title of mother should be taken away from her forever. Treating her own children and other people like that just is not right. "What about your dad?" Harry could not help but ask. "He seemed like a really good person while you all were visiting here to see Charlie." The twins both sighed. "Dad is a good person and he is really kind," Fred says. "But he is also a coward that lacks any kind of spine," George said. "The time that he allowed Ginny to be punished for what she did in her first year was probably the only time he's ever stood up to Mum," Fred admitted. Otherwise, he normally just bends to her whims and does whatever she tells him to. He certainly never stood up for us, Charlie, Percy, or Bill whenever Mum yelled at us over nothing, George says. And almost every single time, it was over some lie Ron or Ginny told her about one of us, picking on them when really they just wanted her to yell at us because it makes them feel better about themselves. Dad is a good person, but not a good father, Fred adds. When he is not letting Ron and Ginny get away with being brats, he is not doing anything to stop Mum from being so verbally and emotionally abusive to the rest of us. He hides out in his shed of Muggle stuff and comes back when things have calmed down. Plus, his obsession with Muggles can get so embarrassing. George had his head in his hands. The summer before your second year, we were in Diagon Alley getting our supplies, and we ran into the Gryffindor Harpy and her parents. Dad immediately started asking them a bunch of questions about Muggle stuff, and he was not even quiet about it. The fact that he is so excited over things like a rubber duck is so embarrassing. He does not once think about how that type of stuff can make others treat his kids for having such a Muggle-focused pureblood father. Harry had to force himself not to openly cringe at that. Magical Britain is such a pure-blood-focused place that anyone that is not the image of a perfect pureblood to them would be instantly met with prejudice against them. And the fact that most purebloods either hated Muggles or just did not care about them at all would make the Weasleys seen as a joke from how Mr. Weasley would act even though he is also a pureblood. He seriously wondered how Fred, George, Charlie, and Percy all became such great people when raised in an environment like that. And while he had never met Bill, he guessed that he also was not like the stupid members of the family given that the first opportunity that he had to leave the country, he took it. You two don't have to worry about them anymore, Harry comforted them both. You can be whoever you want to be now with no worry about being hated. He gave them both kisses on the cheeks to show how much he cared for them. We could still open our joke shop, Fred was getting his smile back. Yeah, George agreed. Mum is not around anymore to destroy our products when she finds them. Harry smiled at them. You two never have to worry about your pranks labeling you as troublemakers here. We embrace all types of people at Crystal Rose. Not only do we think that normal is overrated, but we also think that being perfect is overrated as well. Just be yourself, and that is the best thing you can do. And as if on cue, some music started playing. They all looked in the direction of the main room. Melody was obviously at play again. She seemed to think that they could use some of Krenos' amazing voice. She had really good timing. The twins were getting back their bright smiles. I just made something unexpected, something sharp, something new. It's not symmetrical or perfect, but it's beautiful, and it's mine. What else can I do? The three boys went out of the room as they heard Krenos starting to sing. It was obvious that he was openly singing about there not being a need to try and be perfect. They probably were also teaching that to Neville and Daphne since they were most likely also taught that perfection was needed. Bring it in. Bring it in. Good talk. Bring it in. Bring it in. What else can I do? Let's walk. Bring it in. Bring it in. Free hugs. Bring it in. Bring it in. They all followed Krenos as he exited the tree. They all started descending from the branches on the vine swings. And it was the first time that those like Neville, Luna, Daphne, and Blaze all set their first sights on Crystal Rose. Their eyes shined with wonder and amazement as they looked at the Mystic Soul School. And Krenos' voice was just adding to the magic. I grow rows and rows of roses Flor de Mayo by the mile. I make perfect, practice poses so much hides behind my smile. Krenos spun around, making beautiful rose plants grow all around them. Even tree trunks were wrapped all the way up to their branches by the vines of rose plants. And the roses were an entire rainbow of colors. Some may not be actual natural in the plant world, but what did Krenos care about that when he could grow any color of rose he wanted to with his magic? What could I do if I just grew what I was feeling in the moment? Do you know where you're going? Whoa, what could I do if I just knew it didn't need to be perfect? It just needed to be? And they let me be? A hurricane of jacarandas strangling figs, big, hanging vines. This is fine. Palma de Serra fills the air as I climb, and I push through. What else can I do? Can I deliver us a river of sundew? Careful, it's carnivorous. A little just won't do. Krenos spread out his arms, and many other plants started to grow as well. Some that others would see as dangerous, poisonous, or just ugly. But Krenos saw the beauty in all of them. And as the music picked up with each lyric he sang, Everyone started to dance among the plants. Harry pulled the twins with him, and all three of them just started to enjoy themselves. I want to feel the shiver of something new. I'm so sick of pretty. I want something true. Don't you? You just seem like your life's been a dream since the moment you opened your eyes. How far do these roots go down? All I know are the blossoms you grow, but it's awesome to see how you rise. How far can I rise? Through the roof, to the skies, let's go. Other students all started to come over as well. It was almost all of Crystal Rose that was now out in the field and dancing to the music. They all loved Krenos' voice, so it was easy for them all to have fun. Some of the others all started to add their own magic, just to make the display even more beautiful than it already was. Abby added floating glowing snowflakes. Luna added glimmering diamonds that floated around like the snowflakes. Lily cast a spell that made white rose petals fall around them in a steady and peaceful breeze. A whistle from Sophia, and White had the magical and normal animals from the stables all join them. The animals had their own dance moves to show off. A hurricane of jacarandas, who, strangling figs, go, hanging vines, grow. Palma de Serra fills the air as I climb, and I push through. What else? What else? It was this moment that let them all be free. Even if it was just for a few minutes, this was just their moment to have no worries or fears. They just had to dance and have a good time with each other. And surrounded by such beautiful plants and magic, it was not even hard for them to forget about everything bad in their lives. What can you do when you are deeply, madly, truly in the moment? Seize the moment. Keep going. What can you do when you know who you want to be isn't perfect? But I'll still be okay. Hey, everybody clear the way. Who? I'm coming through with Tababuya. She's coming through with that booyah. Making waves, changing minds. You've changed mine. The way is clearer 'cause you're here, and well, I owe this all to you. What else can I do? While he sang, Krenos took Neville's hands and guided him forward. Neville had no idea why, since the ones that Krenos was taking him to were the newly arrived Kingsley and Hestia. But then the two of them parted ways, revealing where the two had gone when they disappeared from the fight back in Britain. Neville teared up as he saw that his parents were behind the two of them. Hestia had managed to heal them. Show them what you can do. What else can I do? There's nothing you can't do. What else can I do? Neville practically threw himself into his parents' arms as Krenos finished the song. All of them really were all home. Chapter 79. Right as rain, for now. Chapter 79. Right as rain, for now. Everyone that knew Neville knew that he was mostly able to hide what he was really feeling most of the time. But they all knew that every single day with his grandmother was slowly destroying him more and more because of how she kept trying to turn him into a carbon copy of his father, forcing him to use his father's wand before the trio sent him his custom wand, telling him how his father was so much better than him, and even basically forcing him into Gryffindor when he was really a Hufflepuff at heart. Even with all his friends helping him, the abuse from his grandmother and his great-uncle was becoming too much every time that he went home. It really spoke lengths about the Longbottom family when they saw nothing wrong with Neville's great-uncle dropping him off of piers and out of third-story windows to force magic out of him. Neville was not even 15, and he already had plenty of scars from what his supposed family had done to him. But now, Neville finally had the two people that he wanted to have his entire life. His parents. Every single time his grandmother practically forced him to go to St. Mungo's just to see his parents slip away more and more. It was practically torture for him. But now, he was really and truly with his parents. They were hugging him, tightening their grip around his body, showing him that they loved him. He never felt so loved with such a simple gesture. He had tears rolling down his face as his parents had their arms around him. When he finally managed to turn around and look at the trio, Kingsley and Hestia, he looked like he could barely find the words that he wanted to say. What? How? When? You guys, parents? He was completely shell-shocked, unable to form a sentence. Mystic souls grow in power with age until we reach out magical majority at 18, Harry tells him. Hestia may only be 14, but her healing powers are really strong. We thought that if everyone would have to leave Britain, this was our last chance to be able to help your parents, Melody says. I have never done anything as I did with your parents, but it was worth a shot, Hestia said. Melody used her powers to get Kingsley and me to the magical hospital. Since Kingsley is an Auror, he was able to get me to your parents' room easily. I did not know that I could heal curse damage, but I apparently can. Neville ran over to Hestia and practically tackled her as he was still crying. He kept repeating, thank you, over and over again. The trio went over to the two Longbottom parents. The students that had not been involved in what happened at Hogwarts all went back to what they had been doing before hearing Krenos' song. The animals also were guided back to the stables by other animal magic mystic souls. Adam also went off to probably get a good long kiss from his boyfriend. Everyone else stayed where they were. "It is nice to finally meet you three," Harry offered his hand. "I'm Harry Potter Gardner, and these are my brother and sister, Krenos and Melody Gardner." But what Harry did not expect was for him to get a bone-crushing hug from Alice Longbottom. "Oh, Harry." She had even more tears streaming down her face after she had just stopped crying from being reunited with Neville. "You're so grown up. It was only like yesterday to me that you were just a little baby. I missed so much of your and Neville's lives. Sirius did tell me that you were my godmother." Harry did not have the heart to try and get out of the hug since Alec obviously wanted to hold her godson. "Is Sirius here too?" Frank Longbottom asked. "Ask and you shall receive," Sirius says. He walked over to them, Remus being beside him when he did. Sirius and Remus were also holding hands, telling that the two had also stopped dancing around each other and got together as well. Something that was definitely a relief for Hestia the matchmaker, since she really was so done with oblivious people dancing around each other and not seeing that they did like each other. Alice practically threw herself at her two friends. Both of them fell over from the force of her tackle hug. No one can ever say that Alice Longbottom was not a strong woman, in both personality and physical strength. Plus, she was the most Hufflepuff that a person can be, so her sense of loyalty was second to none. "Good to see you too, ally," Remus chuckled, using his friend's old nickname. She finally let them get back on their feet, allowing her husband to hug his friends as well. "I have never been so glad to see two familiar faces in my life," Frank tells them. "It has seriously been a crazy day." "It has been crazy for a long time, Frankie," Sirius patted his back. "But things will hopefully start to calm down now, especially since we are no longer in that hellhole you guys used to call home," Abby says. "If I had to stay any longer, I would have turned the place into a second ice age. I am basically a walking bonfire, so I would not mind staying and then seeing that happen," Mason snickered. "Not like it would have affected me." "I am still not used to how amazingly strange all of you are," Remus says. "I have to admit that I am still pretty confused myself," Frank admits. "Kingsley did whisk us away from Street Mungos very quickly and did not let us ask any questions as to what is going on," Alice added. Sirius and Remus both raised their eyebrows as they then looked at Kingsley. He just shrugged at them. "We were on a time crunch," Kingsley said. "It was either get in and then get out as quickly as possible, or give them an explanation that would give the Street Mungos staff time to alert the ministry that we were there. It was also the smartest choice to get Neville's parents out of there as quickly as we could," Krenos added. "Neville openly sided with us, so the ministry would have definitely used his parents to try and get leverage against him to have him reveal secrets about how to get to us." Neville nodded, not hiding that he definitely would have done anything if it meant that his parents would be safe, especially when they had been in a state where they could do nothing to defend themselves. "Who are all of you anyway?" Alice asked them. "Mum, Dad, these are my friends," Neville tells them, loving that he can actually now have someone to call Mum and Dad. "Harry, Krenos, and Melody have been my friends since we met on the Hogwarts Express. I also met Fred and George that same day." The two healed parents looked at Fred and George. Gears turned in their heads. "You two are Weasleys, right?" Frank asked them. "We always knew we were popular," the twins stated and then laughed. "They're the spitting image of Fabian and Gideon," Alice says. "They really are," Frank agreed. "Arthur as well." "You knew our uncles?" Fred asked. "And our dad?" George also asked. They both nodded. "Fabian and Gideon were probably the funniest couple of guys that I have ever met," Frank smiled as he remembered his friends. "They always knew how to make people laugh, even though the war was still going on outside of Hogwarts walls. They would especially make people laugh when they teamed up with another group of pranksters we know." Alice gave a look at Sirius and Remus. "Who?" "Us." Sirius smirked as he tried and failed to look innocent. "You have not changed a bit," Alice giggled. "You love me, and you know it." Sirius gave his friend another hug. "Fabian and Gideon were definitely the two that really did care so much about others," Frank continued. "It was the reason they died, because they went over to Bones Manor and helped Amelia and baby Susan escape when Death Eaters attacked the home. The two of them, as well as Edgar and Sarah Bones, were killed that night. Fred and George smiled at how even though their uncles were dead, they died heroes. That was always a comforting thought. Their brothers Bill and Charlie, who could actually remember their uncles, would always tell them how much they were like them. With the twin speak, the pranks, and how they also had the same shade of hair as them too. Charlie also had the same darker red hair as their uncles as well. They also shared the same trait of not having as many freckles on their faces as the rest of their family did, just like their uncles did as well. And everyone else around us is also a friend as well, Neville continued telling his parents. They all helped us when we all needed to get out of Britain as fast as we could. And why did you need to do that? Alice asked, concerned. I am well aware of the fact that the Ministry is the most corrupt place on the planet, but even they would not go so low as to attack children. Would they? They would if the children they were attacking were mystic souls, Harry stated. That was definitely a shock to the two adults. They were never against mystic souls, but they also had never come across any either. But looking around at all of those nodding, they were surrounded by mystic souls. But they were still not scared. If anything, they were intrigued. All of you, Frank was shocked. Not all of us, Cedric tells them. Myself, Neville, Daphne, and Blaze still only use wands. Speaking of that, here is the medallion back. Cedric took off the Winter Wolf medallion that he had and gave it back to Krenos. He would be the one to return it to Headmistress Jyway. Thank you, Cedric, Krenos says, smiling at his boyfriend. Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom, Harry looks at them. Harry, you can call us Aunt Alice and Uncle Frank. Alice sweetly smiled at him. You are basically a nephew to us since you are my godson. Harry nodded. Well, Uncle Frank and Aunt Alice, I would like to be the first to officially welcome you to Crystal Rose School for Mystic Souls. Harry would gesture to the school, the two adults finally taking a good look at it. And they certainly were amazed. Neither of them had ever been this impressed since the day that they had first laid their eyes on Hogwarts. Crystal Rose was a very beautiful school, and they could feel the magic in the air around them. Of course, it probably helped that they were also surrounded by the students of the school, so there was even more magic around them than they ever felt at Hogwarts. We know. It's amazing, Melody giggled at their reaction. That is the same reaction we always get from those that first get a good look at our school. Crystal Rose always has been one of the most beautiful places in all of magical Greece, Krenos added. Maybe even the world, White says. And as someone that was born and raised in a literal tropical paradise, I should know what beauty is. Haha, he laughed at his own joke. Others just groaned and face-bombed. This was the one place that we would all feel the safest, Neville tells his parents. Harry grew up here after his parents were killed by Voldemort, and he was taken in by Krenos and Melody's parents. Ever since Harry came back to Britain to go to Hogwarts to honor the Potters, the Ministry has tried everything to get control of Harry, each time more annoying than the last. But, lucky for us, we have a cousin that really knows how to handle idiots, Melody said. Not to mention how she was also able to help Sirius as well as dealing with criminals like Lockhart, Crouch, and Bagman, Krenos added. We always won every single time that the Ministry tried to control me, Harry says. But that also meant that it made them angrier and go crazier every time as well. We have to love Olivia with all that she has done, Melody giggled again. That cousin of ours really knows how to show people who is boss. She is scary, but the good type of scary. Neville nodded and then continued. The Ministry really would stop at nothing until they controlled their precious boy who lived. And after Harry revealed himself as a mystic soul, then it was basically an all-out hell on earth. So, we all had to get to Crystal Rose before a real war was started. Having that all now been explained to them, that definitely got Frank and Alice to understand everything that had been going on. Well, not everything. They decided to leave out things like the tournament, the basilisk, and the literally two-faced professor, just to make sure that they did not overwhelm the two parents. Neville just got them back, and they were not about to give the two adults heart attacks because of all that they had been through the last few years. The trio then looked at the Hogwarts group. We will all help you find suitable housing until your families all get here, and you can find places outside of the school to live, Melody tells them all. Headmistress Jyway will also be able to help all those without mystic soul powers enroll into the Delphi school, Krenos also says. Fred, George, Luna, we will help you guys all get enrolled here, he tells the three of them. It might take you a while to catch up on our type of education, but I am sure that you will all be able to do just fine. Bitter Fudge is still furious, But there is not much he can do with the clock protecting us, Luna says. The basilisk will also be very angry, but there is no way for him to be as strong as he wants to be with the jungle beast around to give him the blood that he needs. His munchers are going to be quite pathetic in the future. The blonde girl then skipped away as if she did not have a care in the world. Frank and Alice look at her and she leaves, both with a knowing look in their eyes. She is Pandora Lovegood's daughter, isn't she? Frank guessed. Yes, Harry confirmed his guess. How did you know? Not only is she the spitting image of Pandora, but she also talks just like her, Alice says. Pandora always was one of the most unique Ravenclaws that I have ever met. No doubt about that, Frank agreed with his wife. I know that James always had a soft spot for Pandora, Sirius chuckled. James definitely did. He always treated Pandora as the little sister he never had. And it is definitely a trait he passed down as well. Harry smiled since he really was like his birth dad in that way. He cared about Luna as a little sister as well. She was like a symbol of purity and innocence with how she always seemed like such a sweet and precious angel that would literally never hurt a fly. It was no wonder that she used crystal magic given that crystals and gems were just like Luna, beautiful on the inside and out. Come on, everyone. Krenos waves everyone to head into the school. We're home now, so let's all just relax. He took Cedric's hand and they walked toward the school. Harry smiled as he did the same with the twins. Melody followed, holding hands with Blaze. Life was good. Meanwhile, with Moldy Shorts, a figure that looked as if it was half human, half snake, and all disgusting walked around the manor where he was staying. He was disgusted at the body that was at his feet. The body of Mad-Eye Moody. He was a former Auror that was supposed to teach defense against the dark arts that year. But Barty Crouch Jr. had managed to catch him off guard and capture him. He had been pretending to be him the entire year, and no one knew. After Potter and his group managed to escape, Junior was forced to bring the Auror over since an enemy was required to the ritual. He had wanted to use Potter, but the brat had managed to escape. He had already killed most of the followers that failed him. They had all been talking nonsense, anyway, talking about things like electric fireballs and giant monsters. They were obviously all too broken to be of use to him anymore. Plus, they also got his precious Nagini killed. He would never forgive anyone for that. But now, all he was focusing on was his desire to finally rid himself of that blasted Potter. He had heard that Potter left with the school from Greece, so he knew where to go in order to finally kill him. Some of his followers tried to tell him some nonsense about mystic souls and how dangerous they were, but he did not care. No one was more powerful than he was. He was immortal and was able to come back from the dead, something that had never been done before. He did not care who or where he was. That Potter brat was going down. And he did not care how many roses that he would have to clip in order for that to happen. You better watch out, Harry Potter, because I will not stop until you die, Voldemort growled. Chapter 80. Wizard's First Demon. Chapter 80. Wizard's First Demon. Can I just say that this is the best school ever? Cedric cheered as he had just come out of the Crystal Rose Library. In his arms must have been almost a dozen books. Krenos had to immediately run over and help his boyfriend before the weight of the books broke his arms from the amount of pressure on them. Not to mention that anyone that saw Cedric like this doubted that he could actually see over the stack of books in his arms. Cedric, I beg you to take only a few books out at a time, he tells him. Hestia is good, but please do not make sure heal your arms every time you break them from carrying so many books. He took as many books as he could from Cedric. Harry and Melody also helped as well given how many that Cedric had tried to carry on his own. They had all been back at Crystal Rose for a few weeks, and everyone was getting used to all of the things that happened at the school. Given how different that it was from Hogwarts, there were some serious adjustments that Fred, George, and Luna had to go through in order to become full-fledged Mystic Soul students of the school. Cedric, Blaze, Daphne, and Neville were both still going through needed paperwork to be official students of the Delphi School. They all would need a little bit more time to really adjust to their new situation. But, on the bright side, all of the parents and guardians that needed to get out of Britain had done so. The Greengrasses, Luna's father, Blaze's mom, the Diggories, and even Bill Weasley were all in Greece now. Bill was definitely happy to see the Longbottoms since he remembered them when he was younger. I can't help it, Cedric says. Your library has got to be 5 times as big as the one at Hogwarts. And as much as I know that I was a Hufflepuff and not a Ravenclaw, I do love to learn. He does have a point, Fred chuckled. Even we read a lot when we saw how many books you guys have, George admitted. We may not be known for our brains, but as appreciate knowledge when we can get out hands on it, Fred said. The only thing that does surprise us would be that we did not see Percy in there, George smirked. We figured that he would basically live in that library once he saw it, Fred laughed. But it seemed that we were wrong to believe that. George faked being sad about being wrong. Their group all chuckled and giggled at that. You guys make it seem like Percy didn't actually try to live in there once he became the apprentice of Professor Milky, Melody giggled. He actually tried. Neville could not stop himself from laughing. We once found him covered in a blanket and using an open book as a pillow, Krenos chuckled. Apparently, he had been researching late at night and fell asleep. Professor Milky found him there and did not have the heart to move him. So, he just put a blanket on him and left him there. They made them all laugh again. Professor Milky really was a very sweet professor. He was one of the most well-liked professors in all of Crystal Rose. Not only did he bring history to life with his illusion magic, but he also was the professor that most students would go to when they had issues with a bully, problems at home, or any other personal issue as well. He was a nice guy that really cared about his students. Fred and George really were very proud of their brother for his apprenticeship with Professor Milky. Percy always felt like some type of outcast in the family since compared to Bill, Charlie, and themselves, Percy was very different from them all. He was more about books and academics while the rest of them were all more athletic and did better with their hands, such as when it came to potions and other practical classes. But he finally found a place where he belonged when he came to Crystal Rose. He discovered his mystic soul powers, gained an amazing mentor, and he became a much better person than working at the ministry as their mother wanted ever could have made him. But if there is one thing that is a good change with Percy is that he does not do that a lot, Harry stated. Really? Cedric raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Harry nodded. It only happens about once or twice a month. Percy really needs to work on his sleep schedule. They all laughed again. But as their group was walking down the corridor, there was a sudden yell. Abby then came flying out of another corridor, crashing onto the ground. Abby, the group gasped. The enchanted sapphire mage looked up, not that fazed by being thrown. She shook her head, getting her hair out of her face. Demon, she stated. The Gardner trio groaned. They thought that a demon would show up sooner or later, but they had been hoping for later, especially since none of the group from Britain had ever even come across a demon before. And if there was one thing that usually gets magical people killed when dealing with demons, it was being inexperienced when dealing with them. It was how most young witches, wizards, and even mystic souls died. Any young and inexperienced magical beings met their end that way. Like an actual demon. Cedric looked scared. Those evil beings that you guys have told us about? We knew that a demon would find its way into the school at some point, but that does not make it any less annoying, Melody said as he helped Abby off the floor. Every now and again, demons always find a way through the barriers around the school, Krenos tells them. But at least that it helps us remain in practice when it comes to vanquishing these guys. What demon is it this time, Abby? Harry asked their friend. The demon of illusion, she answered. And this guy is a lot tougher than I thought. Illusion, you say? Fred scratched his head. Does this mean we have to get Percy or Professor Milky? George asked. Not that type of illusion, Abby says. What other type of illusion is there? Cedric asked her. It's the only type that I know of. That's because illusions have changed in the mundane world, Abby said. The definition is not as cut and dry as it used to be. Oh, great, Melody rolled her eyes. We have to deal with the world of illusions. What does that mean? Cedric was really confused. It means that, Abby pointed. They all turned, and they finally got to see who had been the one to throw Abby down the corridor. Into the light walked a very big and muscled man in dirty clothes. He did not look like he would be that smart, but the machete that he was carrying definitely said that he was dangerous. But his real calling card was the hockey mask that he was wearing. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, Harry complained. Jason Voorhees. Out of all the serial killers that we could have been facing, we get him. You are seriously complaining about this? Melody raised an eyebrow at her brother. I'm a horror movie lover, so I do have my favorites, Harry responded. And while I liked the first 3 Friday the 13th movies, the rest of them sucked. Jason approached them, trying to slice through them with his machete. Nature's whiplash, Krenos cast. A vine then came out of his wrist, appearing his first divine bracelet, and then unleashed a vine whip that slapped the horror movie killer across the chest. But he did not even seem fazed by it at all. "Well, that did not seem to work very well," Melody said. "Let me try." Harmonic scream, and she would let out her signature sonic scream. And as much as it pushed back the horror movie villain, it also did not seem to actually stop him. That definitely made them worried, since usually there was a lot more damage done whenever Melody would use her sonic scream. "It was the same when I tried freezing him," Abby says. They all start backing away as the serial killer kept trying to come after them. They had been backed into a corner of the corridor by the machete-wielding maniac. Their weapons and powers had only been able to slow him down. But then, the killer was sent flying as a gust of wind had been sent his way. They all saw that Hawk had been floating behind the horror villain. "Pretty sneaky, Hawk," Krenos said. But the killer started to get up, the damage from the wind blast not doing much to keep him down. They all started to run away. They needed to get some more help since there could be more horror villains running around. "We can't kill them. They're not real, they're fiction," Harry says. "You can defeat what doesn't exist. I definitely discovered that when I ran into another killer when I came to fund you guys," Hawk tells them. "And who was the—" Abby stopped mid-sentence. Ghostface suddenly appeared in front of them, swinging his knife. Everyone scattered around the hall as he slashed at them. "Question answered," Harry stated. Jason then came charging at them again. That caused them all to separate, since it was a bad idea to try and take both indestructible killers at the same time. Divide and conquer was the best thing that they could do. Krenos, Cedric, and Melody went one way with Jason, while Harry, Fred, George, Abby, and Hawk lead Ghostface in another direction. Since Fred and George were still working on their powers, it was better for more mystic souls to be with them. As Krenos, Cedric, and Melody kept trying to use their magic against the killer, none of it seemed to work. Cedric thought that since wand user magic was different, demons and their magic might react differently. So, he thought that his magic might work against the killers. Unfortunately, it did not work when his stunners and binding spells did not even slow down the killer from scream. Melody, at one point, had to do a power slide-like move in order to avoid getting her throat slashed by Ghostface, which ended with her in the nearby bathroom. To her surprise, she found Valia in there. Both of the girls screamed when they were caught off guard by seeing each other in the bathroom. "Thank the gods, it's just you, Melody." Valia could breathe again. "At least they're not in the bathroom with us. That's a good sign, at least," Melody says. "I find that the bathroom is the most used hiding place in horror movies," Valia shrugged. "I panicked when I hid in here. The school is being stalked by psycho killers, and you hide in the bathroom." Melody raised an eyebrow. "Hey, it's the best that I could do," Valia huffed. "I'm a butterfly mage. I don't do horror movies." The two of them exited the bathroom in time to see Ghostface slicing through a vine cage that Krenos tied to lock him in. It seemed to be frustrating him and Cedric, as nothing that they did seemed to be working. "Okay, I am getting seriously annoyed here," Krenos stated. "You and be both Krenos." Cedric tried another stunning spell, but it failed again. "Let's try and work together," Melody suggests. "Got it, sis," Krenos agreed. The two of them and Valia all stood side by side as they aimed their spells at Ghostface. They hoped that this would either get rid of him or slow him down. At least, slow him a little bit. Harmonic Barricade, Melody cast. Nature's Cage, Krenos cast. Butterfly Barrier, Valia cast. All three of them cast their spells at the same time. Melody's spell summoned a long stream of musical measures that swirled around Ghostface like dome-like prison bars. Next came Krenos summoning a giant flower that swallowed up both Ghostface and the music measures. And that was when butterflies made out of light appeared and formed a force field around the killer. "That should keep him out of our hair for a while," Krenos said. But a knife was already seen stabbed through all of their barriers. "Or not," Melody says. They all took the little time that they had and bolted for it. And when they came to a bigger part of the school, they saw that it really was complete chaos. There were students running everywhere. A lot of them were also casting spells and flinging their powers at all of the opponents that were running wild all around them. Sophia was a squirrel that was running all around the feet of a crazy-looking guy with an axe. Mason was throwing fire at some red-headed doll with a knife. Buzz was flying out of a reach of a big man with a mask on that was also wielding a chainsaw. Orchid and Angel were both dealing with what looked like an entire family of deformed mountain men. Since it was currently the summer, that also meant that Charlie was there as well, which was proven when a Night Fury dragon flew past them with what looked like a man with a hook for a hand on his back. Okay, I have seen some weird things in my life, but this takes the cake, Cedric stated. That demon of illusion works fast, Krenos said. Who even is this demon? Cedric still had not gotten the full explanation yet. The demon is one of those known simply by his title as the Demon of Illusion, Krenos tells his boyfriend. He does not even have a real name, but everyone knows how dangerous that his powers are. In this modern world that we live in, how is all of this related to illusions? Cedric was confused. These things are all solid, not the illusions that Professor Milky uses. Because of the world of illusions, Melody tells him. As we said, the definition is not as cut and dry anymore. Illusion now also means the world that mundane movies and shows take place in. Movie? Show? Cedric had no idea what those were. Purebloods, Krenos, Melody, and Valia all complain. Hey, Cedric protested. Movies and shows are basically like plays and stage shows, but they take place on a screen. Valia stopped herself from continuing. This is not the time to explain all of this to you. Not when we have a school full of horror villains to take care of. And how can we take care of them when nothing is stopping them? Melody said. I saw a man in a white mask and a kitchen knife be literally thrown off of the roof, and he got up like it was nothing. We will have to vanquish the demon to get rid of them all, Krenos guessed. It would be better than going after them one at a time. I don't even like horror movies. Ghostface then appeared and tried to stab them again. But all they had to do was take a quick step back, and the costume and mask prevented him from seeing that they had been close to a balcony overlooking the big area of the school. Ghostface fell right to the floor after basically being tricked into throwing himself over the edge. But when they looked down, they saw that he quickly got back up. Jungle Soul, Gorilla. They heard Harry cast. They all had to duck very soon after that when Jason was literally thrown right over their heads. Harry, Fred, George, and Hawk then joined them on the balcony. I am never watching a horror movie ever again after today, was the first thing that Hawk said. I never liked them before, and I certainly don't now, Valia says. Why bother even going to the movies when they come to US? We need to find that demon before someone actually gets killed, Krenos said. Does anyone see anyone that does not belong either at Crystal Rose or included with the horror villains? Melody asked them all. Hawk and Harry immediately started to scan all around them, using their bird eyesight in order to get a better view of everything around them. On the other side of the area below them, they spotted a man in a long black trench coat with a small beard and a ponytail as well. There, they both called out, pointing. Get that demon. All of the mystic souls that were not currently fighting one of the villains turned their attention to the demon. Many hands and eyes started to glow as they went after him. The demon did not last long. And just as they had predicted, all of the horror villains vanished when he had been vanquished. Back in Britain, a corrupt man and his very toad-looking secretary growled as another of their tracking spells came up empty. They had been trying for weeks to get back at the brat that had ruined the image of their country in the eyes of every foreign country that was aware of the tournament. And since a lot of countries were asked to take part, many were aware. Britain had even been kicked off of the International Confederation of Wizards because of what had happened. They were disgusted at the number of countries, which was literally all countries but them, that actually supported those mystic soul monsters. They were going to make as many of those monsters pay for the humiliation that they had turned their country into a joke. We will make that brat pay for what he has done, Fudge growled. Chapter 81. A warning. Chapter 81. A warning. It had been over a month since they had all returned to Greece. Life was actually pretty good. Everyone was getting a lot more adjusted to being official citizens of magical Greece. Olivia had worked on the paperwork, and now all of the British citizens that had come to Greece were official citizens. Of course, that was not the only thing that happened. Neville, who finally had a family that truly loved him instead of his abusive grandmother and great-uncle, had actually discovered his own mystic soul's powers. They were awakened by having a heart filled with love, because of having his parents in his life. His powers turned out to be a form of earth magic known as earth heart magic. He could not only move rocks and stones to his will, but he was also able to enhance the dirt around him to make it even better for plants to be grown in. When he concentrated enough, he could even help plants grow faster. Nothing like what Krenos or Lily could do, but he certainly loved that part of his powers. Alice and Frank could also not be happier for their son, when he would also be able to attend Crystal Rose with his friends. Neville was not that close to Daphne or Blaise, and Cedric was a couple of years above him. So, he would not interact with them much at the Delphi school. So, being able to go to Crystal Rose with Harry, Krenos, Melody, Luna, Fred, and George was a great thing for them. The two parents were also settling in very well as well. It helped that Amos and Christina Diggory were both very good friends with them before the Lestranges attacked them. So, they had friends with them as well when all the good British parents moved to Greece with their kids. Between the Longbottoms, Diggorys, Greengrasses, Luna's father, Blaise's mother, and Bill Weasley, they had their own little group of parents/guardians. There was another branch of Gringotts in the country, so Bill was able to transfer to Greece. It did help that Greece had many ancient archaeological sites, so Bill was needed to look through them and break any curses that were on them. The Greeks were not as curse-crazy as the Egyptians were, but Bill still had plenty of work, especially in the old temples of Aphrodite, since she was a goddess that loved to place love curses around her temples. All of the couples were going strong as well. Harry was almost physically tied to Fred and George with how much time he had spent with them. The same could definitely also be said about Krenos and Cedric, with the two of them barely ever being apart. Melody and Blaise were also together a lot, even if they were not as of a fairy tale as her brothers' relationships. Neville and Luna certainly were both really good together as well. Neville would still sometimes act like he was unworthy of Luna because he saw her as an angel while he still had self-worth problems because of his grandmother and great-uncle. But Luna was always the biggest sweetheart on the planet, and she helped him through all of the times that Neville would start to hear the voices of his abusive family in his head. To Neville, Luna was the other half of his heart, and she felt the same about him. But it was not only the teenagers where the sparks were flying, especially since none of them had any electricity powers. But it was one day when Bill was visiting to check in on his brothers to make sure that they were all settling in all right. Olivia was also there as well, making sure that Headmistress Jaiwei had all of the school wards up to date. They did not want any tracking spells from anyone to ever make it through, even if blood magic was used, since those spells were more powerful than traditional tracking spells. Bill and Olivia had accidentally bumped into each other when they were both on their way out, and it had been when they looked into each other's eyes when it was made obvious that Eros, god of love, had just shot an arrow. There was already a giant betting pool to see when the two of them would actually get together. The spark was just that obvious. Even Jaiwei was involved, since she did think that Olivia could use a good man in her life. And if the headmistress of the school was involved, then everyone knew that it was pretty inevitable that Olivia and Bill would end up together at some point. If there was one thing that Mystic Souls did really was, it was having great moments of romance in their lives. There was a reason why Fred and George had recruited Lily to help them when they asked Harry to the Yule Ball. With their powers, romantic scenes were just a lot easier to set up. And while one might think that the demon attack earlier in the month would have made most of them regret living there, but it didn't. After all, Hogwarts already had dealt with a literal two-faced professor, a 1,000-year-old basilisk, 100 dementors at the same time, and all of the magical creatures for the tournament. If the former Hogwarts group could deal with all of that, then one demon was nothing compared to that. And unlike when others were hurt and in the hospital wing for days or months considering all of the petrified students, there was no one in the medical wing at Crystal Rose after the demon attack. Even if, being honest, it was mostly because of Hestia that no one was in there. She had healed the students and staff that had been hurt during the attack. But yet there was still no one that had been seriously hurt other than one of the librarians that had her throat slit by Ghostface. Lucky for her, Hestia had also been in the library as well. She was able to heal the librarian before any serious damage had been done. Probably the only real adjustment that they had to go through was that they now would be attending school with students that they had never attended with before. Not in terms of new people, but in terms of how there were students of creature blood in the schools. Hogwarts only ever had 3 students with creature blood in them: Hagrid, Remus, and Professor Flitwick. Other than them, no other creature had been welcomed into Hogwarts. But Crystal Rose and Delphi both accepted creature students. And whether they were mystic souls or used a wand, creature students were usually very powerful. Something that the former Hogwarts group actually found more interesting than threatening. Cedric did accidentally almost insult a centaur student when he could not help but stare at him. Krenos had to work fast to stop the centaur from shooting Cedric with an arrow. Abby and her brother definitely the group for a loop when they told them how all those with enchanted gem magic were also war creatures. But unlike others, they can change into their forms at will and not because of the full moon. Though, the closer that they are to the full moon, the stronger their war forms are. Sapphires like Abby and Cryo were werewolves. Though, it was a different animal for every other gem family. Rubies were snakes, emeralds were cats, pearls were horses, amethysts were hawks, opals were deer, rose quartz were butterflies, diamonds were falcons, tourmalines were eagles, and tiger eye quartz were grizzly bears. All of them were able to change into war-creature versions of their animals. It was actually very cool. But there was one thing that they all learned after only the first week of them all being there. Never leave Fred and George alone with Wyatt. They all loved the twins and Wyatt, but it was like asking for chaos to rain down on Crystal Rose if they ever left the three of them together. Between Wyatt's love of making his magical food that could do literally anything that he wanted with the right enchanted spices and herbs combined with the twins and their love of all things pranking related, the school would be complete and utter chaos before the day would end. The progress with all of their powers was definitely a great thing. Charlie and Percy already had more progress than Fred and George from knowing about them for longer, but all of them were getting better with control. And now that Neville also discovered his own powers, the beginner lessons were really filling up. Krenos and Melody gladly helped out them all. Fred, George, Neville, and Luna all needed the extra tutoring in order to get them up to date with classes. They would not be able to attend the same classes as the Gardner trio, but they would be able to learn enough to at least be a year or two below them. And with how quickly they were learning, it might not take them long to really catch up. And they were not the only ones that were at Crystal Rose. After everything that had happened at Hogwarts, Victor had come back to the school as well. He had been on his final year at Drumstring, anyway. So, he was easily able to return to the Mystic Soul School just as he wanted to do for years. Plus, he had definitely also wanted to reunite with his beloved jungle cat, also known as Chala, as quickly as possible. The two of them really were a very adorable couple, and that was not usually a word to describe them both since one was a fire mage and the other was a jungle cat mage. Adorable was definitely not a word that was ever really used for either of them. But as a couple, they were so adorable. All in all, they were all actually really happy with how their lives were going. Even with demons around, Mystic souls typically had very relaxing lives. But, of course, all good things had to come to an end. Harry, Melody, Krenos, Fred, George, Cedric, Neville, Luna, Blaze, Victor, Chala, Daphne, Valia, and Buzz all made their way to the headmistress' office. They had no idea why, but Headmistress Jaiwei called them and said for the Gardner trio and all the former Hogwarts students to get to her office as quickly as possible. Victor, Chala, Valia, and Buzz all decided to come along as well since it involved their friends, as well as Britain since the former Hogwarts group was needed as well. Anyone have any idea what is going on? Cedric asked them all. If Headmistress Jaiwei needs us all, it has to be Sirius, Fred said. And he is not talking about Harry's godfather. George could not help but joke. Okay, you two are no longer coming with me when I visit him, or he visits me, Harry stated. I get enough of those serious jokes from him. I do not need them from you two. They both just kisses his cheeks as they stood at their usual places on either side of him. You love us and you know it, they both said. Harry just blushed and refused to answer them. The three of them had not gotten to the I love you stage yet. They have not yet actually said it to each other just yet. I hope that it's not another demon that is specifically after us again, Melody says. That gets really annoying. How often does that happen? Daphne raised an eyebrow. More often than you think, Krenos shrugged. Demons can also be related to each other, so we often get demonic parents or siblings swearing revenge against us when we vanquish their family members. It really was quite the common thing. So common that it was actually really annoying. Most mystic souls that it happens to are really so sick of it happening. After all of them get up into the office, they were actually very surprised by who was waiting for them along with their headmistress. Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry gasped. It was true. The headmaster of Hogwarts was standing next to Jaiwei's desk, talking with her until the group had all come into the room. And just looking at his face, he looked like he had aged a few years since they have last seen him. which made it obvious that something was wrong since he usually was very good with stress. So, they knew it had to be had if it got to him enough to make him look this aged up. "Hello, Mr. Pottergardner." Dumbledore showed that he still was one of the few British adults that remembered that his name was hyphenated. "What are you doing here?" Krenos asked. "Not that we are unhappy to see you." The rest of them were all curious and worried as well. After everything that had happened in Britain, the last thing they needed was for someone from there to drop by for a sudden visit while looking like someone had just run over his dog or something. "As much as I wish that this was a pleasure trip just to see some of my favorite students, it is not that," Dumbledore tells them. "I have come with some bad news." "Great!" Valis pinched the bridge of her nose. "Magical Britain has once again decided to ruin our day. But that is nothing new. Makes me wish I could send some of my bee-sting spells from here all the way to over there," Buzz said. All of them sat down in the chairs that Jiwei offered to them. They could tell that they would need to sit down for this. If they were standing, they probably would be tempted to punch the nearest thing to them, or to break something. They would all need to keep their powers in check when they hear what Dumbledore has to tell them. "We're not going to like this, are we?" Krenos guessed. "Unfortunately not, Mr. Gardner," Dumbledore says. "Not long after you all left, the body of one of my oldest friends was found. Alastair Moody." "Professor Moody," Melody was shocked. "He's dead." "We discovered that the one that taught at Hogwarts was not actually Alastair," Dumbledore tells them. "He had actually been a Death Eater that was using Polyjuice Potion to look like him for the entire year." That was definitely a shock to them. They thought that Professor Moody was a very odd character, but it was not like any of them knew him personally. So, they just shrugged it off and thought that it was just how he acted all the time. But the fact that they were taught by the same type of people that tried to kill Harry, Cedric, Victor, and Adam made them all pretty sick to their stomachs. "Oh my gods," Melody swore, covering her mouth. "But aren't you one of those wizards that can read minds, Professor?" Harry could not help but remember. Dumbledore nodded. "While I am a master at occlumency and legilimency, so was Alastair. He would never have an open enough mind for me to look inside of. Plus, as he was a dear friend, I would never try and read his mind." The group could not help but nod at that. It was the same with their friend, Meji. She was able to read minds easily, but she never actually did that to any of them. She was their friend, and she would only ever look into their minds if she is asked to. Other than that, she would gladly only use her powers on enemies. "This is more than just about your friend's death, isn't it?" Cedric guessed. Dumbledore nodded once again. When his body was found, it was covered in dark magic. He had obviously been used in some type of dark ritual, and from the amount of dark magic on his body, it could only be either necromancy or soul magic. And since both have been known to be what Voldemort has studied at the beginning of the war, there is really only one thing that could have happened. The group did not need very long to be able to put together what the headmaster was talking about, and none of them liked what they just learned. "They used him for the ritual that they wanted to use me for." Harry was the first to break the silence. "That was why my name was put into the Goblet of Fire. It was planned for me to reach the middle of the maze first and take the cup. Then, they would ambush me in the graveyard and use me for a ritual to bring Voldemort back. But then Cedric, Adam, and I all ended up coming with you," Victor said. "And with all of us able to fight back more than the Death Eaters thought we'd be able to, we stopped them from doing the ritual that they wanted to do." But then, Luna spoke up. And when Luna speaks, they listen to her. She was the one that they all believed was a seer, so they always listened to her when she talked. "There is more," she stated, not asked. "Bitter chocolate also is after us, especially the jungle beast." That made a lot of them look at Harry. He was the one that everyone called the jungle beast. It was even a part of the spells he casts to call his animal spirits. He always says jungle soul before calling out the animal or magical creature that he wanted to call the spirit of. Dumbledore only nodded again at what Luna said. Mississippi Lovegood is correct. The Ministry decided to use the Department of Mysteries to their advantage since there is a lot of ancient magic in that department. Using that department's resources, they learned the location of Crystal Rose. They are aware that you all are here, so they decided to find the school instead of Mr. Pottergardner on his own. And since Voldemort has plenty of Death Eaters in the Ministry, he also will be aware of your location as well. That definitely made all of them look at each other again. Fred and George took Harry's hands to calm him down. Krenos and Melody also needed to be comforted by their boyfriends as well. This had been exactly what they had been afraid would happen. They were going to war. Chapter 82. Prepare for trouble. Chapter 82. Prepare for trouble. The news spread pretty quickly around Crystal Rose that they would all be soon going to war. It was not really a shock to them given that they were all very aware of how magical Britain was. They were the ones that all other magical communities dreaded being compared to when it came to how they appeared to be as a whole. Britain was so far behind all other magical communities that it was laughable at best that they were ever even still considered anything other than the joke that they are. Every single one of the students also knew about the circumstances which caused the group that had been sent for the Triwizard Tournament to come back earlier than expected. It shocked none of them that a ministry as corrupt as the British one would attack children just because they were not getting what they wanted. And the fact that Harry, their so-called savior, revealed himself as a mystic soul was a giant slap to their faces. They worshipped the boy who lived and yet treated mystic souls as if they were the real demons of the world. So, the fact that Harry was one of them was probably one of the biggest slaps that they have ever felt, which said something considering how many slaps they have gotten since the Gardner trio started attending Hogwarts. All of Crystal Rose was one big battle montage of them getting ready to fight. They knew that they would win, but they wanted to win with as few people hurt as possible. Not that they cared about the wand users, but they were going to protect each other. While most spells from wands would not affect them, it was the unforgivable curses that they worried about. It was obvious that those 3 spells were different even for mystic souls. They were well aware of what each of them did and how dangerous they were. The Imperious Curse was definitely a spell that could cause problems. It was a mind control spell that would really turn the tide of the fight, since mystic souls being forced to fight each other would make the battle a lot worse than it already would be. The Cruciatus Curse was a torture curse that would be worse than anything else in the world. If a mystic soul was hit by that spell, their powers could go out of control from the pain they would be in and cause untold damage. The Killing Curse was obviously what they worried most about, since instant death was definitely not something that they wanted anyone to go through. They needed to learn if any of their powers would be able to block the spell in order to save lives. The Gardner trio was definitely one of those that were doing everything that they could to prepare for this war. They all knew that out of everyone at Crystal Rose, they would be the ones that would be most targeted. They were the ones that tricked all of magical Britain into believing that they were wand users for years. Even with the other British citizens that left, it would be the trio that is targeted, since they embarrassed the ministry multiple times before they were even revealed as mystic souls. Everyone was doing research on defensive spells while others were training with their powers. The smarter students in the school were the ones that were researching the unforgivable curses. Students such as their friends Meggie, the telepath, Finn, the boy that could absorb knowledge from anything, Abby, their history-loving ice mage, as well as Adam, who was one of the best students in the school as well as a duelist mage. The teachers were also doing their best to help protect the students, something that was a great surprise to the Hogwarts students since they were so used to having to fend for themselves, given that the teachers there hardly ever did anything that was not teaching. Flitwick and Sprout were the only teachers that ever did anything about anyone, such as when they took the lead going after Ron and Hermione, when they tried to go after Quirrell when he tried to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. The teachers were the ones that took care of the school wards. Crystal Rose had some of the best wards, but they knew that they were not perfect. The fact that demons would find their way through the wards sometimes was enough proof of that. What really worried the teachers was that they were well aware that magical Britain had both the Department of Mysteries and teams of Cursebreakers as well. Even if Gringotts would never give them their teams, the ministry probably had their own, since they would never actually ask the goblins for anything that did not involve money, which was what they all believed was the only thing that they believed that goblins were good for. But between those two groups, that would make a lot of wizards trying to take down their wards at the same time. And no matter how ancient or powerful the wards would be, that did not mean that they would be able to handle so many magic users attacking them at the same time. As for the students that were working hard inside of the school, they were definitely not going to hold back. This was not just a war. This was them sending a message to that corrupt magical country. If you mess with one of them, you mess with all of them. They were going to make the message clear how they did not care who they were, but the moment that they targeted their home and friends was the moment that they messed with the wrong people. Wyatt was in the potions lab every single day along with the other potion expert students, Charlotte Mills and Celeste Aurora. All 3 of them would not only be working on potions, But Wyatt would also be using some of his most destructive and powerful magical recipes. Specifically, he made large batches of his lay-waste lunar lollipops, fire breath flaming hot chili, big mussels and spinach, time-stop lollipops, fire inside fudge, winter white chocolate fudge, frostbite Florida cherry ice cream, freezer touch frozen yogurt, and any other recipe that could either cause a lot of damage or give their allies a boost in power. Wyatt had never been one to be serious. He liked to experiment, and he was the butt of a lot of jokes about how often he blew up the potions lab. Nobody at Crystal Rose had ever seen him as serious or focused as he was when he knew that his school and his friends were in danger. If they were honest with themselves, they really did prefer their carefree and energetic friend. It made them all know that they really did hate that they were going to war. They did not even want to, but magical Britain was forcing them to. Between Voldemort and the Ministry, they were only acting in self-defense. So, it was not their fault if those pathetic wand users got hurt. The only fault would be in the ones that attacked them first. They were the ones that were dumb enough to go after mystic souls when they were aware of how powerful they were in the first place. The main group of students that were gonna fight was in the library. It had become somewhat of a war room for the students to meet, do research, and discuss battle strategy. The main group was, of course, the Gardner trio and former Hogwarts group along with their friends Hestia, Sophia, Abby, Mason, Chala, Victor, Hawk, Lily, Valia, Buzz, Adam, Adam's boyfriend Joey, and Abby's older brother Cryo. All of them were the strongest and best students in the school, and since a majority of them also had experience with Magical Britain, they knew the best tactics to use. Which do you think would be the more dangerous group? Hestia asked the room. The Death Eaters certainly had no issue using spells like the Killing Curse and Bone-Crushing Curses as well, Adam pointed out. But the Ministry is known to get very crazy when they have been humiliated, Abby added. Not to mention when they also want to get something. And what they want now is revenge. But the Ministry is also full of the most idiotic people on the planet, Daphne said. The only actual good ones at the Ministry all left when we all came to Greece when we did. My mother, Daphne's parents, Cedric's parents, even Luna's father was more powerful than most think because he owned the only non-Ministry-owned published paper, Blaze says. I also heard from those like Adrian Pusey, Susan Bones, Terrence Higgs, the Patil twins, and others as well. All of them have left the country. None of them or their families agreed with what the Ministry did at the end of the tournament. So, there were many other good people that left and not just our group, Neville said. With all of this information, the Death Eaters definitely seem like the more dangerous group, Victor says. Especially since they have a bigger reach than the Ministry. My own former headmaster used to be a Death Eater, so the Death Eaters have more of a reach to other countries than the Ministry does. Harry put his hand on his chin as he was thinking. We know that the Greek government has no corruption, but there are many other places that could. Well, the Malfoy family was originally from France, Melody said. And it is known that the war with Grindelwald had reached both the States and France. But neither of those places are even close to Greece. Cedric was confused. The reason why it would affect us would be that if there are Death Eaters in those countries and Voldemort calls them, we could be dealing with wand user magic from two very different counties, Krenos stated. That would lead to trouble, Chala agreed with Krenos. I am just glad that Psycho never was able to reach Africa. I feel the same way, only about Italy, Sophia added. The teachers have been working on the wards for days, Blaze said. Would it really be possible for anyone to get through? We know that demons can sometimes, but they would be a lot more powerful than those with wands, Cedric stated. Even Mystic Soul wards would not be able to handle so many wizards attacking them at the same time, Harry tells them. We may be powerful, but we are not gods. We all have limits to our magic. It is one of the most basic laws of magic, Mason explained to the ones not raised the way that they were. Since magic was given by the gods and goddesses of magic, it is magically impossible for anyone to become godlike with their powers, no matter how hard that they work to become stronger. It would be a crime against the beings that gave us our gifts to try and be as powerful or more powerful than them, Abby says. The Hogwarts group definitely never thought of magical growth like that. Those like Neville, Daphne, and Blaze all came from pureblood families that took part in the old ways. And yet none of them were aware of that magical law about no magical being having a power level that was close to an actual god's. But it did also make sense why those of Crystal Rose would know. Greece had one of the oldest pantheon of gods in the world along with China and Egypt. So, it was only natural that those that learned in a school in that country would be aware of magical laws like that. Harry, Krenos, and Melody had all previously shown to still be very traditional in how they still worshipped and honored the gods and goddesses of Olympus. What should we do when they actually get here, then? Blaze asked the group. We let them in, Luna stated as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. They all turned immediately to look at the blonde girl that they were all sure was a seer. They all looked at her as if she had suddenly grown a second head. What? They all yelled at the same time. They will not stop until they break through the barriers, Luna explains in her usual dreamy tone. Shattering the walls would leave the roses vulnerable to future evils that wish us harm. Letting them in and showing them who is boss will make them leave. And for those that do not leave, Hades or Tartarus will be seeing them very soon. The group all looked at each other after Luna finished talking. They all had to think about what she had just said. She's right, Mason face-palmed. Of course I am. Luna did not have a smug face, but she certainly had on a look that was the closest that she could probably get to one. If they tear down our wards, that would leave us vulnerable for weeks before we could get any wards back up that would be anywhere close to how strong they are right now, Abby said. And not even just to demons, Chala added. If they take down our wards, that would also take down the glamour over the school, revealing us to the mundanes. If they see a giant castle-like building appear out of nowhere along with a lake and a forest, that would raise too many questions, Buzz stated. And even with memory-erasing spells, Fred started. It would be impossible to get everyone, George says, especially if a large number see it at the same time, Fred said. Even single person left with their memories would lead to trouble, George finished. The best option, then, would actually be to just let them in, Harry said. If the wards are taken down on their own, then they can be raised back up easily. It would be a lot easier than waiting for them to be brought down by outside sources, which would only leave us more vulnerable than ever. We certainly would be able to control things better, Melody added. If we were the ones that bring down the ward, then the important ones for our secrecy would be able to stay up. The wards to keep out intruders would be the ones that would be brought down, while also giving us the power to keep up the glamours to keep us secret, Krenos says. That certainly would give us a lot more power over what would be going on, Valia says. Plus, as Luna had said, anyone that is left behind would be sent to Hades or Tartarus, Buzz said. Hades would obviously mean that they would die or be killed during the battle. And for those that don't die, their crimes would be serious enough to be sent to Tartarus prison. Right alongside two other psychos that I know, Krenos growled. Harry and Melody placed their hands on his shoulders. They had been hurt as well by what Red and Black had done, but not as much as Krenos since he had seen everything that had happened. He could not even say their names. The last time that he did, he accidentally had summoned a plant monster with how much anger and heartbreak that just their names caused him. Letting them in would actually also provide us with home field advantage, Valia said. We let them in at areas of the school where we would all have the advantage. Chala figured out what Valia did. The forest for nature mages like myself and Krenos, Lily says. The lake for water mages like Celeste. And for the other direction, that could be for the animal mages since the stables are on that side of the school. And with all the flying mystic souls as well as the air mages, we would be able to attack them from the air as well, Hawk said. I certainly cannot wait to unleash one of my biggest storms onto them. The other mystic souls would fill in all of the gaps that would be left from everyone being so spread out, Harry says. The teachers would also be outside while those with non-violent powers like Hestia would stay inside the school. There will also be those with teleportation powers that will be hiding during the fight so that they could grab onto anyone on our side that is injured and bring them to me and all others that would be helping myself and the school healers, Hestia added. They certainly will be sent away with their tails between their legs, Chala smirked. As someone that can sometimes have a tail, that certainly means something when it comes from someone like you. Mason chuckled. I certainly do take pride whenever I would slap someone with my tail, Chala snickered. I so do not need to know what you do with your tail in your free time. Melody could not help but make the joke. The rest of them laughed as they saw Chala and Victor both go really red. I still can't believe that this is actually happening, Krenos says. Those people are actually so stupid as to go against us. This is gonna be a cakewalk for us. They all laugh along with him. They all knew that when it came to this war, they were going to win no matter what. The only thing that they did not like was that they would be left with no choice but to kill if they had to. They were not killers, but they would do anything in defense of their friends, their families, and their home. Nobody messes with mystic souls and gets away with it, Harry smirked. And nobody messes with our jungle beast. The twins smirked and kissed Harry's cheeks. Get a room, the rest of the group joked. Even when they were so close to war, they were still able to have fun. That showed just how much they cared about each other. They were not going to let each other fall into despair over this battle, especially since they all knew that they were going to win. Chapter 83, War. Chapter 83, War. The tension was definitely very real as every mystic soul at Crystal Rose could feel it in the air. There was something bad that was about to happen, and you did not need to be Luna to know that it was going to be soon. They had all been preparing for the arrival of their enemies for the past few days, and it had only been a matter of time before Voldemort, the Ministry, or both showed up at their doorstep. But that did not mean that they were not prepared for anything and everything that could be thrown at them. Headmistress Jaiwei was ready at the school ward stone. Since she was the one in charge of the school, she was the only one that could use the stone to lower specific parts of the wards around the school. The stone worked for anyone as long as they were the official head of the school. It was how the magic of the school worked, which was how even when she had animal-based magic, Jaiwei was still able to control the ward stone. Luna and other students that had powers related to the future had all said the same thing, that this would be the day that war was started. Every student all went to their battle stations, ready to fight and defend their home. Harry, Krenos, and Melody were the ones that were on the very front of the front lines. Krenos certainly knew that once they entered the forest near the entrance of the school, he was going to have a lot of fun. Harry also could hardly wait to see how much damage he could cause with the power of the animal kingdom behind him. Melody just wanted to scream, something that could cause a lot of damage because of her sonic scream power. Meji, as the telepath of the school, was able to link them all up with a mind link. It would enable them to communicate with each other without actually talking. I sensed them coming, Krenos says through the link. I guess that's why I feel the plants getting sick, Lily said as well. Point to Lily, Melody giggled. I can hardly wait to see these pathetic wand users cry after we are done with them, Harry says. We are in this link too, you know, Blaze said. You know that he means no offense, cannoli, Melody tells him, using her nickname for her boyfriend. Keep the flirting to a minimum, please, Daphne requested. You're no fun. Blaze was definitely pouting. Will you guys please focus? They could practically hear Meji rolling her eyes. I've never done a link this big before, so I would appreciate it if you tried not to give me a headache. They all agreed. Not like there was really anything else that they could do since it was true. As strong as Meji was, she was still a teenager like the rest of them were. They all had their limits, especially since most of those that have reached 18, the age where mystic souls reach the point where their magical core stops growing, have already graduated and left the school. Charlie was the oldest one at the school that was not a teacher. And speaking of the teachers, they were all spread out along the campus as well. A majority of them were still in the school to protect the students with non-violent powers, but the more powerful ones were on the grounds to make sure the wand users did not get as far as the actual school. Sirius and Olivia were also at the school as well. Olivia stayed with the teachers that were protecting the students. It was her job to also go back in time and warn them if anything goes wrong. She would do so if too many lives were lost. Sirius was with Jaiwei since she would need to focus on the ward stone because of how draining that using it was on her magic. So, Sirius was there to protect her since she could not do it herself. Melody listened using her siren hearing. She soon heard the unmistakable sound of wand users operating nearby. They're here, she said into the link. Lowering the wards now, Jaiwei responded. All of the mystic souls could feel it when the mystical being protection wards and the threat repelling wards were taken down. They all got ready to fight. On the roof of the school, Hawk stood there with his wings out and proud. His eyes glowed as he raised his hands up toward the sky. Let's see how these wand users handle a little harpy magic, he smirked to himself. Dark clouds then appeared. They swirled into existence above his head and soon spread out all over the sky above the school grounds. It darkened the soon-to-be battlefield as thunder could also be heard. Hawk's smirk got bigger as he always loved his harpy storm magic. Krenos was the one that felt their enemies the fastest. It seemed that they were stupid enough to actually use the front gate of the school. These people knew nothing about stealth. Though, he was not very surprised given who they were. He floral swirled so that he would be in front of the group. He was not surprised at all to see a bunch of ministry and aura robes. He always knew that Kingsley was probably the only actual good aura other than Susan Bones' aunt. "You are not welcome here," he tells them. "I give you one chance to leave before you find out just how dangerous a rose's thorns are." And yet, despite knowing that they were at a school for mystic souls, the ministry people all actually laughed at him. "You should step aside, kid," one of the aurors said as he looked very smug. "Go back to whatever sandbox you were playing in." He probably thinks that he is so strong because he is one of those freaks, a female auror sneered at Krenos. "Clearly, you all have no idea who you are dealing with." Krenos' eyes and amulet glowed. "People always talk about Mother Nature and how she should not be angered. But I think that it is time those people find someone else to fear." The plants all started moving around him. Vines moved toward the aurors like snakes on the ground. The trees also seemed to be stretching out their branches to get them as well. Even the grass looked to be trying to grab onto them as well. Krenos smirked as he saw the panicked looks on their faces. Krenos bent the plants to his will. He was definitely not going to be holding back. The only thing that he really would keep himself from doing would be causing a massacre. He was a mystic soul, and he was not going to prove them right about his kind being a bunch of monsters. "Stupefy," one of the aurors cast at Krenos. "Bombarda," another one cast. "Confringo," a ministry worker cast at him. The three spells all headed right for Krenos. But he did not even have to move. A wall of vines shot up right in front of him, and it blocked the spells. And there was barely even any sign that the plants had been hit by anything. "People always underestimate a flower no matter how many thorns that it has," Krenos says. "Here is what I say to that. Nature's assault." The plants all shot at the ministry wizards. Vines whipped them, trees punched them, and even roots sprouted up to swipe at their legs. All of them were pushed back, and even for those that tried to send more spells at him, they were easily blocked by more plants. But as much as Krenos was kicking their butts, he was still not alone. One auror landed on his stomach on the ground after he was punched in the face by a tree. When he looked up to try and push himself on the ground, he came face to face with Lily. "Nature's enchantment, pollen persuasion," she cast. She blew a breath over her hands, sending magical pollen into his face. His eyes turned green, the same as the pollen she just sent at him. When he stood back up, Lily pointed at his fellow ministry workers, and he started firing at them. Lily's spell placed him under her control. "Defendo," a woman cast at her. Lily was able to dodge when she was quickly swept off her feet by an animal that suddenly appeared and started carrying her on its back. The spell instead hit a tree and severed a few branches that it hit. Lily looked down and saw that she was sitting on the back of a black panther. But given the flowers and flower petals that she noticed, she knew that it was White in his black dahlia panther form. "Thanks, White." She patted his head before getting off of him to keep fighting. The panther nodded at her before going off to pounce on another ministry employee. White always did like jungle cats as well as wolves the most. His white rose wolf form was another form that he took as often as his black dahlia panther. Other students all started to attack the ministry group as well. Spells were flying everywhere, but there was hardly one that ever actually managed to hit one of the Crystal Rose kids. They were just too fast and too strong for the wand users. And it was obvious that they were having a great time showing the ministry group that they were not to be messed with. Emerald Earthquake, a female enchanted emerald mage cast. Her hands glowed green as she touched the ground. It soon started to shake and quake under the feet of the ministry people. A lot of them were instantly losing their balance from the sudden magical earthquake. Rose Quartz Blizzard, a male enchanted rose quartz mage cast. From his hands shot out a giant burst of white wind combined with flower petals. It took the fallen ministry people and sent them all flying back with the force of his flower blizzard spell. The mage blew flower petals off his hand as if he was in a Western movie and was the character blowing the smoke away from a gun that he just fired. When it came to the enchanted gem mages, they were definitely ones to never really be messed with. They were a giant family that worked together like a well-oiled machine. And given that both Abby and Cryo had been at Hogwarts during the tournament, which had ended with all of them being attacked by the ministry, all of the gems were really looking for some justice and revenge. "This should teach you not to mess with us," Krenos said. Nature's storm. He sent out a powerful blast of leaves, twigs, flowers, and flower petals. All of it combined with green wind made it look like a very strong storm blast. A group of very darkly dressed wizards marched their way through the grounds at another part of the school's campus. They were not ministry employees, but they were equally as annoying, especially the wizard that was up in the front of the group. He was very noticeable because of his long bleach blonde hair. Why am I not surprised? Melody said. Lucius Malfoy is a Death Eater. Talk about obvious. The group looked over at her as soon as she made herself noticed by talking. She was calmly leaning against a tree, as if there was not a bunch of wizards pointing their wands at her. But she obviously did not care. Mutatio Scullis, one of the Death Eaters, immediately cast at her. Melody held up her hand, and she shattered the spell as well as pushed back the Death Eaters a little with a small sonic boom. This is one siren that does not have to sing to bring her enemies to their knees, Melody says. Harmonic scream. She opened her mouth and out came her signature sonic scream. She sent a lot of the Death Eaters flying when she used her best ability. Her sonic scream was one of the best abilities that her magic gave her. When the Death Eaters all started to get up, she smirked as she basically then skipped away from them without a care in the world. She may have been spending a little too much time with Luna, given that the sweet blonde had a habit of skipping around to get to places. It was just another reason why they all loved her so much given her natural dreamy and carefree personality. She was probably the most glass-half-full person that any of them knew. The Death Eaters all started to go after Melody. They had no clue that they were doing exactly what she wanted them to do. She leads them right to the lake next to the school, a place where a trap had been set for them. As they got closer to the lake, a hauntingly beautiful singing voice could be heard. But there was something in the voice that sounded very magical, and not in a good way to them. Into the sea. Hold you close to me. Slide neath the waves. Down into the cave. Kiss me, my love. Come rest in my heart. Dream your dreams with me. Slide beneath the sea. The singing voice sounded so beautiful, but it also was still haunting in a way. They all started to actually walk toward the lake. The voice was drawing them in like a siren's song. When the Death Eaters were finally near the lake, almost all of them were shocked by the sight of who was in the water. Whon was in the water in her full mermaid form. The Chinese mermaid smiled innocently as she showed off her tail that could be seen in the crystal clear water. It was definitely a shock to the wand users since the merpeople of the Black Lake looked nothing like her at all. Whon was beautiful. Hello. Whon was really good at the I am just an innocent girl act. Welcome to my lake, otherwise known as your doom. She then ducked back into the water, just in time for her mermaid song spell to fully fade away from them. Not that it mattered since Celeste was the next to reveal herself out of the water. And the water mage was not going to be messing around with them. Water Slicer, she cast immediately after getting out of the water, her powers allowing her to walk on the water. Multiple curved blade-like slashes of water shot out from the lake. They sliced through the spells that the Death Eaters tried to send at her, and basically also ripped through the evil wizards. She smirked at how many that she had sent hurtling into trees and onto their backs. Water mages were some of the strongest in the magical world. Unlike the Ministry people, the Death Eaters obviously had a lot more endurance and strength than them. They all started to get up faster than the Ministry people. Lucius glared at Celeste and aimed his wand at her. Avada. HHHHHH. He had to stop mid-spell. A lot of other Death Eaters also started screaming in pain. They all covered their ears. Golden sound waves flowed over them as Angel came out from behind a tree. She was playing on a flute, which was causing the sound waves. It was obvious that Angel's enchanted instrument magic when she played her flute was similar to when Melody would use her sonic shriek spell. It was a very painful spell, which was useful in battle. Way to go, Angel! Melody cheered as she lashed at a few other Death Eaters with a music measure whip. Angel gave her a thumbs up as she continued to play. Banshee Scream, Orchid cast as she saw more Death Eaters coming their way. She let out a scream of her own, but hers was a lot more different than Melody's sonic scream. Orchid's was specifically a Banshee Scream. Banshee Screams were really deadly to those that were exposed to them for a good enough period of time. Banshee Screams would usually cause a person's veins to literally explode when they were exposed to them. But, of course, Orchid did not actually want to kill anyone. So, She just screamed at the Death Eaters until they were all knocked out. Whon poked her head out of the water again. It still shocks me that they actually thought that they stood a chance against us, she said. I have been saying from the very beginning that these people are idiots. Melody shook her head. Harry was hanging out in a tree as he usually does. But he just had a better reason to be doing it this time. He was waiting for when he would be able to pounce on the first enemy that he sees. He did not care who would be the one that he would attack, but he knew that any enemy that he would be attacking would be unable to do anything against him. And considering his animal hearing, he would be able to know right away when someone was near him enough so that he could ambush him. He was also aware that Sophia, Charlie, and many others were also hiding on this side of the school and waiting for either more Death Eaters or more Ministry people. The best outcome would be that Ministry people and Death Eaters would both try and enter this way at the same time, and they would take care of each other before ever reaching any of the Mystic Souls. But no one was actually that lucky. Harry soon heard someone approaching, and given the very sick feeling that he was getting in his stomach, that person was definitely a very heavy user of black magic. There was only one possible person that he could imagine that would cause a feeling like that. He looked further out into the field, and what he saw nearly made him throw up. What he saw was probably the ugliest person on the face of the earth. Second ugliest if he counted that pink toad that works as Fudge's undersecretary. But this thing was like a human and a snake became one being. It was mostly covered by black robes, but Harry also noticed that it wore no shoes as well as skin that made it look like it was sick, with how it was like a combo of really pale skin while also looking a little gray. Its face was the worst since it was like a human male's face, but with 2 slits instead of a nose. It also had really evil-looking red eye. Come out, wherever you are, Potter, the thing said. I know that this is where you have been hiding from me. Voldemort, Harry muttered. Chapter 84, Jungle Heart. Chapter 84, Jungle Heart. Harry was a lot of things. He was a brother to Krenos and Melody, he was the boyfriend of Fred and George Weasley, and he was also a friend to animals everywhere. But there was also one more thing that he was as well, and that would be one of the best fighters at Crystal Rose. Animal powers always were able to give him an advantage when he was fighting. The way that he was able to switch from animal to animal allowed him to adapt to any situation that anyone could think of. Being as slippery as a snake, as fast as a cheetah, as strong as an ape. There were a lot of things that he could do with the power of the animal kingdom behind him. And seeing the man that killed his birth parents, Harry was definitely growling as his eyes became those of a lion. He did not care how he came back, but he was going to send that Hitler wannabe back to the depths of the underworld where he belonged. He jumped down from the tree that he was in as he approached the man-snake creature thing that was Voldemort. I heard you were looking for me, Moldy Shorts, was the first thing that Harry said. Well, here I am. He let himself be seen by the evil wizard. Potter, Voldemort glared at him. It's Pottergardner, Harry rolled his eyes. Does no one from Britain know how to hyphenate my name? I mean, really? It was annoying then, and it is annoying now. So, you approach me without even a wand to defend yourself. Voldemort acted like Harry had not said anything. Have you come to die by my hand? Which should have happened 14 years ago. You are seriously still upset about that. Harry could never not be cheeky and sassy since he is a Gardner. It's been 14 years. You really need to get over it already. Between you and Snape, you both need to really grow up and get over these stupid grudges. Because of his animal instincts, the animal mage was able to pick up on the fact that one of the Death Eaters that was behind Voldemort had tightened the grip on his wand when he had mentioned Snape. Harry could not see his face under the hood with the shadows, but he had a feeling he already knew. As far as last words go, those are the worst that I have ever heard, Voldemort glared at Harry.
The
The green light shot out from the end of his wand, but Harry only smirked as in a flash of blue light, he disappeared. Where did the little brat go? Said a female Death Eater that Harry recognized as the one that had tortured Neville's parents, Bellatrix Lestrange. Try looking up, Harry called from over their heads. They all looked up to see Harry flying above them. The spirit of an eagle was around him, showing how he had gotten up there. Harry had a very smug look on his face. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort cast at him again. Spells started flying at Harry, who was very elegant in the air as he dodged them. If there was one thing that playing Quidditch had taught him, it was how to dodge. He had to learn considering the bludgers that would try and get him as well as the Slytherin team members that would constantly try and cheat by attempting to knock him off his broom. Not that they knew how he did not even need the broom to fly. Jungle Soul, Elephant, Harry cast. The spirit of the eagle was changed into that of an elephant. Harry was quick to start falling back to the ground. But with the added weight of the elephant spirit, he was more like a meteor that was crashing down to earth. There was even the cartoon sound of a whistle that could be heard as he came closer to the ground. The Death Eaters all had to scatter as Harry became the living definition of human cannonball. He crashed onto the ground, sending many of the Death Eaters flying in all types of directions because of the force of his crash. There was even a small crater that was made because of the force of his fall. The Death Eaters that were quick to recover tried to surround him, but it was not like Harry was actually alone in this part of the school grounds. Sophia literally fell out of a tree and onto the shoulders of another Death Eater. Probably the easiest knock out of everyone else. The Death Eater did not even know that she was right over his head. Something that all the mystic souls that saw what happened found to be really funny. Animal Heart, Cheetah, she cast. Jumping off of the Death Eater that she had just knocked out, she instantly changed her form into that of a cheetah. She was easily able to use her enhanced speed to weave between spells that were sent at her. There was no chance for any of them to hit her with any of their spells. Charlie then raced toward the Death Eaters, which probably would give his 3 little brothers that were still at the school itself heart attacks if they saw him doing so. Draco Shift, Whispering Death, he cast. Whispering Deaths resemble more like a giant gulper eel with bulging eyes, a spiny face, and 6 rows of rotating teeth in their mouths. They also greatly resemble a serpentine dragon, but with no legs and only spikes decorating their undersides. They were mostly green with some yellow to them as well. Their eyes were usually also red around their pupils, with the rest of their large eyes being white. As Charlie shifted, he dived into the ground as his body was surrounded by light that hid the actual form of the dragon, as all that was left when the light faded was a hole in the ground. The Death Eaters all actually seemed to be smug as they thought that one of the monstrous, mystic souls had actually fled away from them. But they were proven wrong when the ground under their feet started to shake, as Charlie then burst out of the ground in the middle of one of the Death Eaters' groups in his full dragon form. Judging by Harry's animal sense of smell, he was pretty sure that some of the Death Eaters had actually wet their pants at the sight of Charlie's Whispering Death form. Bomb! One of the Death Eaters tried to cast a spell at him, but Charlie beat him to the punch as he breathed a giant breath of fire at them. He burned right through their wands and probably their entire arms as well. If there was one thing that you could say about Charlie, it was that he was the living embodiment of a protective dragon. Gotta love him, Harry chuckled at the sight of that. Jungle Soul, T-Rex. His blue spirit energy flowed around him as the spirit of the biggest predator in the dinosaur world appeared over him. It roared at a few of the Death Eaters that dared to get close to Harry to try and attack him. They obviously ran away with their tails between their legs, or at least they tried to run away. Abby was soon in front of them, smirking as she appeared in a swirl of snow. Sapphire freezing arrows, Abby cast at them. Her hands lit up with a blue icy light. Throwing her hands out, she sent out a barrage of arrows made out of ice. The Death Eaters were all knocked out by the volley of ice arrows that she had sent at them. But then another Death Eater came up behind her. Incendio, he cast at her. A flamethrower of fire was fired at her. Abby was halfway turned around in order for her to defend herself when someone else stepped between her and the fire. His hands glowed red as he actually took control of the flames. No one uses fire against my girlfriend except for me, Mason growled at the Death Eater. And even then, that is only during dueling class. He collected the fire into his hands as he formed it into a giant-sized fireball. With another glare sent at the Death Eater, he threw it at him. The explosion from the impact sent the Death Eater flying back, crashing into a few other evil wizards. As much as I hate the idea of a knight in shining armor, I still appreciate that. Abby gave him a kiss on the cheek. Anytime, my precious Sapphire, Mason smiled at her. Nature's Prison, Krenos cast. A bunch of the ministry employees were suddenly all trapped inside of giant flowers that had bloomed right under their feet. Unlike demons, they were not vanquished. But they were trapped and no spell would get them out since Krenos was more powerful than any of them ever could not. Over with Lily, She was definitely having a great time as she was sending ministry workers flying with so many of the spells that she used against them. Raising her hands up, multiple root-like vines grew around the ministry people that were around her. She smirked as she made multiple small red flowers start to bloom all over the vines. Poppy Bomb, she cast. She smirked once again as the flowers all started to glow bright red before they blew up at the same time, sending even more of the ministry people hurtling in different directions. A lot of them crashed around the area. Floral Beast Lily of the Valley Lion, White cast. He jumped forward as he would change into his next floral animal form while he was in the air. By the time that he landed, he was in his new form. Lions have strong, compact bodies and powerful forelegs, teeth, and jaws for pulling down and killing prey. Their coats are yellow gold, and adult males have shaggy manes that range in color from blonde to reddish-brown to black. The length and color of a lion's mane are likely determined by age, genetics, and hormones. White would be the classic lion look, but with the additions of the giant lily of the valley flower petals instead of the usual lion's mane. The white of the flower petals actually went along really well with the yellow-gold color of his fur. There were also white flower petals around each of the 4 lion ankles, and his tail also looked like a vine with lily of the valley flowers on it. White whipped out his tail, and it actually extended as if it was one of Krenos's vine whips. He was able to lash at a few ministry people. With his tail doing that on one end of him, White then let out a roar from his mouth. And just like when Krenos would use one of his nature storm spells, White's roar let out a giant whirlwind of green wind, leaves, and flower petals. It blew away a ton of ministry workers. Literally, nature's frenzy, Krenos cast. The ground shook as large white root-like vines covered in large thorns burst from the ground. Krenos pushed out his arms as he commanded the vines to attack the ministry people. His white vines were definitely a lot more dangerous than his normal vines since they were a lot thicker, as well as how they were also covered in very dangerous thorns. Krenos was obviously still very pissed at how they had all tried to take his brother away from him. White changed back to normal as he stood next to Lily. Both of them were looking at Krenos with concern in their eyes. "Should we be concerned about this?" he asked her as they both looked at the nature mage of the Gardner family. "I think that if this was a war against demons, maybe," Lily admitted. "But, considering everything that these people tried to do to Harry, I don't blame him." Both of them then winced as they saw what area of an Aurus body that Krenos just had a tree punch. White especially cringed when he saw it happen. "I hope that man already has kids," he said, "because there is no way that he will be having any more after that hit." As Krenos was about to cast another spell, his amulet started to glow. Krenos could feel it as he also then touched the amulet with his hand. It was as if the amulet was telling him something through the connection it had to the other active amulets. "Harry," Krenos gasped before running off. "Keep still, you little brat," a Death Eater yelled as a bunch of them were firing off spells from their wands. Whon was a lot harder to hit considering how she was ducking in and out of the water of the lake. Plus, she was also diving in and out as well, as if she was one of those trained dolphins that would do leaps out of the water at the sound of a whistle being blown. Spells easily missed her. "Can't catch me," she would be taunting them as she did this. She would also have fun by blasting out random spouts of water that she loved nailing them in the face with. Between Whon and Celeste, it would probably take days before the Death Eaters would ever truly feel dry again. And speaking of the Water Mage, she was definitely having a great time using her powers on the Death Eaters. Just as how they were no match for Krenos and his nature powers, they were also not a match for Celeste and her water magic, especially given that they were at the lake. Never mess with a mystic soul when they have the home field advantage. But it was not like any of them would accuse British wand users of ever having common sense. "Water Assault," Celeste cast. Multiple beams of water fired out of the lake, hitting plenty of the Death Eaters. And even for those that tried to put up a shield spell, they were easily shattered by the aqua blasts. Before any of them could react, Celeste was faster than them. A lot of them were grabbed by tentacles of water around their wrists and ankles. They were pulled right off of the ground and were almost being juggled by the water mage. "Why is it that there is no greater joy than being a witch that can kick butt?" Angel smirked as she looked at Melody. "Because you get to magically slap people that otherwise stay annoying pests." Melody replied as she sent another Death Eater crashing into a tree with a sonic boom. As if any of these people will change no matter how many times that we slap them, Angel says to her. Got that right, Melody agreed with her. But that does not change the fact that slapping them is still fun. Angel nodded, then cast her next spell. Enchanted Violin. In a flash of light, her own violin appeared in her hands. She placed the violin in the correct spot under her chin and then began to play it. It sent out continuous sound waves as if it was like Melody's sonic scream. The force of the sound waves blew a lot of Death Eaters off their feet, while even also taking down a few tree branches as well. Now that is what I call girl power, Waylon cheered from the lake, but then had to duck back down when another spell flew over her head. I am getting really sick of these guys. Melody glared at the Death Eaters that still have not learned that they do not stand a chance. I think that goes for all of us. Orchid agreed with her as she used her Banshee Scream to knock out more Death Eaters. Seeing more Death Eaters coming toward them, Melody's eyes glowed as she placed her hands together. Harmony Bomb, she cast. She took her hands apart, and a ball of purple sound energy formed in her hands. Taking her hands apart, even more, had her forming 2 energy balls in her hands. She threw them at the incoming Death Eaters. As soon as they came into contact with either the ground or one of the Death Eaters themselves, the energy balls actually exploded into massive explosions of sound. Just as her spell had called them, they were literally harmony bombs. This just gets more fun by the second, Angel snickered as she sent out another sound wave from her violin. Oh, I definitely. Melody was about to respond when her amulet started glowing as well, making her reach up and touch it. Melody! Orchid looked at her friend in concern. Harry, Melody gasped. She instantly started sprinting away. The girls were about to follow her since she obviously just sensed her brother in danger, but then more Death Eaters came their way. They would have to handle those idiots before they would be able to go and help their friend. Jungle Soul Eel, Harry cast as he then gained the spirit of an electric eel. Since the electric powers of the eel were enhanced by Harry's magic, he was basically able to shoot lightning. Throwing his hands out, he fired a strong blast of lightning. It hit Bellatrix Lestrange and made her hair somehow even more frizzy than it already was. She also now smells like a burnt piece of meat that had been in a bonfire. Well, that smell is something that I am never going to get used to. Sophia waved her hand in front of her face before changing into an ox and charging at another group of Death Eaters. That was for Neville and his parents. You sorry excuse for a witch? Harry glared at the unconscious witch with a B. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort cast at him again. Harry used the natural slipperiness of an eel to be able to easily get out of the way of the spell. He glared at the snakeman living corpse thing that had been the man that had killed his birth parents. Is that the only spell that you know? Or are you just terrible at every other spell that you try? Harry smirked. Voldemort glared at him even more as he continued to fire spell after spell at the animal mage. And he only grew even more frustrated the more that Harry was able to dodge him. I will kill you, Potter, Voldemort yelled at him, sending even more killing curses that Harry easily dodged. It's Pottergardner, you no-nosed freak, Harry yelled back at him. Harry kept having to change animals to keep up with the spells that were sent at him. He went from a falcon in the sky, to an ape in the trees, to a cheetah on the ground, to even a mole digging underground. He was not letting any of the spells get even close to him. Get ready to join your parents, Potter. Voldemort was like every other wand user and ignored the fact that Harry had 2 last names. Not that they would even accept a mystic soul creature like you. And when I finish you off, maybe I should keep those so-called siblings of yours as torture pets for me to play with whenever I want. Okay, that was when Harry had really had enough of this guy. He could threaten him all that he wanted, but no one threatened his siblings. He growled at Voldemort, his eyes and amulet glowing from his anger. I've had it with you, Harry yelled. Jungle Heart, Lion. It was different than his usual Jungle Soul, spells where he would channel an animal spirit. This time, Harry was showing that he had finally mastered being able to take his animal forms, such as when he had done so back in his second year at Hogwarts when Ron insulted Krenos when he had been petrified. His form changed so that he was a werewolf once again, but this time he was a werelion. Golden fur with dangerously sharp claws on his hands, lion back paws for his legs, shining topaz eyes, a brown-black mane around his neck, and a look in his eyes that said he was ready to kill. Harry, Krenos and Melody called out to him, as they arrived at the same time. "You two stay out of this," he shouted back at them. "This Hitler wannabe is all mine." He pounced at the Dark Lord. Chapter 85. The Power of Three. Chapter 85. The Power of Three. Harry was a lot of things, and above all other things, he was a very protective brother. So, from the moment that Voldemort threatened Krenos and Melody was pretty much the moment that he was really screwed. He was doomed, and he did not even know it. In fact, even as he stared at Harry in his Werlion form, he still looked like he would still win in a fight against him. He was just as delusional about the amount of power that he was as the Ministry people were. The fact that they all thought that they could defeat Mystic Souls when they also had the home field advantage was truly an example of how stupid they all were. "You think that you can just come into our home, attack us, and then threaten my siblings, all to get away with it," Harry growled at him. "I think you need to learn that when it comes to Mystic Souls, you are nothing compared to us. You can cast every spell, every charm, every curse, every ritual that you know, and there will never be anything that you can do that would make you stronger than us. You will always just be exactly what you are." Pathetic. Even when facing against a Werlion, Voldemort glared at Harry when he dared to speak to him like that. "You are just a child with delusions," Voldemort says back to him. "I have traveled the world and learned the darkest of magic. I am immortal, and you will never defeat."
Blah, blah, blah. Harry cut him off.
"Nobody wants to hear your psycho mumbo-jumbo speech." Harry charged at the Dark Lord without letting him say another word. It was really something that should have been expected by Voldemort. Gringotts are literally known as one of the most protective families in Greece. And just because Harry was adopted into the family does not mean that he did not inherit the family's protective nature. If those that met Olivia thought that she was scary when she got protective, then they had never met protective Harry before. He was downright terrifying when she got protective. The moment that he decided to threaten Krenos and Melody is the moment that he had officially lost the fight. Harry ran up to Voldemort so quickly that he did not even have a chance to think before Harry raised his claws up and slashed him right across the face. He smirked, his fangs showing when he did so. As immortal as Voldemort thought that he was still bleeding. "I don't think that I have ever seen Harry this angry before," Krenos says to Melody. "He definitely has the same protective nature that every other Gardner has," Melody said. "It is definitely more than just us being threatened," Krenos tells his sister. "I think that it is specifically because Voldemort is the one that threatened us. This Dark Lord wannabe was the one that killed his birth parents, and I doubt that out of anyone that could have threatened us, he is the worst one to do it. Harry would never let his guy take away anyone else he loves." Melody stared at the scene that was in front of them. Harry was not letting Voldemort do anything to him. With the agility and the speed that his Werlion form gave him, there was little that Voldemort could actually do against him. "Stay still, you little brat," the Dark Lord yelled at him. He was not even able to get off a single spell because of how fast Harry was and how many scratches he was covering him with. His robes were ripped, his arms were cut, and there were many claw marks on his face and head. Harry's claws were turning red from how much blood he had drawn from the Dark Lord. "You are sadly mistaken if you ever thought that you would ever be able to kill me," Harry growled at him. "These claws crave more of your blood." Avada! Voldemort once again tried to use the killing curse on him. "I have so had enough of that spell," Harry growled at him again. It was almost like it was a combo of acrobatics and dancing with how easily Harry was able to move around. Even with the added agility from Lion Legs, it was still very impressive. Harry had obviously really come into himself when it came to his powers. He was one with the animal kingdom. It was very rare for anyone, even a mystic soul, to be able to have this much mastery of their powers before they reached 18, the age where their magical core would stop growing. Harry was obviously proving that he really was a very special kid. Krenos and Melody were both really itching to help their brother, but they also knew that if there was one thing that Harry needed, it was closure. Voldemort had taken so much from him. It was because of him that Harry lost his birth parents, which was what gave the Ministry their potential control over him, that got him sent to the Dursleys to be abused by them. And as much as Harry was happy to gain a family in the Gardners, there will always be the part of him that wondered about the life that he would have had if the Potters had lived. Sirius and Remus both certainly always spoke very highly of James and Lily. Frank and Alice Longbottom spoke in the same way about their old friends as well. Harry needed to be the one that would fight against Voldemort. It was the best way for him to really be able to let go of the pain of his past. There was really nothing more therapeutic than kicking the butt of the person that caused you the most pain in your life. There was very little that Harry was probably not going to do to Voldemort. Enough! Voldemort yelled as he slashed his wand. He sent out a wind blast that was able to get Harry pushed back a few feet. He dragged his claws on the ground in order to make sure that he was not pushed back more than that. You can use as much magic as you want, but there is nothing that you can use on me that will actually beat me, Harry says. You think that you are more powerful than me? Voldemort let out a very creepy sound that was probably his version of a chuckle. Those scratches and claw marks all over definitely proves me right. Harry smirked as he said that, his claws getting a little longer. You are nothing but a bug for me to squash, Voldemort said. I've channeled many bugs in my time, Harry smirked. They are a lot tougher than you think they are. Jungle Heart, Spider. His lion features vanished, but he gained a much scarier form in replacement of it. His teeth fanged as he also gained a second pair of eyes with all 4 of his eyes turning red. His skin turned black as the lower half of his body became a very large version of the back of a spider's body. His own legs were replaced by 8 spider legs. His legs, spider body, and human skin were all the same shade of black. His nails were also like claws as well. If he was able to do that form back in Hogwarts, he would have so enjoyed using that to scare the daylights out of Ron. Krenos could not help but chuckle. That would make Fred and George fall in love with Harry even more, Melody giggled. Does not change the fact that Harry is actually looking seriously creepy right now, Krenos admitted as he shivered a little from Harry's spider form. Harry hissed at Voldemort as he was showing him how much that even bugs can be scary and a lot harder to kill than the Dark Lord thought. After the encounter with the spider demon a few years ago, not to mention when they had all run into Aragon, they were all very aware that spiders could be one of the scariest creatures on the planet. There was a reason why there were a lot of horror, sci-fi, and many other kinds of mundane movies that included giant spiders, or even just spiders in general. The American movie, 8-Legged Freaks, definitely came to mind when it came to movies that were about giant spiders. Harry slowly went toward Voldemort. His spider legs made him look even creepier as he did that. His red eyes did not help with that as well. Voldemort even looked a little scared of him as he did so. This so-called bug is more than ready for anything that you have to throw at him, Harry hissed at the wizard. Let's see how much more you can take when your target can actually fight back. Just like he was in a Spider-Man movie, Harry held up his wrists and he started firing spider thread and webbing at him. Some of the webbings were able to hit the Dark Lord around his body, but he was smart enough to use some fire spells in order to burn through the rest of the webbing that was coming at him. Harry had to back away because the fire came near him. Having more legs allowed him to move just as fast as he was in his Whirlion form. The more legs that he had, the faster that he was able to move. He hissed as Voldemort did not even stop the fire spells. In fact, he increased the flames and actually started to control them. He had nothing on Mason, Victor, or any other fire mage at Crystal Rose, but his control of the fire was impressive by wand user standards. He moved his wand and made the fire have a new form. It collected and then formed into a giant snake made out of the fire. Harry was ready for anything that the Dark Wizard sent his way. There was no way that he was going to be letting the man that killed his birth parents hurt anyone else. This man was responsible for so much pain and suffering. He was doing this not just for himself, but for everyone that he had ever hurt and killed. He was doing it for Susan Bones, who also lost her parents to his Death Eaters. He was doing it for Fred, George, Charlie, Bill, and Percy, who lost their uncles to the Death Eaters. He was doing it for Sirius and Remus, who lost more friends than anyone else in the war. He was doing it for them all. Voldemort pointed his wand at Harry, and the fire snake started to make its way over to the animal mage. Harry got ready, either to shift into another form or to get out of the way through the use of his increased number of legs or his spider thread. But someone else beat him to it. Nature's Extinguisher, Krenos cast. Throwing up his hands, the nature mage sent out what was basically a whirlpool of wet leaves. And given that it was a mystic soul spell, the wet leaves were able to get rid of the snake before it even got close to Harry. Harmony Blast, Melody cast. Joining her 2 brothers, she placed her hands together and then faced both of her palms toward Voldemort, firing off what seemed to be like a ball of blue energy with small music measures floating around it. Voldemort tried to put up a shield to defend himself, but Melody's music ball easily shattered it and sent him flying into a tree. Harry looked at his brother and sister as they stood on either side of him. The shock of them suddenly interfering with the fight, even when he told them not to, was enough for him to change back to his human form. "I told you two to stay out of this fight," Harry glared at them. "We know, but we also know that this fight would be better with all three of us taking part in it," Melody tells him. "We would never let you do this alone. We are your family, Harry." Krenos placed his hand on his brother's shoulders. "We know that you would never forgive yourself if anything happened to us, especially at his hand. But you know that we can take care of ourselves. You never have to worry about us, Harry," Melody comforts her brother. "We are never going to leave you." Harry had tears in his eyes as he would give his siblings a giant hug. They really were a lot more powerful when they were together. They were the Gardner trio, and there was almost nothing that they could not do when they were together. It was the reason why they always stayed together. Because when they were together, they felt unstoppable. Bullies didn't stand a chance. Demons were always vanquished, and there were very little people that could actually get in their way. Krenos and Melody always cared for Harry since the moment that they met him. Krenos, when he had been the first Gardner to meet Harry and caused their parents to adopt him, and Melody when her parents brought Harry home for the first time, and she saw the loving smile that he gave her when she was introduced as his new sister. They had been stuck together like glue ever since they were little. It had been the three of them against Red and Black. The three of them against powerful demons like the Demon of Fear and the Spider Demon. The three of them against the entire world. They would never take any other relationship over the bond that the three of them shared. There was power in the love that siblings had for each other, and there was nothing that could ever take it on. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort shouted as he pointed his wand at them. The trio had been so busy with each other that they forgot that they were in the middle of a fight. But since they had been kicking his butt, and none of them so much as had a scratch on them, none of them had been giving him another thought. It seemed that was a mistake on their part. All three of them held each other since there was no time to move, and they did not know if any of their own shield spells could stop the killing curse, especially since they were aware that no wand user shield stop it either. If they were going to go out, they would go out together. Only, nothing happened. The spell never came and none of them died. They all looked up and much to their surprise, there was a bright white shield in front of them. But there was no one else around. They all looked at their amulets, but it was not them either. But they saw that they were the ones that were glowing the same shade of pure white magical light as the shield. They were the ones that had caused the shield to appear. "Whoa," they all gasped. "Impossible," Voldemort bellowed. The three of them all looked at the Dark Lord. They were so not going to be letting this guy go free. They had no idea how the shield had appeared, but they always knew that mystic souls were a lot more powerful when they worked together. They just never thought that they would be able to stop a curse that was supposed to be unstoppable. "You never really thought that you stood a chance, did you?" Melody taunted. "We're mystic souls while you are a pathetic wand user that is delusional about the amount of power you have. You have killed enough people," Harry says. "You think that you are some Dark Lord that everyone fears, but you hide behind your Death Eaters and let most of them do the fighting for you. You're nothing but a coward with a snake face and no nose. We've faced countless demons, and each of them are scarier than you," Krenos said. "Demons that feed on human souls. Demons that can literally strangle with a person's good aura. Demons that can bring our worst fears to life. You cannot even begin to be compared to them. And your biggest mistake was thinking that you could kill any of us," Harry says. "Not only are we more powerful than you will ever be, but we have something you never will. We have a bond that Lady Hecate herself has blessed. Something that you will never be able to break. And I think we have the perfect spell to deal with a monster like you." Melody glared at Voldemort. The three of them held each other's hands, making the white glow around them get even brighter. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort yelled at him again. His spell made contact with the shield, but yet still was unable to break through it. The three siblings began their spell. "Krenos, hear now the words of the witches. Melody, the secrets we hid in the night. Harry, the oldest of gods are invoked here. All three, the great work of magic is sought. In this night and in this hour, we call upon the ancient power. Bring the power to we siblings three." The three of them kept holding each other's hands as they cast the spell. They chanted it over and over again as they faced against the Dark Lord and his killing curse. and there was no way that they were going to let him win. The shield soon turned into a beam of white magic that took on the killing curse, and the curse stood no chance as the beam ripped right through it. It hit Voldemort and a massive flash of white magic, causing them to have to shield their eyes. They almost also had to cover their ears, as well as they heard the Dark Lord scream. In a vault at Gringotts, a cup exploded. At Hogwarts, a diadem melted. At Sirius's family home, a locket shattered. In an old shake, an old ring was destroyed. Harry collapsed between his siblings as something came out of his scar, as if it had been forced out like some type of magical exorcism. Krenos and Melody ran to him as he fell to the ground. By the time that the light faded, all that was left was a circle of burned grass where the wizard used to be. "Well, that's something you don't see every day," Melody said. "At least he's dead," Harry mumbled. The Hitler wannabe is finally dead. Chapter 86. It's finally over. Chapter 86. It's finally over. Voldemort was gone. That was the one thing that the Gardner trio cared about at that moment. That was one of the biggest psychos that they had ever met, and they had managed to finally get rid of him. And this time, they used a magic that was way too powerful for any ritual to ever even begin to bring that Dark Lord wannabe back once again. There were very few things that could match up to the power of three magically strong siblings working together. There was really only one issue when it came to doing what they just did. They were all really tired. Most spells that would have siblings, or mystic souls in general, working together would usually have those that use that much magic feelings very tired. They get more powerful when they put their magic together, but they would also use up more magic in general. And given how much power that it took to truly get rid of everything that was keeping Voldemort tied to the mortal plane, that meant that even those as strong as the Gardner trio were still very tired. The three of them were all basically collapsed on the ground because of how low that they were on magic. It made them even more grateful to how they were not the only ones that had been fighting that day. If they were the only ones, then they would have been sitting ducks for the very angry Death Eaters that were around them, especially the one that already looked insane to begin with, but now she just looked like she really needed to be locked up in a mental ward somewhere. Bellatrix Lestrange was probably one of the most well-known followers of the Dark Lord. She certainly was very much known for how she was one of the insane members of the Black family. Sirius had told the three of them how she had been crazy even when she had been younger. There was no one that could possibly be more of a devoted follower of Voldemort than Bellatrix. And even when she had still been a student at Hogwarts, she still had been a master at the torture curse, Crucio, by the time that she had left the school. She had even used it on her own brother-in-law after she found out that her older sister, Andromeda, had married a Muggle-born wizard. "My lord," she screamed when she saw that all that was left of him had been a circle of burned grass. "You will pay for this." She raised her wand, pointed it at the trio as she ran at them. But she was quickly blocked as Sophia, Charlie, Abby, and Mason. They were definitely not going to let the crazy witch anywhere near their friends. "Try anything, we dare you," Mason glared at her, his hands blazing with his fire magic. "You really need to chill out," Abby hissed at her, her hands letting out an icy mist. "I wonder if any of my dragon forms are hungry," Charlie growled as he gained dragonic eyes. "Not if one of my animal forms eats her first." Sophia was also growling. "Crew!" She tried to cast the torture curse at them but was interrupted. Apparently, electricity did not like her very much. She had been first zapped by Harry's eel electricity before, and this time she was struck down by a lightning bolt. She was once again knocked out while smelling like a ruined barbecue. The four mystic souls looked up and saw that Hawk was there, having been the one to throw the lightning bolt at her. He just looked so done with the situation. "Can I just say how good it felt to do that?" he smirked. "I cannot tell you enough how many of those wand users were screaming at me and calling me a monster when they were able to see me. So, blasting them with my lightning seriously feels good." The three of them had to laugh at that. Those like Hawk and Haley, who were both half harpy, would have to deal with those that see them as monsters because of their harpy blood. It was the same for those like Abby, who had a werewolf-like form, and Mason, who had a snake creature form, because the gem families were all cursed to have creature forms related to their gems. They would honestly be surprised if Hawk had not blasted anyone during this fight. "That certainly looked like a lot of fun," Sophia smiled, even as the shapeshifter was disgusted by the way that Bellatrix currently smelled because of being struck by the lightning. "I have been having a lot of fun," Hawk chuckled as he landed next to them. "So far, I have buried wand. Users in snow from a blizzard, swept them up in a hurricane, went all Wizard of Oz on them with a twister, and certainly gave a lot of them really bad sunburns from a heat wave. If I did not like my dragon form so much, I would be jealous about your weather powers, Charlie chuckled. Sometimes, there definitely are moments that make us want the powers that someone else has, Sophia giggled. Not me, Mason says. I like being an enchanted ruby. I am with Mason on that, even when I am a sapphire and not a ruby, Abby added. There are not a lot of enchanted gems left, so we need all the mages we can get. But that is more the fault of the dragon mages than anything we have ever done, Mason shrugged. The dragon mages were the natural magical enemies of the enchanted gems. They were a group of mages that were each granted the powers of elemental dragons. Powers around elements like fire, sky, iron, lightning, and others. They were actual enemies that magic had basically chosen for them, just like how there were also natural rivalries between banshees and sirens, minotaurs and centaurs, fairies and pixies, mermaids and mermen, and many other magical rivalries in the magical world. The dragon mages and enchanted gems have been feuding for centuries, but the dragon mages were always more bloodthirsty than the gems, so they have killed quite a few gems over the centuries. The 5 of them then went over to the Gardner trio that was finally getting off the ground after getting some of their energy back. Why does the power of 3 have to be so tiring? Harry wondered out loud. Don't ask me, Melody groaned. I may have been a Ravenclaw, but it's not like I know everything about magic. Can't we just stay on the ground a little bit longer? Krenos looked the most reluctant to get up. Don't make us have Celeste splash you with water in order to wake you up again, Harry playfully threatened. They have had their water mage friend do that since Krenos could be a really heavy sleeper when he wanted to be. He could wake up in a snap when he thought that there was danger around, but he could sleep through literally anything else if it was not dangerous at all. Also, don't forget that we are technically still at war, Mason reminded them. Ow. Hey. Abby had hit her boyfriend on the arm when he would say that. Way to ruin the fun, Mason, Abby lightly scolded him. Hey. It may not be something that they wanted to hear, but that does not make it any less true, Mason said. He is right, Harry said even when he did not want to admit it. There are still plenty of idiots around that we have to kick the butt of. Maybe you 3 should head back to the school, Charlie says. I know a certain pair of twins that would love nothing more than to take care of their adorable, exhausted boyfriend. Harry blushed bright red when he heard that. He was basically the same shade as the hair of his boyfriends. I knew I liked you, Krenos chuckled. He loved that Charlie, Percy, and Bill would help him and Melody tease their brothers about their relationship. Melody certainly did like to team up with Percy when it came to teasing the 3 of them. Ravenclaws stick together even after they leave Hogwarts. So, that left Charlie to team up with Krenos in order to tease them. I hate you all. Harry was still red. You love us and you know it. Charlie could not help but go right up to Harry and give him a pinch on his cheek as if Harry was a little boy. Harry playfully slapped Charlie's hand away as his face got even redder. We will head back to the school, but you guys all keep fighting, Melody tells the 5 of them. Roger that, Hawk said, taking off into the air again. The other 4 followed his lead and ran back into the battlefield to help against the remaining wand users. They were all very powerful, so they would be a great help even when the rest of the school had the annoying pests already handled. It was just safer to have the safety in numbers since magical Britain was not exactly known for being fair. The 3 siblings all made their way toward their castle-like school. They could hear the sound of fighting all around them as they walked. But, by what they were hearing, it was the mystic souls that were obviously winning. Not that there was ever any doubt that they would win. Open, Gate of the Lion. Leo. They heard their friend Angela call one of her zodiac spirits. Wing change, tornado bird. They heard Haley cast as she changed her wings to another magical bird that she knew of. Taste some of my dragon fire. They heard Victor unleashing some of his own flames on the idiots. They all smiled as they heard the screams and the shouting from the wand users. The Death Eaters, and especially the Ministry people, stood no chance against them. They were a lot more than most magical beings could handle. Most that tried to fight them usually left in a lot of pain, or just never left at all if they were demons that ended up being vanquished by them. These people really should have learned their lesson and just gone home by now, Harry shook his head. There is a reason why the definition of the words stupid and idiot are just pictured of magical Britain, Melody giggled. It really is so shocking how dumb they all are when the mundane side has not had nearly as many issues as they have, Krenos stated. Maybe because they actually have smart people as their leaders, Harry remarked with a chuckle. The Queen of England is certainly a much better leader than Fudge could ever even imagine of being. She definitely is, Melody agreed with her brother. I wonder if she is even aware of what goes on in magical Britain, Krenos wondered out loud. After all, she is the queen, so that means she should also have power over the magical side of her country. Your guess is as good as anyone's, Krenos, Melody shrugged. It would not surprise me if any of the crown jewels would be magical in some way, Harry says. After all, with how corrupt the ministry is, mundane royalty would want a way to protect themselves. So, there could a crown or a medallion or any other part of the crown jewels that would be given protection enchantments that would have the wearer immune to things like mind control spells and potions. Since mundane Britain is obviously smarter than magical Britain, I can't believe that, Melody said. Plus, since King Arthur did have Merlin, it also wouldn't surprise me if the queen had some type of royal wizard that was loyal to her over the minister, Krenos said. Hopefully all of this is true, since who knows what type of damage could be done if the ministry ever got control of the mundane royal family, Harry stated. Just the thought of that made them all shiver, since it was a thought that none of them liked. That Fudge idiot was already money-hungry as he was. They did not want to even think about what would happen if he ever got his hands on the crown jewels. The three of them continued to head to the school when Krenos sensed someone behind coming near them. And by how Harry and Melody looked, they both could tell that someone was coming closer to them. Even as tired as they were, they could all still use their magic. At least, a little bit. They quickly turned around, but a spell suddenly came at them. They expected to see a person before a spell. They were caught off guard because of how tired that they were. Sectum Sempra. They heard before they could do anything. Harry was hit square in the chest by the spell, sending him flying back. His back hit a tree, and he collapsed onto the ground. He wasn't moving. Oh my gods, Melody swore as they both ran to their brother. When they got to their brother, they were horrified by what they saw. Harry was bleeding all over. He was covered in so many cuts and slashes that it was like he was attacked by Wolverine. And even when he was knocked out, his face was still twisted in pain. He was quickly losing blood, and they needed to get him to the school and to Hestia as quickly as they could. The two of them looked up as a Death Eater came out of hiding in the shadows and firing a spell before we were fully turned around. Krenos growled at him. Whoever you are such a coward. His eyes glowed green as he was seriously pissed. You really need to learn to shut your mouth, brat. His voice was familiar to them. I would rather shut yours, Krenos declared. Permanently. Melody was trying to drag Harry away to get him to the school, so that Hestia could heal him. Krenos could handle this guy even when he was tired, especially since he was angered, which gave him a much-needed boost. After all, since their powers came from their emotions, anger really does give them quite a boost when needed. It is useless to try and save that brat. The Death Eaters was probably sneering under his mask. Excuse me, Melody was glaring at him as he was still trying to move Harry. Dark magic wounds cannot be healed. He sounded so smug as he said it. He will bleed out, and there is nothing you can do about it. I beg to differ, Krenos declared. You obviously know nothing about mystic soul healing. It is a fact of magic. The Death Eater still sounded smug and arrogant. No dark magic can be healed. It is why werewolf bites and scratches cannot be healed. Here is another fact for you, Melody yelled at him. Harry will make a full recovery because as if he would ever let a pathetic wand user like you strike him down. He will die just as he should have died all those years ago. The Death Eater was really sounding familiar. He should have died along with that arrogant and pathetic father of. He never got to finish what he was saying. Krenos had obviously reached the end of his rope with this guy insulting his brother. Plus, anyone that dared also insult a dead man, such as Harry's birth father, did not deserve to keep talking. Krenos did something that made even Melody gasp. With a flick of his wrist, Krenos made a thick and sharp root shoot right out from the ground and impale the Death Eater through his back and out of his chest. And from the look in Krenos' eyes, he did not regret it in the least. Melody was speechless, unable to say anything about what her twin had just done. Not that she could even fault him. She had also been close to killing the man for what he had just done to Harry. Krenos turned back to his sister. Let's go, he said. Melody did not say anything. Krenos just waved his hands, and he floral swirled them into the school. They landed in the medial wing of the school. Hestia, of course, was the first to notice since she almost seemed to be able to sense it whenever the three of them were around. She gasped when she saw them. Harry! She nearly screamed. It was a good thing that Krenos had floral swirled Harry onto one of the beds, because they were not sure if he would have been able to handle being moved by hand. He was losing blood really fast. Hestia, he needs you, Melody said. No duh. Hestia certainly was too frantic to be nice at that moment. Out of my way. She nearly threw Melody out of the way so that she could get close to Harry. She held her hands over him, and her hands began to glow gold. The golden light shined onto Harry. Hestia's eyes glowed as she used more of her healing powers. The Death Eater had a little bit of a point about the dark magic, but he also still did not know anything about mystic souls. Hestia was a lot more powerful than any dark magic. Her healing magic was just as rare as Olivia's time magic, so that meant that there was a lot that she could do with her powers. She did heal Neville's parents even when everyone was always telling Neville that there was never any hope for them to recover. So, once again, Hestia was proving that wand users really did not know anything. The longer she held her hands over Harry, the more that he healed. His face soon relaxed and was no longer twisted in pain. All of the cuts soon healed, and the blood that had still been on his body was sucked back in before the cuts were healed. Once she was done, Harry basically shot up in the bed. Harry, both of his siblings cheered as they gave him giant hugs. Okay, survive the curse, but won't survive, you too. Hugging me, Harry joked. Losing, air, goodbye, cruel world. The two of them let go of him, slapping his shoulders at how he joked about them hugging him too tightly. Do not scare us like that ever again, Melody slapped his shoulder again. Hey, it's not like I meant to get hit by a curse sent by a cowardly Death Eater that did not even bother showing his face until after he fired at us, Harry protested. Well, we won't have to worry about him again, Krenos stated. I impaled him with a root. The fact that he said that with not even a blink only made him more terrifying. But neither Harry nor Hestia actually looked like they did not like what he did. Good, Hestia said. He deserved it. He definitely did, Melody agreed. We will need to see who he was later, Krenos said. He was wearing one of those Death Eater masks, so we need to see who he was. He did seem familiar, though. Yeah, I felt the same way. Melody nodded in agreement. Olivia made her way around the school grounds with Sirius. There was a bunch of guards from the Magic Council around that were arresting all of the Death Eaters and Ministry people that had invaded Crystal Rose. The school itself had been completely undamaged, and all of the students were fine as well. Only some minor bruises and broken bones had happened, but they were easily fixed by Hestia, the school healers, and plenty of potions as well. The battle had been won by the Mystic Souls very easily. Without Voldemort, the Death Eaters pretty much dropped like flies. And the Ministry people were weak to begin with, so they were not even considered a threat at all. Their wands had all been collected, and they were restrained by magic-suppressing cuffs. None of them would be going anywhere except for the Magic Council holding cells before they would all have their trials, and then be sent to prison. I am seriously not surprised at all by the number of corrupt people that saw nothing wrong with attacking a school of children. Sirius shook his head. Some people just are not fit to be anywhere other than in prison, Olivia stated. Or 6 feet under, Sirius said as they came to where 2 guards were putting the dead Death Eater into a body bag. Let's see who this lowlife really is. Olivia sounded like she was on Scooby-Doo for a moment. She took off his mask. Snape, Sirius glared at the body. I am honestly not surprised. Chapter 87. We are Monster High. Chapter 87. We are Monster High. There was never a bigger relief than it was to finally be able to finish the war with both the Ministry and with the Death Eaters. It seemed that with basically all of the wizards that they sent being arrested by the Magic Council, that got Fudge to realize that he would not win. Well, it was all the arrests as well as Olivia teaming up with Dumbledore to get the attention of the International Confederation of Wizards. Since Dumbledore was also the Supreme Mugwump of the Confederation, a title that was still confusing to the non-wand users, he was easily able to get them to see what Fudge has done and then take action about it. And because Fudge no longer had any Aurors or high-ranking wizards in the Ministry anymore since they were all arrested in Greece, he had no protection nor anyone standing up for him. So, there was nothing he would do when Aurors from the Confederation, meaning from all over the world, came to the ministry to arrest him and all other corrupt people left, he was defenseless. In fact, when one of the Aurors from the United States saw Umbridge, he had actually sent her flying down a corridor. And when asked why he did that, he said that he thought that she was some type of toad monster that was somehow loose in the ministry. That certainly got a lot of the other Aurors to laugh. She had been quickly arrested as well. Plus, a very strong silencing charm had to be placed on her when she would not stop shrieking about how they could not do this to a pure and upstanding pureblood as herself. Some of the female Aurors had been more than happy to slap her a few times. They were taking the fact that she was also female as an insult to all of womankind. There was a complete overhaul of the British ministry after they arrested Fudge. There had barely been anyone at the ministry that had not been corrupt in some way. Even those that had not personally done anything wrong had still known about the corruption and did nothing about it, especially when they or their department benefited from it, like the Department of Magical Creature Control, since it was the horrible laws against magical creatures that gave them a lot of power, such as when they would be allowed to destroy the forests where elves, centaurs, and unicorns lived just to make room for homes for wizards to be built. Not to mention how they all seemed to enjoy that they were basically allowed to hunt down werewolves and vampires almost for sport. The amount of actual good people that worked in the ministry could be counted on one hand, especially since a good chunk of them had all left the country after all of the drama with the tournament and attacking the Crystal Rose students. The International Confederation of Wizards sent them all letters to see if they would come back in order to help form an actual functioning ministry. There were some that came back when the overhaul hit the international news, but also some that stayed in other countries since they already thought that they would have better lives there. Amelia Bones and her niece Susan were two that came back. Since Amelia was known for being fair and had a very good track record when she was both an Auror and then the head of the Auror office, she had been made the new Minister of Magic until a proper election with actual good candidates could be held. Sirius had gone with the international Aurors since he knew the ins and outs of the ministry and would be able to help them identify who would be good in their roles and who should not be given any type of power at all. He was probably the biggest help of them all since he had experienced the corruption firsthand when he was sent to Azkaban without a trial. So, he had seen a fair number of ministry workers and those in power that were completely okay with being the corrupt people that they were. And it was not even just the ministry that was getting an upgrade. Dumbledore was finally able to get all of the needed changes done to Hogwarts. He had been wanting to do this for decades, and he was thrilled to finally be able to do it. He may have been nearing retirement, but that did not mean that he did not want to make sure that he knew that he did his best to make sure that his students were getting the best education possible. The first thing he did was demote Professor McGonagall. She would stay the Transfiguration teacher, but she was no longer the deputy head of the school, nor was she head of Gryffindor. He needed someone that would actually listen to the students as well as listen to all sides of the story before punishing anyone. The only reason why she had even been the head of Gryffindor and the deputy head of the school was that other than himself, she was the only other former Gryffindor that was a teacher, and she also had been working at the school longer than all the other teachers as well. He chose Flitwick to be the new deputy head of the school since he knew that he had been everyone's favorite teacher with Sprout coming in second place. So, he also made Sprout the backup deputy in case anything happened to Flitwick, and so both of them could split the duties of the job instead of one of them trying to work themselves to the bone to do everything. The next thing he did was bring back all of the classes that had been canceled by the previous heads of the school, as well as the ministry. Now, Hogwarts was able to have classes for alchemy, law, healing, magical studies for the Muggle-born, an updated Muggle studies for the purebloods, spell crafting, potion creating, and a politics class for those that wanted to work for the new and improved ministry in the future. And of course, the next thing after that would be to bring in new teachers for the subjects. And to make sure that there was not a repeat of Snape, they would all be monitored for their first year to make sure they were not biased bullies like Snape. He hired Sirius's cousin, Andromeda, to be the healing teacher since he was a very talented healer. And her husband, Ted, was a great lawyer and he had agreed to be the law professor. Potions class was now being taught by an American which named Paris Matthews, who was the youngest potions mistress to ever get her mastery in her country. And speaking of potions, the potion creating class was being taught by Norman Flamel, none other than the great-great-great-great-grandson of Nicholas Flamel. Magical studies was being taught by Daniel Meadows, the brother of former Auror Dorcas Meadows who died in the First War against Voldemort. Muggle studies was now being taught by Alice Caro, the Muggle-born wife of the spell-crafting teacher Aaron Caro, who was the brother to the Caro twin Death Eaters before he disowned himself from his family since he did not agree with their Death Eater ways. And the politics class was being taught by Corvus Shacklebolt, Kingsley's uncle, and Dumbledore actually decided to teach alchemy himself, since he did not know of anyone else that would be able to teach it as well as he could. He had been a student of Nicholas Flamel, after all. Plus, he missed being a teacher because of how long he had been headmaster. He just hoped that there would be another person that could teach alchemy by the time he retired. He had decided to make Andromeda the new head of Slytherin since she was a very good-hearted, which that would be able to handle any Slytherins that would be anything like those like Draco Malfoy. He also made Daniel the new head of Gryffindor, hoping that he would be able to try and straighten out students like Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Not that he had such high hopes for those three, but many people would describe him as an optimist for a reason. Dumbledore was definitely proud of the school that he would be leaving behind once he retired in a couple more years. He never thought that he would be able to. And it was all thanks to the Gardner family. He would never be able to thank those three enough. Not to mention that terrifying cousin of theirs, Olivia, Harry, Krenos, and Melody will probably go down in Hogwarts history as the ones that changed the country for the better. He wondered what they were doing right now, but he bet that it was probably very entertaining. Let's check out what's happening in Greece. The entire school was ready for one giant celebration. They were all safe, their families were safe, and they were no longer being insulted by wand users that knew nothing about them. Hestia and the school healers had finished with everyone that had been injured during the war, so everyone was happily back on their feet. Not that anyone had even been that hurt other than Harry, but just like him, they had been healed as well. Other than Harry, the worst that had happened were just some broken bones. Everyone else would only have gotten some small cuts and bruises, but they were all just glad that they no longer had to fight. Just because they all had to deal with demons every now and again does not mean that they like to fight. They were all just hanging out in the main gallery of the school. None of them even cared about sitting on any chairs since they were all just relaxing in any way that they could. There were those that were laying on the floor, those sitting on the tables, ones that were floating in the air if they had flying powers. Everyone was just relaxing in any way they could. The teachers did not even care since they were pretty much doing the same, since they wanted to relax as well. I cannot tell you guys enough that I have never been so glad for that all to be over, Harry said. I have certainly never been so tired in my life, Krenos says. There are times in my life that I definitely had more energy after a fight, Melody said. The three of them were basically all close to taking naps on the table in front of them. Fred, George, Cedric, and Blaise were all patting their heads and comforting their boyfriend/girlfriend. But they were also trying hard not to laugh at them as well. At least now we can have some peace and quiet, Fred stated. As peaceful and quiet as it can get around here, George chuckled. There will probably be another explosion tomorrow because Wyatt will definitely be back to experimenting soon, Chalice snickered. Just as long as he does not try and get me to test something spicy again, Abby said. Just because I am an ice mage does not mean that I am spice-proof. Spice is more my style anyway, Mason chuckled. Even the hottest pepper on the planet barely makes me sweat. That's because your taste buds don't work, Hestia stated, making them all laugh. Well, excuse me for liking spicy food, Mason playfully huffed. Plus, I basically already have a literal fire burning inside of me. So, spicy food would not have an effect on me no matter what. They all laughed again. It was a very typical thing for some of them to get added features to their bodies when they would get their powers, such as Melody's instant knowledge of how to play all musical instruments, or Harry knowing every single animal in the world without research. It was another thing they loved about their powers. My favorite thing about this all being over is that we are no longer being called freaks every few seconds, Hawk said. I hate that word and I always will. Harry still had bad memories from the Dursleys. I would have thought that you all would have hated the word monsters the most, Cedric says. I know that I would hate to be called a monster. Being honest, we have mostly just grown so used to the term monster that we don't really care anymore, Sophia says. And since I am half harpy, I technically am a monster, Hawk shrugged. It is the same with me being a werewolf and Mason being a worse snake, Abby added. We're all used to being called monsters, Mason said. In fact, we have mostly embraced it at this point. Really, the former Hogwarts students were shocked at that bit of knowledge. Krenos and Melody smirked at each other. Let us show you how much we have embraced it, Krenos smirked. Melody then got the look on her face that they have all seen plenty of time before. And her next actions did not surprise them. She snapped her fingers, and that is when music started playing once again. And if there is one thing that they all love, it would be another performance by their favorite Mystic Soul singer. Krenos got up as he once again was ready to entertain. High school's a horror. Can't get out of my bed, everybody's talking. But it's not in my head. They say, don't be different. Be like them instead. But they can't keep us down, 'cause we're monster hybrid. Krenos always had a really amazing voice. And there was something different about how he was singing this time. He had a much deeper message in the lyrics. Plus, the song was already making a lot of sense. Mystic souls were seen as monsters, and yet fully embracing who they were, giving the people calling them that no power. In fact, it was taking the insult and turning it into something good. Melody was not even the only one making the music happen this time. Once the other sound and music mages heard the music starting, they all joined in as well. Angel especially joined as she summoned a lot of her enchanted instruments in order to add more music to the air. Orchid also made sure to use her vocal manipulation magic to give Krenos an extra boost in his vocal power. The clock is striking 13. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's time to cheer for your team. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. You are the coolest school by far, so don't be afraid of who you are. All of the students started getting up as they all danced to the song. And they definitely were all reading the message loud and clear. Some of them still used to have issues with their self-worth and being seen as a freak because of how they had been treated before. Especially the first-generation mystic souls that came from bad homes. But listening to the song and seeing all the others fully letting loose their uniqueness would never not be inspiring, especially given the magical creatures attending the school. Valia and Buzz were already flying over everyone's heads as they were dancing with each other. The other flyers were all above their heads as well. The fairy, harpy, siren, and every other flying magical creature student were stretching their wings and making sure that everyone knew who and what they were. 'Cause tonight, we're gonna leave our fears behind. We're in it together, stepping out, and we're letting our spirits fly. Oh yeah. Stay fierce forever.
Wow, 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 wow.
Freak out if you dare.
Wow, 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 wow.
Your best nightmare. Don't stop rocking your right to fright. We are monster high. We are monsters. We are proud. We are monsters. Say it loud. Come on. The entire crowd chanted that. Even the teachers. The teachers had always had students that would struggle with both their appearances and their powers. They would sometimes be afraid of what others thought, or if they would be a danger to others because of their powers. It was one of the hardest things in the world to be able to really get a student to open up and see themselves as being perfect just the way they were. But it was moments like this where they would be so proud of how far that their students had come. Crystal Rose was a giant family, and it was moments like that where it would really be proven correct. It was those like Krenos, Harry, and Melody that would be able to bring them together. The Gardner family was one of the most powerful in magical Greece and in the mystic soul world in general. So, they would be the family that would have the reputation and the power to bring people together like this. Perfectly imperfect, and we do it our way. United, not divided. Won't get cast away. They say, go run and hide. But I just gotta say, we're drop-dead gorgeous each and every day. Krenos winked at Cedric when he would sing that line, and it would make Cedric blush because of it, which would make Fred and George elbow him in the ribs a little to tease him. The other students would all make a joke out of that line by doing small poses and hair flips in order to make themselves look drop-dead gorgeous. The clock is striking 13. Whoa. It's time to scream for your team. Whoa, we don't have to say goodbye. 'Cause friends like these will never die. 'Cause tonight, we're gonna leave our fears behind. We're in it together. Come on. It's time to let our spirits fly. Yeah, stay fierce forever.
Wow, 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 wow.
Freak out if you dare.
Wow, 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 wow.
Your best nightmare. Don't stop rocking your right to fright. We are monster high. We are monsters. We are proud. We are monsters. Say it loud. We are monster high. We are monsters. We are proud. We are monster high. They all finished with one giant pose, magic flying all around them like a giant rainbow of power and beauty. It was one of the best lessons that would ever be taught at Crystal Rose. Where there is power, there is also beauty. Disney had to get that lesson from somewhere when they had put it into their movie Frozen. Life was good when you were a mystic soul. And Thank you all for reading my book, and I hope you all stay tuned for my other stories as well. Sirius Black knew there was more to the world than the English Ministry and Dumbledore would have them believe. Currently, the worried godfather was pacing in his kitchen, waiting. It wasn't enough that Dumbledore had basically been keeping him prisoner in his own house, but he also had the gall to forbid him from contacting his godson, neither of which were sitting well with him. He also knew that the headmaster had forbidden anyone from contacting Harry. That did not stop Sirius from using methods other than owls and fireplaces to deliver messages. It had originally been Harry's idea for him to bond with Winky and use her to deliver their letters. The poor elf almost cried when Dobby brought her to him, and he offered to bond with her. The other elf decided to bond with Harry and help him around his house in secret to make sure Harry's way too long list of chores were actually able to be done. Sirius knew that Harry needed someone to talk to after the events of last year. Harry had been illegally entered into the Triwizard Tournament, resulting in almost the entire school turning against him, including his so-called best friend. Harry and Cedric Diggory had been swept up by a portkey that someone had turned the Triwizard Cup into. They ended up in a graveyard. If it hadn't been for seeker reflexes on both their parts, Cedric would have been killed by that traitor, Wormtail. Cedric had been only knocked out, thankfully, but Harry had still been used in a dark ritual to bring back the Dark Lord. He had then been put under a Crucio curse and then forced to duel the bastard that killed his parents. Yet, even after all of that, Dumbledore still sent him back to the Dursleys. But Sirius was worried not just for his godson's emotional state, but also his magical state. James had been certain that Harry was more than just a simple wand user. He remembered that Harry's core had been a lot brighter when he was a baby. He was shocked when he secretly examined Harry's core in his 3rd year. It was nothing like how it'd been when he was a baby. He knew something was wrong. Harry's core made him remember a sweet couple from his past, Jax and Selena Gardner. They had been on vacation from Greece to see Big Ben. Sirius and James had run across them during a Death Eater fight. The couple had been a force, taking out a dozen of the dark wizards without breaking a sweat. He figured they might know something about his godson's core, since they seemed to have a similar sense to them as Harry's core. Imagine his surprise when someone he never met had gotten and answered his letter. Not to mention that he actually showed up. He looked barely 15, the age his godson would soon be. He appeared, very surprisingly, in number 12 in a swirl of flower petals and leaves. The teen wore a hunter style of clothes. He had on a bright white jean vest with tree and forest patterns on it in green. He also wore brown pants with white and green hunter's boots. Over his shoulders was a forest-designed half poncho and half cloak hybrid thing. He had midnight black hair with white and green streaks. On his wrists were tiger eye and emerald cuff bracelets with an emerald rose pendant around his neck. You were not who I was expecting, was the first thing Sirius said. His other thought was, how did this kid even get in here with the Fidelius charm in place? He was either extremely powerful or extremely lucky, and found an area of the house not covered by the charm. Well, you were trying to contact my parents, so you get me instead, the boy shrugged, his voice thick with an accent identical to the ones his old friends had. Your parents? Sirius raised an eyebrow. He offered his hand. My name is Krenos. Krenos Gardner. My parents were Jax and Selena Gardner. Sirius was about to shake his hand when his choice of words struck him. Were? He asked. Excuse me. Krenos tilted his head to the side. You said that your parents were Jax and Selena, Sirius said. Krenos slowly lowered his hand and took an empty seat close to the member of the Black family. He got a look on his face that spoke volumes about how he was feeling about what was going to be said. My parents died, he admitted. About 10 years ago. I was 5. Merlin, I'm sorry, Sirius gasped. I didn't mean to bring up all those bad memories for you. You didn't know. It's not your fault, Krenos said. Not to sound mean, but do you really think that you'd be able to help me? Sirius asked. You're only 15, still smarter than most the idiots in this backwarder country. Krenos crossed his arms. Should I take offense? Sirius raised an eyebrow. You asked for help from citizens of a foreign country, Krenos pointed out. Considering that 99% of this country's magical community wouldn't even think to do that, you're already the smartest English person I've ever met. Yet the bar would be very low from what you are saying, Sirius guessed. Yep, Krenos popped the P. You are not from here, but your English is perfect, Sirius noticed. My grandparents on my father's side were from America, Krenos explained. So even though I was born and raised in Greece, I am fluent in both languages. It is the same with my sister. You have a sister? Sirius asked. Krenos nodded. Twin sister. Her name's Melody. I bet you both take after your parents. Sirius smiled at him. They were quite the force to be reckoned with. How did you know them? Krenos asked. I didn't really know them, per se, Sirius admitted. I met your parents about 16 years ago. My oar partner, James, and I had gotten into a tight spot against some Death Eaters, and they helped us defeat them. Well, more like your parents defeated them all on their own. Do you know what Death Eaters are? Sort of, Krenos says. I know about Voldemort, as he was a dark wizard I learned about in world history class, but mostly we foreign magic communities do not pay much attention to Britain's mystical population after Grindelwald. They don't want another of their dark lords to almost break the stature of secrecy for the rest of us magical beings. Much to his credit, Sirius did not even a bit offended on behalf of his home country. But that was mostly because it was his home country that locked him in a horrible prison for 12 years without a trial. Death Eaters are what the followers of Voldemort were called, Sirius explained. They believed the same propaganda that he spewed, that only those with all magic families had the right to use and have magic. In other words, purebloods. There had been a war going on with the Death Eaters and Voldemort constantly attacking and killing muggles and magicals alike. Muggles, Krenos was confused, then seemed to understand. Oh, right, that is what you call mortals. In Greece, we simply call them mundanes. That is actually a much better word than muggles, Sirius admitted. He always did think that the term muggles sounded like an insult to call mortals. We never would have had anything like that happen in Greece, Krenos said. We've always been taught that magic is magic and that so-called blood status means nothing. There are a few bigots here and there, but nothing too bad. James and I had been on patrol in Diagon Alley when the Death Eaters attacked. Sirius continued his story. Your parents had been there the same day, apparently in London on a trip to see Big Ben, but wanted to also explore the magical areas of the city. When they entered the battle, they took out almost all of them on their own. The two were probably the most powerful witch and wizard that I have ever met. The two did our family legacy proud, Krenos grinned. The Gardner family is one of the most ancient, powerful, and noble lines of magical Greece. So, the Gardners are pureblood, then, Sirius asked. We do not use terms like that back home, Krenos says. They're demeaning and a source of bullying. We use other terms. First generation is for those that are the first to use magic in their families, or the first in many generations, but those are also called redeems. Second generation is for those of one magical parent and one mortal parent. Third generation is our own term for what you call pureblood. Sirius had to admit, those terms were a lot better than what he grew up with. He was sure that if his blood purist family heard any of those Greek terms, they would have lost it, especially his psycho mother. But you didn't send that letter to learn about my culture. Krenos crossed his arms and sat back in his seat. You wrote that your godson needed help. Sirius wasn't sure what to make out of this Greek mage. On one side, he was the son of two old friends. He knew for sure based on the same midnight back hair and silver eyes that he shared with them. But on the other hand, he was only 15, and he did not think that he would be able to do anything. Yet, then again, he could have some tricks up his sleeves since he did not know much about him. Most people underestimated Sirius Black. They thought that his stay in Azkaban had stopped him from maturing and growing up. Either that or his time with the Dementors made him slightly, or incredibly, unstable. They also thought that he was still nothing but an adult version of the prankster teenager that he had been during his Hogwarts years. The way that most of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix looked at him spoke volumes about how they felt being around a Black. Yes, Sirius decided the risk was worth helping his godson. His name is Harrison Charles Potter Black, but he is known here as Harry James Potter. Krenos raised an eyebrow. And they changed his middle name. Why exactly? He asked. I have no idea, Sirius admitted. I think it is mostly because they just thought that his middle name was his father's name, so it just went from there. Okay, Krenos says. But still, I do not know either name. I remind you that I am from Greece. I do not care for British things, same as every other magical community outside of this place. Sirius decided to just let that go, mostly because it was clear that he, and every other foreign person like him, did not care for Britain. Harry is an orphan. Sirius was still sad over losing them. Voldemort went after his parents when Harry had been one. He killed them. Oh, dear gods, Krenos swore, his eyes wide. We still have no idea how, but Harry managed to defeat him, Sirius continued. But after that Halloween night, Voldemort was left as nothing but a wraith. A wraith? Krenos was shocked. Those things are dangerous. I've never run into one, thank the gods for that, but I know that they're really deadly. You have no idea, Sirius said. So, your country is falling apart over a disembodied wraith? Krenos asks, raising an eyebrow. Were you aware of the Triwizard Tournament that took place last year? Sirius asked the Greek mage. I may not go to the Delphi School of Mystic Arts, but I do know that the place was asked to take part, Krenos says. It's a deadly tournament that pits 3 schools against each other with each school using one champion to represent them. Well, things went sideways quite quickly, Sirius said. Harry's name had somehow been entered and selected by the Goblet of Fire. He was forced to participate under the threat of losing his magic if he did not. What? Krenos was on his feet again. Why on Demeter's green earth would there be an artifact that could take away a person's magic? I wish I could say that there was a good reason for it, but I can't, Sirius said. Taking away magic should be a crime, Krenos growled. There is nothing like that in Greece. We may have spells that take away someone's magic, but that is only to punish them for crimes of the highest degree. But we have artifacts that contain the magic so that it doesn't just vanish into nothing. Their magic is returned once they have been deemed worthy of it again. You Greeks can be quite ruthless when you want to be, can't you? Sirius guessed. We fight demons every day. We kind of have to be, Krenos shrugged. I'm going to ask about that later, Sirius says. Anyway, Harry had to fight a lot of things during the tournament, including dragons, mere people, grindylows, giant spiders, a sphinx, and who knows what else in that maze. Harry and another student had been abducted when the Triwizard Cup had been spelled to take them to a graveyard. Creepy, Krenos stated. Harry had been used in a ritual to bring back Voldemort against his will, Sirius continued. And barely 30 seconds later, he was forced to duel the man that made him an orphan. Krenos had to wait a second for his brain to process all of that. But what made him tightly clench his fists was when Sirius told him about the duel. He knew that if he ever faced the people that killed his parents, it would not end well for them. His family motto was that their personalities had a calm and a storm, and you do not want to mess with the storm. Okay, that has got to be the closest thing to a real-life origin story of a hero if I have ever heard one, he said. That's the problem most of this country has, Sirius says. They see him as a hero one minute, and are then calling him the next Dark Lord the next minute. They change their opinion of him every other hour based solely on whatever the paper says about him, or because of things that happen that are beyond his control. He's nearly died every year he's been at school. Seeing his frustration, Krenos laid a gentle hand on his and gave him a comforting smile. But then the pendant on his necklace flashed, making him release his touch. My parents didn't know that you were one of us, did they? He asked. What? Sirius asked, shocked and confused. The one thing that British magicals feared above all else, Krenos started. What they see as monsters for simply being more powerful than them. Ones that can summon weapons out of thin air, can call a storm with a wave of their hand, can bring inanimate objects to life. All of that without a wand. Sirius could not find the words. A mystic soul, Krenos said. Sirius was undeniably shocked. He knew about mystic souls, being pureblood, but he never imagined this. But that did explain how a 15-year-old kid was able to get through all the wards, spells, and charms on the house. Mystic souls are very powerful beings that are rarely, if ever, affected by wand user spells. The only spell that Sirius thought could affect them is the killing curse, but he was not completely sure. Mystic souls are different. While having similar powers to Wiccans, theirs are a lot stronger and more in tune with their hearts. Their abilities go far beyond what most would think. Powers such as nature's manipulation, telepathy, creature calling, shape-shifting, etc. Communities for them are run by magic councils, 12 elected officials. Sirius had been shocked when he discovered his powers. Yes, he admitted. I am a mystic soul. So, what are your powers? Krenos asked. James gave them the name of wild dog magic, Sirius answered. I am able to channel different types of dogs or wolves with amazing results. Like each dog grants a dog-like elemental or mystical effect. Our kind never have done things halfway, Krenos chuckled. By how you arrived, I say you have nature-based magic, Sirius guessed. Krenos nodded. Mine is known as nature's heart, a stronger and more magical version of nature manipulation. I can make any plant do what I want, no matter what it is. Wow, Sirius gasped. That's an incredible power. Nature-based magic has sort of been passed down in the Gardner family, Krenos says. One Gardner every generation gets some type of nature magic, but not all of us. My sister, for example, has a type of music magic. Incredible, Sirius says. Is that what you might suspect? Krenos asked. That Harry might be a mystic soul? Sirius thought for a second. He cannot say that was not one of the things he was suspecting. Yeah, he answered. As a baby, Harry's magical core was brighter than almost all the other cores I have seen in my life. But when I met him again as a teenager, his core was almost dull and lifeless. And the only other people with cores like him had been your parents. I have no idea what happened to his core. It sounds like someone bound his powers, Krenos guessed. You think someone would do that? Sirius asked. You must know that mystic souls are one of the most hated mystics in England, Krenos says. Wand, users fear us and call us monsters because we're so powerful. They're paranoid about us, always thinking that we're out to get them when we have no reason to. Anything we ever do to them has been in self-defense. Either a parent would do that to protect their child, or someone else if they did not want a mystic soul running around this country. Sirius immediately thought of Dumbledore. He would never put it past the man to bind Harry's powers so that he would still be seen as the strongest wizard in magical Britain. Do you think there is a way to unblind his abilities? Sirius asked. The way mystic souls come into their powers vary from soul to soul, Krenos says. The powers of a mystic soul are only bound if they are so powerful that they could harm the very person that has them or those around them. That can happen, Sirius asked. A fire mage caused the Peshtigo fire in Wisconsin, USA in 1871, Krenos says. At least 1,200 people died before his power was contained, and they managed to bind his powers. I retract the question, Sirius said. Powers have come out in moments of happiness, anger, but fear most of all, Krenos said. I hate to say it, but if he is as special as you think he is and his powers have been bound for this long, he might need to break the binds himself. Are you sure? Sirius asked. If you don't mind, I will send my cousin to you, Krenos says. I'm no expert on magic, but she is the closest mystic to being an expert that I know. And that says a lot considering I know a mystic soul that has the power to absorb knowledge. As long as you think she can help my godson, Sirius said. She'll come when you call, Krenos says. Olivia always knows. We'll do everything we can to help. The nature mystic soul vanished in another swirl of petals and leaves. Sirius was praying that he made the right choice.